Okay, we are recording now.
Thank you. I want to welcome everybody tonight that's in attendance to the May 9th meeting of the Board of Zoning Appeals. My name is Jeff Carson. I'm serving as chair of the Board of Zoning Appeals. Make a few introductions to get us started. Commissioner Karen Jones is serving as vice chair. Gunnar Hand, who's the director of land use and urban planning, will be joining us shortly. Janet Parker, the executive assistant to the Department of Land Use and Urban Planning, is with us this evening, along with Byron Toy of the Unified Government Planning staff. We also have Mr. James Malloy in the commission chambers assisting our in-person participants tonight. Patrick Waters with the Unified Government Legal Counsel will be joining us as soon as the other meeting is over. And we have the following Board of Zoning Appeals Commissioners present this evening. Commissioner Karen Jones, Commissioner Jake Miller, Commissioner James Ernst, Commissioner Dwayne Beth, and Commissioner Aaron Ward. So with that, I will turn the meeting over to Secretary Parker, who will read the opening statement and tell you all how we will handle tonight's meeting.
First of all, Mr. Chairman, before I read the statement, I would like to announce to the public, if you do not see the item that you're interested in on the Board of Zoning Appeals agenda, nor on the Planning Commission agenda that was published, that means that item is not being heard this evening. I apologize for any inconvenience. Since the unified government was hit with the cyber attack, I am unable to send any notices on any applications at this time. So we tried with neighborhood groups and stuff to get the word out the best that we could. Mr. Chairman, I'm now going to read the Board of Zoning Appeals statement. We would like to welcome those participating by telephone, Zoom, or in the commission chamber to the meeting of the Board of Zoning Appeals. Members of the Board of Zoning Appeals are participating remotely by Zoom or in the commission chamber. Mr. Jeff Carson is serving as chairman this evening. Please note the following instructions for the meeting. If you are joining by Zoom video, please make sure you have an appropriate background and plan to stay visible during the meeting. Board members use the raise your hand feature when you want to speak, and after Chairman Carson recognizes you, please unmute your microphone and state your name when you begin to speak. If you're in the commission chamber, please notify staff by raising your hand if you would like to speak, and he will inform the chairman that you have something you would like to say. For those attending the meeting this evening, please use the raise your hand feature if you want to speak on an application. Also, if you're in the commission chamber, when I call the application and ask for all those for and against to come forward, please come to the microphone, and staff will inform us that there are members in the commission chamber that wishes to speak. After the chairman recognizes you, please state your name and address and make your comments. Proper meeting decorum is expected of all participating in the meeting, and anyone who fails to act properly will be removed from the meeting. The city reserves the right to discontinue a meeting if any improper behavior occurs, which prevents the uninterrupted conduct of business. The format for this meeting is as follows. The applicant will make the opening statement explaining the proposal. The applicant will be given 15 minutes to present their case, which includes the applicant, consultants, and other members of the applicant's team. Members of the board will then address any questions they may have to the applicant. Any persons wishing to speak in favor will be recognized and allowed to do so at that time. Then those persons in opposition will be recognized to make their statements and ask questions, with each member of the public being given 5 minutes to express their opinions. Time may not be shared between speakers. A speaker's time may be extended in 5-minute intervals by a 2/3 majority vote of the board. The applicant will then answer questions and make a closing statement. The public hearing portion of the meeting will then be closed, and the public will only be allowed to address the board if a question is directed to them. The staff will make their recommendation. The board will discuss the application and make their decision with a brief statement of the reason for the motion preceding the making of the motion. Motions to approve shall include the staff stipulations unless otherwise stated in the motion? Mr. Chairman, our first application is a Board of Zoning Appeals, BOZA 2022-007, Marcella Zamora, for property at 4639 Parallel Parkway. Does any member of the board have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
No.
Thank you.
Ms. Zamora, are you in the audience tonight? Please raise your hand so I can. Okay, I see Mr. Juan Pardo. Are you representing Ms. Zamora in this case? Juan Pardo, please unmute yourself. There you go.
Yes, that is correct. I'm representing my wife.
Okay, could you please give us your name and address, please, for the record, and tell us what you like to do here?
Okay, so my name is Juan Pardo. I'm Maricela Zamora's husband, and we own the repair shop on 4639 Parallel Parkway, Kansas City, Kansas 66104. And the reason for this applications is because we're trying to expand the business to the east of the property and also to the south of the property. In order to do that, we have to rezone it from commercial 1 to commercial 2. The planners suggested CP2 before we can add on to the building. Also, we would be required to apply for a special use permit, which is also in this application, and a variance for the parking space. And the reason for this expansion is to obviously better serve our customers with a bigger waiting area, lobby area, and also to expand the interior of the actual work area. Since it's kind of tight, we're limited to not having certain tools, and also to improve the outside of the building to make it more modern. So in order to do all of this stuff that we desire, we must do the change of zoning.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to the public. Anyone in the audience came tonight to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? Need you to raise your hand, please. Anyone in favor of or in opposition to? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to staff and get their comment. Mr. Toy.
Thank you, Chairman. So the applicant has applied for a variance for reduction in the rear yard setback due to the expansion of the building to the south and to the west. And then also reduction in setback for parking along the front along Parallel Parkway. So that's really the needs, the two variances. Staff recommends approval.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for staff? Seeing none, we'll stand for a motion. Commissioner Miller.
Move to approve, subject to move to approve BOZA 2207, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
Thank you. Motion to approve made by Commissioner Miller. Is that a second, Commissioner Jones?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on the motion for approval? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Beth,
Commissioner Beth.
Aye.
Thank you.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Ward.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve the variance subject to the conditions in the staff report passes 5 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you.
Mr. Pardo, we do need to remind you that your other applications are on the Planning Commission agenda, so you will need to stay for that meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, our next application is BOZA 2022-020, William Cisco, for property at 2306 North 102nd Street. Does any member of the board have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
Thank you.
Mr. Cisco, are you in the audience? Anyone representing Mr. Cisco in the audience on this case, please raise
Yeah.
your hand.
Mr. Chairman, they are here in person.
All right, thank you. Mr. Cisco, if you're coming to the microphone, just please give us your name and address, please, and tell us what you'd like to do here.
My name is William Cisco. We live at 2305 North 102nd Street, Kansas City, Kansas, 66109. And we have just recently received a drivable RV that we want to build a cover for so we can pull under it to protect it from the sun and the ice. And so we're asking for permission to build this structure.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Just have one, and Janet, you might be able to provide a clarification. The applicant said he lives at 2305. The application says 2306. Can you just clarify which one? I'm sorry. Can you clarify what's the right address? My file that I'm looking at says 2306.
It is 2305.
Okay, and that's what the applicant says, so I just wanted to make sure. Thank you. Any questions for the applicant from the commission? Okay, seeing none. Anyone in the audience come tonight to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request, please raise your hand. Seeing none, we will close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Mr. Toy and get his staff comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in looking and evaluating the application, this petition, as the applicant said, they wanted to store an RV and have a larger accessory structure. The second one, staff deemed that this situation is not unique to the property. So it does not fulfill request number one. Also, request number three, disallowing the applicant from constructing a second accessory structure in addition to the existing 1,400 square foot accessory structure that they already have. It's not constituting an additional hardship or a necessary hardship. And lastly, does not fulfill request number five, meaning that the construction of a separate carport in addition to the existing garage that exceeds the maximum allowed area is opposed to the general spirit and intent of the zoning ordinance. So with that, staff recommends denial.
Thank you. Questions for staff? If there are no questions for staff, I will stand for a motion.
Chairman, the applicant had a couple questions.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Cisco.
Well, one of the questions, we have pictures of other houses that have more structures than ours. And we're
That's not something that we can vet this evening, sir, unfortunately.
Okay.
What other questions you might have?
now, also, will the square footage, will that matter if there's no walls on the structure, if it's just a roof?
Mr. Toy, can you answer that question, please?
So can I have a question for clarification, Chairman?
I think,
Related to-
go ahead.
Related to the structure itself, you're talking about something that has a roof but no sides, is that correct?
Correct.
That essentially would be a lean-to, which would be a structure itself, which would lend itself to being either a second accessory structure if it's not attached to the existing, or if you attach to the house, for example, then that would not exceed. That would be fine if you attach to the house. If you attach anything to the house at that point, that is not considered an accessory structure. That's part of the primary structure, albeit a garage or a lean-to or a carport or something like that. That's part of the square footage of the house. And then at that point, you're dealing with the district setbacks for any addition added onto the primary structure.
Okay, thank you. Questions from the commission for staff? Any clarifications needed? If not, I will stand for a motion on this case. Commissioner Jones.
Motion to deny the petitioner's request based on non-compliance with existing applicable ordinances.
Thank you. Motion is made for denial by Commissioner Jones. Is there a second? Is there a second for the motion? Seeing none, the motion for denial dies due to lack of a second. Is there another motion? Gonna have a long night, folks. It's motion for deny or approve. Anyone need any clarifications from the staff? Commissioner Ernst.
Byron, did I understand you to say there was a way he might be able to do this? Or did I misunderstand the lean-to concept?
Yes, he could, or the property owners could add on to the square footage of their house. They could physically add onto their house. It may take a little doing as far as how they configure, how they orientate that. It's possible to do so. I mean, I don't know what, if they have septic or if they're on sewer. I think at this point, they're probably on septic, where given the address of the property. So I don't know where their laterals will be. But with it being zoned R1 single family, you're only allowed one accessory detached accessory structure. So therefore, if they attach to the house, wherever they do attach it, that'd be part of the square footage of the house. It would not be subject to, the accessory portions of the code. It would be meeting the district requirements for setbacks.
I guess that answers my question. I was making sure that he had an alternative if we denied this. May not be a great one, but he does have an alternative. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm sorry, Commissioner Jones.
Yes, that's correct.
Basically, that's what I was thinking. So this request here for the accessory structure would have to be denied, and they'd have to pursue, the petitioner would, another separate request. Isn't that correct? I mean, if they chose to.
Would it even require, well, would it require a secondary request, Byron?
You're talking about a variance request? Not necessarily. I mean, you just be, the property would meet the district setbacks for.
As long as it met the district setbacks, it would just require a building permit and.
Correct.
So, all right, thank you. Further questions or clarifications from staff?
Commissioner Beth, I have a question.
Yes, Commissioner Beth.
What size is the property we're talking about here where he wants to put the structure? How many, is that acreage or,
I have 1.45 acres.
okay? And the other question is, when you go back, there was some recommendations that if it is approved of what the structures building is going to be like, specified the walls and such, is that included in the approval?
Well, there aren't any walls because this is a carport.
But that
Okay,
is correct. If they were to.
There's no walls?
We won't, if it.
Okay, Mr. Cisco, these questions are directed at the staff. Your moment to speak is up. So, Mr. Beth, your questions need to be directed to staff and staff will answer them.
That would be no exterior walls. That would be an open carport. Is that correct?
They asked, initially it was going to be a four-sided structure, or a three-sided structure because the front would be open. And then they proposed in this meeting about not having any sides at all and just having a roof.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for staff? If not, I will stand for a motion.
Commissioner Ward,
Commissioner Ward, go ahead.
I'd like to make the motion to approve based on the area. I think the variance is necessary.
Motion for approval is made by Commissioner Ward. Is there a second to that motion?
Commissioner Beth, I second.
Been seconded by Commissioner Beth. Any discussion on the motion for approval?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to assume that is subject to the conditions in the staff report that were listed if this was sent forward for approval.
Commissioner Ward.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, roll call, please.
Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Ward.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve this appeal, subject to the conditions listed in the staff report, passes 5 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, our next application is BOZA 2022-022, Vernon Hopkins, for property at 2724 North 13th Street. Does any member of the board have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
Thank you.
Mr. Hopkins, you're in the audience.
Yes,
Okay, please go and give us your name and address, please. Tell us what you'd like to do.
Vernon Hopkins, 7861 Northwest Roan Ridge Road, Kansas City, Missouri. And I was wanting to get my building rezoned. We're trying to put a sports bar and grill in. And the property used to be a nightclub or something some years ago. And I got the building at a pretty good price. So I decided to try to start a business out of it. It had been empty for about 6 years. It's completely rebuilt. And we plan to have live entertainment from time to time.
Okay, and how many parking spots do you have available right now?
I would say 12.
So
Pretty
you're
much.
seeking a variance of 41 parking spaces.
Yeah, well, it probably wouldn't be that because we've done some things to the building where we wouldn't have as many people in the building. I mean, I'm thinking maybe 60 at the most.
But your request tonight is for a violation of 41 parking spaces.
Yeah, I mean, if that's what you guys came up with, I didn't really.
Where would your patrons park if there's not enough parking spaces for them?
Well, there's a street parking. That's where they used to park. I mean, I've talked to Mr. Mylan that owns that Call building, which he's not ready to sell yet. So that's the only other option.
But you don't have a parking agreement with that gentleman, is that correct?
No, most of that parking lot belongs to my building. He has a few parking spots up front.
But you don't have a parking agreement with any of your neighbors, correct?
No. Well, actually, it's a event space called Nefertiti's across the street, which we've talked to the owner of that establishment, but someone at the zoning office told us that it was too far away from our building. It had to be within 150 feet.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant?
Commissioner Ward.
Commissioner Ward, go ahead.
So just so I'm understanding correctly, I mean, I pretty much know the area you're talking about, but you have nothing that is considered a parking lot for your own building. Is that correct? What I'm hearing?
No, most of that parking lot that you see there belongs to my building.
It does.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's probably 2,600 feet, I think.
A parking lot,
Yeah.
but it's not suitable for parking spaces?
Yeah. I mean,
Yes.
that's where majority of the parking is. I mean, but
So where that car's parked in that picture, if you go back, where that
yeah,
van is,
yeah, that's part of this property here.
that is yours?
Yeah.
Okay, and maybe I was reading it wrong. I was after reading that, it looks like you have no parking at all.
No, it's parking.
Okay,
Just not enough.
okay.
You have approximately 12 spots in the the parking code shows that you'll need 53.
Okay, I just want to verify.
The request is for a variance of 41 parking spaces. Any other questions for the applicant before we go to the public? Seeing none, is there anyone in the audience tonight that wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? Please raise your hand. Okay, seeing none, I'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go.
Chairman,
Yes,
it, well, never mind. My apologies.
all right, thank you. All right, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Mr. Toy and get staff comment.
Thank you, Chairman. So the applicant is correct where it used to be some type of establishment of some kind in the past. Basically, the property is, for the most part, taken up by the entire building. And there's some parking on the north side, as you alluded to, but the majority of it is just that 12 spaces and the building itself. So, you know, however, whoever went in that building, whether it be an event space or a restaurant, or in this case, a restaurant that has one have live entertainment and serve alcohol, that they would need a variance regardless of, you know, the 12 spaces or less that they had to the north. So with that, staff recommends approval of the variance, and noting that you'll be hearing this later tonight for the change of zone for the planning commission and the special use permit.
All right, thank you. Questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion. Commissioner Miller.
Move to approve Boza 2222. Subject to staff stipulations and comments.
Thank you. Motion to approve made by Commissioner Miller. Is that a second, Commissioner Jones?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion for approval? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Beth,
Commissioner Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Ward.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve this appeal, subject to the staff's conditions, passes 5 in favor and none opposed.
thank you.
And Mr. Hopkins, I do want to remind you that we do need you to stay for the planning commission meeting also. Our next application is BOZA 2022-023, Bob Johnson, for property at 4601 Rainbow Boulevard. Does any member of the board have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
No.
Thank you.
Mr. Johnson, are you in the audience or someone representing Mr. Johnson on this case? Please raise your hand. Amy Grant, I've got you queued up to speak. Are you representing Mr. Johnson in this case?
No, Bob Johnson is here.
Okay. Where is Mr. Johnson? Is he in the commission chambers? Mr. Johnson?
Chairman, I think you might be with Amy Grant.
Okay, I have Amy Grant.
Like they might be sharing the same microphone.
All right. I need you to unmute yourself, please. Mr. Johnson, are you here?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, and are you using Ms. Grant as far as a Zoom link?
It's Plaza Vista 6 East. If we could use that.
Are you both on Zoom at the same time? Because we're getting an echo. Do you have more than one device?
Is that better?
That's somewhat. Go ahead, please give us your name and address to tell us what you'd like to do here. Go ahead. Need you to unmute yourself, please.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
We've got a huge echo. Do you have two devices on Zoom? We need you to turn one of the devices off if you have more than one. Go ahead, Mr. Johnson.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, I need you to answer my question. Do you have two devices on?
We do not.
I don't know that we're going to be able to. I mean, there's a huge echo. Everything you say, we hear 3 and 4 times.
Chairman Carson,
Yes.
I thought I heard them say that this Plaza Vista 6 East that's listed in attendees, I don't know if it'll help, but we may want to lift them up and see if it helps at all.
Okay, where do you see Plaza? You say Plaza?
They didn't raise their
Oh,
hand,
I
but
see.
they're listed in the attendees. I thought they said that's what Zoom they're under. Hopefully that will.
All right, let's try that one. Plaza Vista 6 East. Can you unmute yourself, please? And I see Aaron Messmer. Are you here to speak, Aaron, on behalf of this case?
I am. Thank you, Jeff.
Okay, let's go that route.
My apologies for the technical difficulties here. Am I able to share screen?
I'm sorry, you want to share screen?
Yes.
Janet, can you promote him?
Yes, I will get him promoted in just a second here.
Thank you.
And Janet, if I could also share screen.
Okay.
And who is this, please?
I believe
Amy
that's
Grant.
Amy Grant.
Is Amy? Okay, great. Okay, so we do have Amy Grant on.
Okay, I've got Amy, as soon as I see your name pop up here, I can give you permission to share your screen so that both
Amy,
of
I
you
should
can
have
do
it up on the screen now.
Okay,
We've got you. We've got
yeah.
you, Aaron. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, great. My apologies for the technical difficulties.
Aaron, would you start off with your name and address, please, for the record?
Yes, it's Aaron Messmer. I'm at 4622 Pennsylvania, Suite 700. Do you need me to spell my name?
No, you're fine. Go ahead and go on with your presentation.
Okay, great. And Amy, feel free to jump in here as well.
If you can hear me, I'm on now through Amy
Great.
Grant's name.
Yeah, we can see you, Bob.
Okay. Would you like me to go with it, Aaron?
Please do.
Okay, thank
I've
you.
got this.
Apologies for the technical difficulties there. Bob Johnson, Polsinelli Law Firm, appearing on behalf of the applicant. We will be presenting our rezoning application in the Planning Commission meeting, walk through all aspects of our project at that time. And we'll introduce other members of the team at that time as well. So out of respect for the defined roles of the BZA and the Planning Commission, and to avoid duplication, we will be discreet in our presentation here to the two variances that we're requesting tonight. And to that point, we've discussed it with staff today. I don't know if they want to clarify this point as well, but two of the variances listed in our application are no longer applicable to a prior version of the plan, but not the one in front of you tonight. The front yard setback and the side yard interior setback variance requests are no longer applicable. So we will be requesting the side yard corner setback and the rear yard setback variances, and I will speak to those. Byron, I see you on. I don't know if there's anything you want to say to that point before I go on, but I will speak to the two here that you see in front of you on your screen. For context, this development is located at the northeast corner of Rainbow and 47th. You can see the existing site today. If you would scroll, Aaron, to the slide that shows the variances. The project is a multifamily development proposed for 171 units. The two variances that we need are fairly straightforward. First, with regard to the rear setback, you can see that on the south side of our site, This setback deals with the relationship between our building and the existing Woodside Village North building in Woodside, a property that shares common ownership with this project. The buildings are meant to have synergy and functionality together. Aaron, if you go back to the site plan, you can see that they share a common access drive leading to the rear yard setback variance request. Again, those buildings work functionally together, and it is our own building and in the city of Westwood with regard to that one. The next one would be to the west. That is the side yard corner setback. This condition is in relation to activation of the Rainbow Boulevard street front. Aaron, if you go to the next slide, you can see here the relationship of the existing site and the rear yard setback of the Woodside Village North project, and also the side yard corner setback on the Rainbow Boulevard side. Importantly, I would point out that with regard to the Rainbow Boulevard activation piece, we will be delivering all of the requirements that the city would want to see with regard to widened sidewalk, enhanced landscape, pedestrian safety and functionality along Rainbow, improvement of conditions today, so that the variance that would be needed to activate that street front would not affect negatively in any way those conditions with regard to the plan. We'll stand for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to the audience. Anyone in the audience want to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? Please raise your hand. I'm sorry, there we go. Mr. Dan Thompson. Go ahead, please give us your name and address.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Dan Thompson, 4514 Francis Street in Spring Valley. I live approximately 5 houses away from the project. I fully support the project. I think, in my opinion, I think Blair and his team have listened to some of our needs. He's made a few adjustments accordingly. For instance, moving the garage entrance away from 46 to keep the traffic noise down, possibly moving the trash access away from 46, adding a pocket park with green space, and adjusting some of the parking on 46. So in my opinion, they've been very instrumental in keeping the neighborhood moving in the right direction. The development has helped increase the quality of life in Spring Valley. The quality of design, materials, and landscape are all upgrades to the existing space. Keep in mind the existing space and structure now is an old blacktop parking lot for approximately 120 parking lots that KU Med rents at the moment. So in my opinion, the project has my full support with the changes that have been made in the last couple of weeks. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Dr. Shelley Cooper.
Hello, I'm Dr. Shelley Cooper, and I am a 37-year resident of the house immediately across the street from this proposed structure. My address is 4526 Francis Street, Kansas City, Kansas. I'm in opposition of this structure due to the increased noise pollution and traffic, the exhaust that will result from the number of additional cars. The height of the building will place several homes in a shadow for multiple months of the year, affecting those who are getting their power from solar panels. I believe in closing that it will negatively affect the culture and ambiance of the neighborhood. As I mentioned, as a 37-year resident, I believe that this is not in the best interest of the Spring Valley neighborhood.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yes, Chairman, we have a couple people here in the audience that would like to speak on this.
Okay, thank you. Please state your
Go ahead.
name and address, please, for the record.
Yeah, my name is Topher Philgreen. I am the owner and president of Topher Enterprises LLC. I'm an investor in the area. I've lived 3 different times in Wyandotte County, and I currently own the house at 4512 Rainbow Boulevard. It's about 100 yards from this property, catty corner. I also sit on the Miami County Planning Commission, so I understand the tough role that you all have, and thank you for your service. I just want to say as an investor in the area who owns some rental properties and knows some of the other investors, obviously what we care about more than anything else is property values. That property values are going up instead of down. Currently, this site has an abandoned building that's not being used for anything, and it's a parking lot, and it doesn't look so good. And so I'm in full support of this project because I think that the Rosedale corridor that goes from basically Johnson County down to I-70 is a hidden gem in Wyandotte County. It's just a great place because it's proximity to KU, the plaza downtown. It's a great place for investment and to raise a family in a safe place. And I'd like to see this corridor improved all the way down. I think this building will bring all of our property values up. And I just want to say I'm in full support of it. And I've watched the other part of this development go up. I've watched how Blair Tanner and his partners have worked with the community in Westwood and other places. And I believe it's going to be a good addition to the area. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the audience? I think did you say there was somebody else in the chambers that wanted to speak?
Yes, we have several people here
Right.
in
Thank you.
chambers.
Just let me know when we're done. Have the next person step up to the mic. Give us your name and address, please.
Yes, I'm Gil Pintar, 4178 Cambridge, ACK. I'm president of Hanover Heights Neighborhood Association.
Yes, sir.
You have a letter from me dated April 27th in your packet, so I won't go through that at all. But I do want to point out in my first page of the letter, I state that we would be opposed to any variances or deviations to the code for this project until there was agreement on a revised plan. And at this time, we feel that the plan that you'll hear later does not comply with the master plan of 2016. And I would challenge any speaker here thus far for the applicant or the applicant himself that was part of the year-long process of the Rosedale master plan in 2016, I mentioned. That process spanned many months, had numerous neighborhood meetings, and was all about protecting the neighborhood while supporting the commercial development that rightfully should exist along Rainbow. I'm in a little quandary tonight in this case of variances. It seems like we have a moving target before us. The publication shows 4 variances, and the applicants clarified that 2 of the variances have gone away. But when you look at your packet information where they are required to address the 5 considerations set by state statute, that the property is unique and the hardship is not created by their plan. And they actually state that the property is surrounded by commercial development, which is not true, except their adjacent property line, which is residential. Across the street is also residential. There are just certain conditions that are brought up about granting the permit of the variance in your packet that talks about the 1.65 additional setback that's been removed from this request, but it does not contain information about the 6-foot or 78-foot requests that are now before you tonight. I'm really in a quandary in terms of the paperwork that's been submitted by the applicant as being incorrect and untrue. And it also seems to me that this variance request of these 2 items are kind of like the cart before the horse, okay? these gentlemen need zoning, and you're going to be hearing that later tonight. So they need zoning to be able to do their project. Right now, they don't have that in hand, okay? So if you take action at this time, it's kind of premature not knowing if you're going to vote for the zoning or not, or the plan. And it would be my belief, and you can ask staff this, that any variances to the code itself per the master plan that was adopted, that's being violated tonight, that at least variances should come up at final plan when everything's been worked out. I submit to you that these requests are against the spirit and intent of the master plan. And I'm just going to sum up by referring again to my April 27th letter to you. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pintar. Next in the commission chambers.
Hi, my name is Rose Iles. I live at 506 North 4th Street on Strawberry Hill, and we are also facing a development like this, and I wanted to just show my support for any concerns that the Spring Valley folks are having with this. Specifically, you know, I don't think that this development has any affordable housing. That's a problem. And also, you know, the setbacks are important to maintain the characteristics of the neighborhood. So that's it for me. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Anyone else in the commission chambers?
Yes, sir. We have 3 more.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Sarah Wagner, and I'm here on behalf of Rosedale Development Association at 1403 Southwest Boulevard. After in-depth discussion of this proposal with the RDA Board Master Plan Implementation Committee, the applicant, the immediate neighbors, and the Spring Valley and Frank Rushton neighborhoods, we've come to the conclusion, while there's a lot of good in this proposal, some changes are needed to follow the multifamily residential design guidelines laid out in the Rosedale Master Plan before it can be supported by RDA. When the Rosedale Master Plan was written, planning staff, residents, and developers spent significant time and brain power working through how to balance the need for increased density and redevelopment along our urban corridors while still protecting existing neighborhoods and residents. The result is a plan that thoughtfully designates where increased density should be located and requires important design solutions like transition of height between denser and less dense uses. This is reflected in the overall housing goal set out in the master plan, which begins with the statement to protect historic and single-family neighborhoods with strong home ownership while increasing housing options and density with quality, well-designed apartments and townhouses on major streets and redevelopment districts. As it currently stands, this plan fails to protect a historic and single-family neighborhood. That balance and the need for new apartments and townhomes to be well-designed is also provided for in the design guidelines, which lay out specific strategies that allow projects to both protect existing neighborhoods and create new and denser housing types. The biggest issue with this project is transition of height. The project site abuts a 2-story single-family home on the east side and is across the street from small residential 1- and 2-story single-family homes on the north. To appropriately transition heights from the single-family neighborhood to Rainbow, the development has the option of following the height transition guidelines to the letter, as outlined in the staff notes tonight. During the neighborhood meeting that Woodside held a couple weeks ago, the developer shared that they didn't want to follow the height transition guidelines because it would look odd, like Tetris pieces carved out of the building. We would suggest that's because stepping back the northeast corner of the building is a minimum. It's actually much more appropriate to reduce the height of the whole section along 46 to 3 stories from 5 stories to make a more gradual transition in height from single family to dense multifamily. This would also preserve some sunlight during the winter months for neighbors to the north who would otherwise be in total shadow for 3 months of the year. We completely agree with the other changes called for in the staff notes. Angled in parking on Rainbow was a non-starter for many of the nearby neighbors, and similar parking at the current Woodside Village on 47th Place has been a long-running issue. If there is parking on 46th at all, and we'd note that currently the city doesn't allow parking on the south side of 46th, it should be parallel with bulb outs and significant landscaping. The design guidelines call for the length of the building to be no more than 200 feet. Our sense is if the height was reduced, neighbors might be willing to be more amenable to compromising on the length of the building, but it's still a
Ma'am,
pretty major.
excuse me, you have 1 minute.
Okay, thank you. Rosedale is working towards a big vision for the neighborhood, and achieving that vision requires both protecting existing neighborhoods and building new, well-designed housing at higher densities. The planning staff and the Rosedale Master Plan have told you all in detail how to make that happen with this project. And we hope you will continue working with the applicant to comply with the design guidelines in the master plan. Thank you.
My name is Amanda Brisso, and I live at 4522 Francis Street, so just 2 houses between me and the proposed development. Aside from the overall height of the building, which I agree is too high to be next to a single-family neighborhood, I am happy with all of the changes that they've made based off the different meetings that we've had. I would like to see something other than an abandoned building and a parking lot, so I'm in favor of this.
My name's Gail Bergman. Go ahead.
My name's Gail Bergman and I live at 4520 Francis Street, about 4 houses down from the development. I do understand why my neighbors who are closer on the north side don't like the height, but personally for me, it's not affecting me as much. The developers did share a shadow study because I do have solar panels that I just installed last year. And they said it would not affect my solar panels, and that was my top priority really with this development. I agree that this will be much better than a parking lot and a office building that is not used. I think with anything, traffic is going to be increased. I don't think that's inherently a negative thing. I think it's the city's job and the commissioner's job to make sure we have proper street calming on our streets. I understand neighbors who have lived here a lot longer than me like the way the neighborhood is and probably don't want to see it change. I live here because I didn't want to live in suburbia. I grew up in Blue Springs and all the houses look the same. I like that I can walk to things, and I think that this development is going to give us more options, more places to walk to. So in general, I'm supportive of this project.
Thank you very much. Mr. Malloy, is that the last person to speak in the chamber?
No, we have 2 more people.
Okay. Can you get a head count for me? Because I know we were at 3 and now we're at 5. So
Yeah.
whoever's going to speak, we need you to step up so that Mr. Malloy knows, because we've got people online that need to speak as well.
Mr. Chairman, could we, it would make it easier for me if we could have all those 4, the projects speak first and then those in opposition, because I'm having trouble putting people in for and against categories here.
Okay. We've got some people dropping off on the, the people that are speaking next, are they for or against, Mr. Malloy?
He is against.
You said there's 2.
Yeah, there's 2. Both of them are against.
All right, thank you. All right, go ahead, please. Go ahead with the first one, and then we'll move to the online. After the last 2, then we'll go to online speakers.
My name is Chris Steineger. I live at 4529 Francis Street, directly across from the proposed project. I'm a lifelong Wyandotte County-an, lived here 60 years now. I lived 7 years at 46th and Francis Street. For those of us who have been around a long time, the 80s and 90s were a really tough time for Wyandotte County. A lot of people moved away, a lot of disinvestment, especially in the eastern part of the community. It was really hard to get anybody to invest at all. And I was a state senator, 16 years representing the southern half of the county, including this particular neighborhood. And I always thought this neighborhood had a potential to be better. That's what I thought in the 90s and the early 2000s. So I bought a house there because I could see that bit by bit, homeowners were investing in making a better community. And sure enough, it turned out that in the subsequent years, more and more people have converted rental houses into single family ownership and renovated the houses and built room additions. And it's going quite well. It's one of the few neighborhoods in Eastern Wyandotte that has that amount of success. So we don't really want to screw up what's really going well in Eastern Wyandotte County. I'm against this project, not overall, but it's just too damn big and there's too much traffic. If this was a smaller project, maybe 3 stories, that might work. The existing phase 1 of Rainbow Apartments is 91 apartments in a 4-story building. These guys now want 170 apartments in a 6 or 7-story building. It's too big. It's too many additional households on too small of a plot of land. So I think I'm urging you guys to reject this, certainly on the technicalities that were presented by Gil. There's a number of flaws in this presentation. If this was in the legislature, this would not be allowed to vote on. This would be sent back to a committee or back to the revisor's office to fix the technical glitches. But I would urge you to oppose this based on it's too big, it's too much building on the wrong spot. The traffic is a second problem. Little 46th Street, I measured it today with my big tape measure. It's only a 20 feet wide, curb to curb, it's 20 feet wide. I took a photo. Can't show it to you because my screen's too small. It's a 20-foot wide street, and there's not a lot of room to expand it. The developers say they will expand it on their side, but then they want to add angle in parking, which just takes away any gain they made at all. 46th Street is also used as a commuter street between Rainbow and State Line. So there's certain times of the day where there's a lot of traffic moving through there already. An additional problem is the angle in parking the developers want to put in is for their guests of their apartment complex. They say, and legitimately so, that they'll have an indoor parking spot for every tenant, but not for the guests. What this means is that the guests can come and go 2 o'clock in the morning, midnight, whatever, however often the guests are coming and going. Single family homes are directly across the street, 50 feet away. I think there's an additional problem is that really annoys me is the trash dumpster. For those of us that have been around a long time, there's an old saying that, Johnson County gets the happy face and Wyandotte County gets the butt cheeks. And when they moved the trash dumpster from next to my house to next to the Coopers, it's not just one dumpster. It's dumpsters for 170 some apartments. It's dumpsters for 170 some apartments. Can you imagine anybody on this Zoom or in this room, 170 apartments worth of dump trash, and that has to be picked up several times a week? We all know when the dumpster trucks come, 3 o'clock in the morning. The Coopers will live right next to that, and I will live about 100 feet from the dumpster garage. And that's just not, to me, I'm tired of being Johnson County's, butt cheeks. That's what we get. So a fourth problem with the 42nd Street being overloaded is the developers have proposed that their drop-off zone, which means all the UPS trucks, FedEx trucks, will also be on 46th Street. So every UPS truck will probably come in off of Rainbow Boulevard, park, drop off boxes for 170 apartments. It's 170 more households. People buy a lot more stuff online and have it shipped in, a lot more. And every one of those trucks, once they've turned into Rainbow, will then proceed on through our neighborhood as they go about their business. So it's a dramatic increase in FedEx and UPS type trucks.
Excuse me, Mr. Steinecker, you have 1 minute left.
Fifth problem is the existing dental office uses 46th Street for their parking for their employees. Where are they going to park? Also, the existing development phase 1 has Blue Sushi and the Roastery. Their employees park in the big parking lot by the abandoned medical building. Where are they going to park at? If this new building is built, there's no parking for the dentist office, for the Blue Sushi employees, for the Roastery. There's just inadequate room on 46th Street to try and cram all this parking and all these trucks. There's just not enough room on a little bitty narrow street. So I would urge you to reject it based on that. I want to read a final thing from the Kansas City Business Journal. Is a nice write-up on this apartment project. And I want to quote Blair Tanner. He's the owner developer. Quote, "We were really thinking about this idea of Soleils when we developed this project. On site, our key amenity is basically a big private park that will not be highly programmed or have a lot of activities. We want people to be able to walk into that residential community and get some relief from the density of an urban core. Great.
Mr. Steiniger, your time is
Get
up.
solos and we get all the traffic.
Mr. Steiniger, your time is up.
Okay, our final speaker in the audience tonight. Thank you, Mr. Steiniger. Our final speaker in the audience is.
Good evening. My name is Sherry Wilson. I live at 4529 Francis Street also. And I want to speak in opposition to this project for all the reasons that have already been stated. The building is too big. It's too long. We will look out our windows of our house directly at the southern length of this building. It's so close to our house that it will be like eating dinner with the tenants across the street. And our home will be in permanent shadow for 3 months at least out of the year. At the meeting that the developer had with the neighborhood a couple of weeks ago, when I raised this issue, I was told, assured actually, that, oh, don't worry, your house will only be in shadow for part of the year. So I find that unacceptable, absolutely unacceptable, that some other development should be able to come in and overshadow my home for any amount of time. We all have a right to clean air, sunlight, and a healthy environment. So I really object to that. I object to the angle in parking for the reasons that were stated with the previous speaker. Right now, we have no parking signs at that corner of 46th and Francis, because when people were parallel parking there, it was impossible for fire trucks, ambulances, trash trucks to turn the corner. I had FedEx trucks driving through my yard.
And we're
so
going to
did
get some
Uber.
answers to those traffic questions. So yes, we will get some answers to those.
I'm sorry, I'm still
That's
on
all
my
right.
time, right? Thank you. So the no parking signs, the city actually came out and put those up for us so that we could actually have emergency vehicle access to our neighborhood. And we did have an issue on our street on the north end of our block when some houses were being constructed where a gas line was hit. And the fire truck tried to come down 46th Street and turn onto Francis, and they couldn't make the corner. So they had to turn back up and go back to Rainbow and try again, go in the other direction. And thank goodness the house wasn't on fire. So these are serious issues. We have a person on our street who is elderly and needs a lot of health care, and he may need an ambulance. He lives in the middle of the block. So we need that 46th Street area to not be congested. The issue with the trash trucks, yes, and the trash collection. We hear the trash every week, 2 or 3 times a week at 3 a.m. for the existing apartments at Woodside already. And they're farther away than this would be. So I have also sent you some correspondence about some other concerns that I have about this project, but I would respectfully ask that you deny the request for the variances at this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now go to online speakers. We're going to start with Rachel Hohendorf, and we do have concerns raised already with regard to trash collection, parking, traffic, the size of the building, and the width of the street. So if those are the reasons that you're opposed, you can just state that you're opposed for those reasons, and we're going to get answers to those. Otherwise, we'll listen to any other additional concerns that you have. So we'll start off with Ms. Hohendorf.
Actually, my name is Joe Hohendorf. I'm Rachel's husband.
Okay, your address, please.
4314 Eaton Street.
Thank you.
And I am opposed to the project as it stands for the size, and that it does not fit in the scale of the neighborhood. It does not match what the Rosedale Master Plan guidelines stipulate. But also I want to describe a possibility with the traffic on 46th Street. And that is the Woodside Village moved parking or garage access from 46th Street to the south side of the development, which is a positive thing. And so the residents will be exiting onto Rainbow, and they'll be either turning left or turning right. And it's possible that a fair percentage of those people that are turning right onto Rainbow will immediately turn right onto 46th Street to transit over to State Line. And I don't think that additional traffic has been addressed with traffic concerns. I also want to point out that there is not a sidewalk throughway from Rainbow to State Line on 46th Street. And as Senator Steiniger pointed out, that is a very narrow street with parking on one side. And so it's not safe walking along there now. And it's going to be even less safe walking along there when if this development goes through as is. And my last comment is that I want to read from the Rosedale Master Plan, page 33 of the Rosedale Master Plan. Rosedale's vision statement is a vibrant, diverse, and walkable neighborhood with metro-wide access that provides a delightful and safe place to live. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have, it's only titled Rainbow Boulevard. So please state your full name and address, please. Rainbow Boulevard.
Hey, yeah, I'm David Kay. I'm in the 4400 block of Rainbow, and I'm not a member of the Spring Valley neighborhood group, but I am a member of the Frank Rushton one, and I've attended meetings for both on this. And it's just inadequately addressed, and I object to the building just being, for all the reasons you just mentioned, the size and the extra traffic concerns and the industrial noise that's going to be created and so on, and especially the size and the amount of volume of everything that's going to create. And it really brings very little benefit to any of us in any of the adjacent neighborhoods, and mostly just benefits, Blair Tanner and the development company. And the scope of it is just too big, and seems to be like we need good government at this point to step in and make it a more moderate and reasonable idea. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, I have Darren. Darren, please give us your full name and address.
Yes. Hello, you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Darren Gotham. I live at 4320 Eaton Street. Along with everyone else, all the concerns that have already been stated, I wanted to address the variances that the project is looking for. If these variances are granted and the new building is kept the way it is, what sort of precedent does that set for future projects, future development in Rosedale? If the variances are approved, then why do we have the Rosedale Development Association? That's my concern, is the precedent for future projects. The variances should not be approved, and the building should be redesigned so that it meets the variances.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Becky Paulson.
Hi, this is Becky Paulson, and I live at 4418 Francis Street. That's part of Spring Valley neighborhood. I will say that I do like that they took the 46th Street garage entrance and exit off of 46th Street and moved the dumpster, but I still speak in opposition to the plan as proposed for reasons that have already been brought up. Namely, I really want to see the Rosedale master plan stuck to and followed. I've lived in the neighborhood for 28 years, and we've worked really hard as a neighborhood to improve our homes and work on the improvement of the neighborhood. And I'm super concerned about the traffic flow, because that's also been a major issue in Spring Valley, as we're sandwiched between all of the development that's already gone on right at County Line and 47th, as well as between Rainbow, 43rd, which is horrifically busy at times, and State Line Road. So I want all of those things addressed thoroughly before something this big would come in. And I do think it needs to follow the Rosedale Master Plan because it's too big as it's currently designed. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Paulson. Next up, we have Kelly White.
Hi, Kelly White. I live at 4410 Francis, and I'm the Spring Valley Neighborhood President. And I would like to say that I appreciate the people who've actually said they support it, the fact that they would like to see something different. And I think that in all of our neighborhood meetings with the developer, it's been made very clear to them that they would like to see something different, mostly in size, as what everyone has said. We need affordable housing in our neighborhood, and this is anything but affordable housing. Their petition specifically used the word diversity, and I think we know that that would not be a diversity of housing or of residents. I also, when I was going through the staff report, I came across some comments that said the proposed use may substantially injure the visual quality or marketability of nearby property because the longest portion of the building will be oriented on West 46th Avenue, which is adjacent to an established single-family neighborhood. So I'm not sure that the people that think it may raise their home value, it really will. I don't know that. I think our home values were already increasing and the neighborhood was already improving, and that's why they would like to put a luxury apartment in a space that's too small. I did see again, when I was going through the staff report, that the comment was made that by the applicant, that if the request is denied, the applicant will need to modify the site plan by reducing the building to increase their front side yard, corner side yard, interior and rear yard setbacks, and assemble more land to meet the minimum requirements for the district or find a new location. And that's exactly what we've asked them to do. And I feel like that's what most of the people on here have said that they wish they would do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Valerie Wells Fenton.
Hi, I am Valerie Wells Fenton. I'm at 4430 State Line Road, Kansas City, Kansas, Spring Valley. I live on a busy street. I know what it is to try to back out onto a busy street at rush hour, be it morning or evening. I concur with everything that was said by RDA. I thank Hanover Heights and Frank Rushton for showing up as well. The only thing I would add relative to the parking is exactly what was said. Please note, we have no parking on that street now. I don't know how you can make a setback or parallel parking work. I live with that problem. The only reason we can stay in this house comfortably is because it has a pull-through driveway and a paved alley. Thank you very much, UG. Parking in Spring Valley is always a problem. I live in the middle of the original Google startup village. I live next door to the famous Hacker House. I know about traffic. I know about parking. We live with many, many unpermitted Airbnbs, which is another issue. So please hear us say, I defer to what was said before, but parking, traffic, it's a major issue. The UG's traffic study that Tanner and White quoted from 2011 already cited 43rd and Rainbow as a major issue. This will divert traffic from 43rd and Rainbow. Now they're going to cut through on 46th or 45th, which is why the UG has no left turn from 45th onto Rainbow Boulevard. That was a direct result of South Patrol KCKPD saying they couldn't keep up with the problems when Google Startup was on 45th. 45th is wider than 46th. State Line, believe it or not, is wider than 46th. 46th parking should never be in the works. Thank you. I defer my time.
Thank you. Jay Tatum.
Hello. My name
Yes,
is Hello, my name is Jennifer Tatum. I live at 4455 Francis Street in Spring Valley. I've lived here since 2007. And I won't belabor any of the points that I believe have been very well made by speakers and oppositions to this project. But I will also say that I am opposed to it for many of those reasons stated. I do understand the people in support saying they wish something would be developed there. However, just because we can do something doesn't mean we should. I do not believe that it will increase our property values, and I do not believe that should be a benchmark or a standard for us if it comes at the cost of inconveniencing our neighbors and making their quality of life worse. And I believe because of the traffic and parking issues, that will be the case. So I am in opposition, and I'll yield the rest of my time.
All right, thank you. Okay, I see no one else scheduled to speak, so I'm going to close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go back to the applicant to address some of the neighborhood concerns. We could talk about parking, the size of the building. We'll probably talk to staff about the master plan, but if you could please especially speak to traffic, the width of the roads surrounding the project, and the overall size of the project and the building height.
Yep, thank you, Chair. Many of those points, of course, as you know, relate to the rezoning application and not the discrete variances with regard to the side corner yard and the rear side yard setback. With that said, would you like us to proceed with our presentation for the Planning Commission section? That would address all of those.
No, let's just go ahead and talk to the variants that are requested tonight with regard to any type of neighborhood concerns that were brought up. So are there any concerns that were brought up at the neighborhoods concerns that are addressed in your proposal with regard to the variance that you're requesting?
Those
And right now
variances-
let's go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm happy to address any of those concerns or the points that you just raised. They don't relate to the variances, the variance requests.
No problem. And we'll talk to staff with regard to the, I guess, the procedural issues as far as that was brought up by one of the, actually a couple of the speakers with regard to the fact that you're only requesting 2 out of the 5. Is that correct?
2 out of the 4, correct.
I'm sorry, 2 out of the 4?
That's correct. 2 out of the 4.
We'll go to staff and get their comments. So go ahead and go back to, or excuse me, go to Mr. Toy to get staff comment with regard to the procedural issues that were brought up by 2 of the speakers with the fact that we're only looking at 2 variances instead of 4, and any other comments that you might want to make.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So essentially, when the applicant originally submitted the application to us, they submitted for 4 variances, both all side, front yard, side yard, rear yard, side corner, rear yard, corner, rear yard, and rear yard, side yard, interior, side yard, corner, front yard setbacks. And so due to the data breach that we had right before, or actually during Easter or over Easter weekend, we had been going back and forth, and the plans that they initially submitted to apparently address that issue of not needing a front yard setback and side yard interior setback, which would be the north property line and their east property line, they don't need anymore. And so the variances they do need are still 2, which is the west, which is the side yard corner, and the rear, which is the south property line, which faces Westwood. So in past, if someone is needing a variance and they request something that's less than, so they're not asking for something greater than what was published, we have allowed that to continue onward. So for example, if it turns out they only need 3 and they requested 2, or in this case, their initial request was 4, all they need is 2, that is fine, because at that point they're complying with the zoning district. So they don't need to go back through any other process to do that. So that's to answer your first question. Related to the setbacks, they're still requesting roughly a 6-foot setback on the west along Rainbow Boulevard, and a 78-foot setback on the south property line, which is the rear property line, which is facing the city Westwood and the Woodside Village Racket Club. And we were okay with that variance because, again, it was backing up to an existing parking lot and garage, and also additional mixed-use building that was on Rainbow Boulevard itself. So initially, the initial setback that they needed off of 46th Avenue was roughly 1 point, quote it exactly, but it's the front yard setback was 3.25 feet, which they have which was originally 25-foot setback. They're initially requesting 21.75. They say they no longer need that, so that is null and void. And then the side yard interior setback, which they were requesting 1.65 feet. So the side yard setback is 25 feet. And they had a violate or requesting 23.35, so a violation of 1.65. That's no longer needed. So a lot of the issues that were brought up this evening related to the public opposition, in some cases that were in support that had still questions, concerns, a lot of it related to the master plan. The master plan, while they're not seeking a master plan amendment, because the actual master plan allows that specific use, an apartment, a mixed or multifamily building taller than 3 stories is allowed in the urban mixed use district, which is how this is designated now. They are seeking some deviations for that. That can be brought up strictly with the planning commission, because the planning commission would hear that process out there. But as pertains to the variances that are being asked for this evening related to the side yard corner and rear yard setbacks, staff are recommending approval of those.
I'm sorry. Questions for staff relative to the deviations requested for this variance? No questions for staff?
Commissioner Ward.
Commissioner Ward, go ahead.
I know one of these speakers brought up point number 3 about they have to have this variance in order to keep the building the size that it is. So I guess, so if we don't grant the variance, they would have to, are we talking about having to make the building smaller? Is that what we're talking about? If we don't grant the variance?
Okay, so it would be smaller, both by square footage. Clearly the overall site, the building itself would be reduced to comply with the district setbacks. Now, the garage essentially would go away entirely, because there's, you're basically removing, a third of the garage based upon the rear yard setback of 78 feet.
And then you would then be creating a parking problem.
Then you would no longer have the park. So right now they don't need a parking variance. All the parking we have 227 spaces, 200 are required. So 27 extra spaces in that garage. We're not counting on-street parking. We cannot count that towards our overall count. They're clearly providing it. As you can see, kind of in the site plan, they're showing that the dash line is their property line. So while it is partially on their property, it's still in the right of way. But in general, the right of way itself is not expanding. It's not getting any wider. They're doing some bulb outs and some traffic right at Francis and West 46th and Francis. They're doing a little intersection improvement there to kind of bulb it out to make that turn wider. So therefore, that would slow traffic going east and west on West 46th. But to answer your original question, the building would have to be reduced in some capacity to meet the district setbacks if the application was denied.
Okay, and so if I'm just hypothetically here, if we do have to reduce, if we do shut down the variance tonight, but vote that down, then if they want to stay on the property and do what they're doing, we'd have to redo the building itself, and then the parking would have to decrease as well. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, the parking would naturally decrease with the reduction in units, but how they orientate, how they figure that out, that would be something for them to take up at that point.
But they need this variance to keep the building the size that it is, correct? I'm just making sure of that.
Yes, in order to the variance they're requesting is essentially to keep the footprint that it is now. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions or clarifications from the staff? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion. Commissioner Jones.
Motion to deny the petitioner's request based on significant public opposition related to the size of the building.
Mr. Chairman, I don't believe that that's an adequate reason to deny an appeal.
No, per legal counsel, you cannot deny a position based on public comment.
It has to be one of the statutory requirements that they do not meet.
Commissioner Miller, did you have something you wanted to say, or was that going to be a second?
It was going to be a second, but
I can
mean-
modify or you can.
go ahead,
Commissioner
Commissioner
Jones, you're in charge. You've got the motion on the, or that you're putting on the floor.
I was just going to modify it based on non-compliance with existing ordinances. Would that be adequate?
Mr. Chairman, I believe that on pages 4 and 5, there are the 5 statutory requirements that have to, that we would have to say that they.
Property does not meet one of those 5.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah, Commissioner Jones, if you'll allow me to have the assist, I was going to say that it doesn't conform with the character of the neighborhood, which is one of the purposes and one of the options.
I'm sorry, I'm reviewing the 5 factors.
Mr. Miller, can you state specifically
I'm going to
1
state that in the
through
form of a
5
motion.
as to which one?
I'm sorry, say that again, Janet. I was just trying to.
Can you
There are the
reference
5
the,
statutory requirements, and in your motion, if you want to recommend denial, you have to say which one that it does not meet, or more than one.
Well, yeah, I was giving Ms. Jones an idea. She has the floor still with her motion, and if we don't accept one of those, then I'll follow up with one.
Mr. Jones, have you reviewed the 5 statutes?
Yes, and so motion to deny based on the permit, granting of the permit adversely affecting the rights of adjacent property owners and residents.
All right, thank you. Is that a second, Commissioner Miller?
Second.
Okay, so that would be item number 3, correct?
That's correct, Janet.
Okay, I just want to make sure we've got it stated specific. Sorry.
Ms. Parker, that's it's criteria number 2, which is being stated.
Criteria, okay, all right. Thank you.
Any question, excuse me, any discussion on the motion for denial? Seeing none, roll call.
Beth?
I vote to deny it.
Okay, so if you're voting to deny, you're going to vote aye.
Aye.
Ernst?
Aye.
Jones?
Aye.
Miller?
Aye.
Pauly?
Aye.
Ward?
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to deny this appeal, as it does not meet statutory requirement number 2, passes 6 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. For those of you that are attending the City Planning Commission, we are running behind on the Board of Zoning Appeals, as you all can see. Once we complete the agenda for the Board of Zoning Appeals, we will take a 5-minute recess and we will convene the Planning Commission. I want to thank you all for your patience, and we're trying to wrap up as quickly as we can. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, our next application is BOZA 2022-024, Sam Loring with Gould Evans for property at 0 Kansas Avenue, which will be addressed 557 River Park Drive. At this time, does any member of the board have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
No. Mr. Loring, are you in attendance? Okay, go ahead and give us your name and address, please, sir, and tell us about your project.
Hi, my name is Sam Loring. I work at Gould Evans. We are at 4200 Pennsylvania in Kansas City, Missouri. This project is a unique, first of its kind redevelopment of the existing Rock Island Bridge over the Kansas River, and we will be converting it into a public trail crossing with public restrooms, several commercial kitchens for patrons to get food from, a bar, and a new second-story event space. We're in a very constrained area down there. It is obviously it's an existing railroad bridge, so there is not really any parking there to begin with. And we are requesting a parking variance for some parking down there. We have on the west side of the bridge in association with another unified government project that is being led by HNTB. They will be providing a park with some parking spaces, 76 parking spaces, I believe, on the west side. And then on the east side, we request that you utilize street parking. We have been in discussions with Jason Waldron over at head of transportation at Kansas City, Missouri, and they are going to be restriping American Royal Drive, providing a bike lane, and putting a bunch of to be determined total quantity of parking spaces, but there will be a fair amount there. And then just north of our site is the Flaherty and Collins redevelopment of the Yards 2 project. They will have a couple of 28 or so parking spaces for public use. And then just to the east of that is a garage that is a Kansas City, Missouri public parking garage of 975 parking spaces that Mr. Waldron has given us a verbal confirmation that there is vastly underutilized, and we will be able to use those in many numbers of spaces in that garage. So I think with that, I will yield my time.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? So you're seeking a variance of 106 parking spaces, is that correct?
Yes.
Commissioner Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So my only question is, I guess the repaving sounds fine. I mean, how many parking spaces, at peak hours do you guys think you'll envision? Because I envision this being later at night. I only ask that question is I use that parking garage for work, and you're right, it is only about half full, but it does fill up between 9 and 5, and I don't know that it would be adequate at those hours after 4 p.m. on a Friday night, which is I think when your peak will be. Then I think you would definitely have enough space, but that's kind of, when do you envision you'll have the most?
So I guess the American Royal Drive is going to have 61 parking spaces. I apologize, I had that number here. So there'll be just 61 on the street, but I do believe that it'll be used. It'll be used during the day because it's a public trail crossing. So you're going to have people coming down here to ride on the levee. This is part of the greater riverfront development that the unified government is working on with HNTB is doing a lot of the design of the site, as I mentioned. But there will be people down there during the day on the trails. The restaurants you can kind of see here in the middle. The restaurants will be during the day, and then at night they'll probably shut down, and the event space on the second floor will open up. So I think it will be a pretty even distribution of patrons. I will say that we did have a pretty in-depth conversation with Mr. Waldron, and he said that the numbers that they have, I could get actual numbers, hard data from him, but he said that parking garage is vastly underutilized, and he saw no concerns with adding adding these additional use to it.
And I agree, and I must have missed your 61 spaces listed on the street, because I think that there's more than 40 open. I was just afraid of all 106 at once, but that makes complete sense. Thank you.
Yes.
Commissioner Paula, you had your hand up. Did you get your question answered?
Yeah, I think he got my question answered for me. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other questions from the commission? Anyone in the audience want to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? Raise your hand.
Commissioner Ward, I got a question.
Commissioner Ward, go ahead.
I mean, these parking garages and stuff, how far away, I'm just looking at the picture, how far away is it from the actual places they want to go? How far do people have to walk to get there?
It's outside of the 150 feet. So it's, if you go back to the overall, there you go. You can't really see it, but it's in the upper right-hand corner. So it's probably 500 or 600 feet, but we anticipate this being, like a river district, and people are going to be coming down here, and they're going to be expecting to walk on the levee and see the sites. We're redeveloping this whole thing, and so we kind of, I guess, have an understanding that people will be walking a little further if they're parking in the garage, but we think that the amenities that they will be enjoying, I think they will be happy to do so. And we do have on the left-hand side of this drawing, as you can see, this new parking lot that will have 76 spaces that will have accessible spaces. There's turning radius for fire trucks and everything, and that is close to the bridge. This is a very unique project, as I said in the beginning, and so we're trying our best to get parking as close as we can, but you're walking out over into the middle of a river, so you're kind of challenged no matter what you do.
So it appears like most of the parking would be over on the Kansas City, Missouri side?
Yes, most will be in Kansas City, Missouri, and you'll see on American Royal Drive there is where you'll have the 61 on-street parking, and then the 76 in that lot on the left would be in KCK, but then the parking garage is in Kansas City, Missouri as well.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant from the commission? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to the public. Anyone in the audience want to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request, please raise your hand. Seeing none, we'll close the public. I'm sorry, do you have a hand up? We've got a couple of hands up. Brett Epp.
I'm not in favor or opposed to this project. I just wanted to bring it to the council's commission that with the closure of the Central Viaduct Bridge, the only way to get from the west bottom side of the over to the Kansas side of the river is to use the Cesar Chavez Bridge, which basically puts all of this infrastructure in the way of getting to that bridge. So taking the 2 lanes down to 1 lane on either side by increasing parking makes it harder to get through that area. And also the Cesar Chavez Bridge is in desperate need of repair as is.
Thank you. Sarah White.
Yes, hi, this is Sarah White with Unified Government Public Works Engineering. I was just wanting to comment that, we are a partner, Unified Government is a partner in this project and with the riverfront. And we just wanted to speak, on support of this project as it will be part of the entire vision of this, of our riverfront park. And, I think with the guy's question just right before me, on the west side there at the Kansas Avenue, Where that shows parking, that's actually under the bridge. So that's not going to restrict any kind of access to the Kansas Avenue bridge on that west side. So that's all. I just wanted to make that comment.
All right, thank you. Anyone else in the audience want to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? Seeing none, so we'll go back to we'll go to Mr. Toy and get staff comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as the applicant stated, the majority, or actually as the commissioner said, the majority of the parking is on the east side of the bank of the river, mainly in Kansas City, Missouri. However, since the bridge is in KCK, we're dealing with parking on our side of the river. And so they are providing, there's kind of a joint venture, as was said earlier, with 76 parking spaces being developed in the parking lot on the west bank. That'll be part of the trailhead, which can be used both by people that are accessing the trail, but also people that are accessing the bridge. And the balance of the rest of the majority of the parking is, like I said, KCMO, which is outside the radius of parking that's allowed by code. So that's why they need the variance for all of the parking except for 76 spaces on the KCK side. That's great that they have parking available on the street on American Royal Drive, also within the garage. And then there's also 22 parking spaces actually that is on the west side of the east side of the KCK side, which is actually yards 2. There are 22 parking spaces that are available. That's public parking. That is more of for the bridge and also people that we access the levee trail system on the east side of the bank. So there's kind of a larger regional draw to this, both to this building, to this space, both from the potential use that could go on here, but also the trail itself. So this actually is a really exciting project, really unique project, thus the variance, and staff recommends approval.
Thank you. Questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion. Commissioner Jones.
Motion to approve, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
Thank you. Motion is made for approval by Commissioner Jones. Is that a second, Commissioner Pauly?
It is.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion for approval? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Commissioner Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Pauly,
Aye.
Ward.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 6 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. Again, for those of you waiting for the Planning Commission meeting to start, we have one last case on the Board of Zoning Appeals. We'll take a 5-minute break and then we will start that meeting. So thank you again for your patience.
Our next appeal is BOCA 2022-026, Angela Chase, for property at 5048 Gibbs Road. Does any member of the board have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
No.
Thank you.
Ms. Chase, go ahead and give us your name, please, address, and tell us about your project. Ms. Chase? I've got Amber Dollard. Amber, go ahead. Are you speaking on behalf of this case?
I have done this process with her. I think she's having some technical difficulty on her end. So I'm very comfortable speaking if you like.
Okay, go ahead, please give us your name and address and go ahead and tell us about this project.
Yes, my name is Amber Dollard and I live at 2226 North 126th Street, Kansas City, Kansas, 66109. 5044 and 5048 Gibbs Road share the same tax ID and legal description. We are hoping that you guys will allow us to split these two properties in hopes that we can sell them as single family residences instead of one structure and one parcel together. And that is what we are asking from you guys tonight.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to the public. Anyone in the audience come tonight to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request, please raise your hand. Okay, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to, Mr. Toy and get staff comment.
Yeah, not the director.
I know, I'm sorry. That's my mantra. So
no worries.
Mr. Toy.
No worries. So as the individual installer stated, that this is actually a unique situation where there's two single family homes with two detached structures on one parcel. And so this actually needs a host of variances, mainly really as it pertains to the subdivision code that talks specifically about Gibbs Road is on a major street. And so because it's on a major street, when you divide a parcel and split it, it has to meet a minimum of 300 feet for frontage per lot, but also it has to be a minimum of 3 acres. Both of these things are not in this case lining up with track 1 and track 2 as you see on your screen. So they're requesting a variance for side yard corner setback as pertains to 51st and 51st Street, but also the 3-to-1 ratio when it's split, that a lot must be they cannot exceed 3 times its width as the depth of the lot. 3 times the depth as is the width of the lot. So they are seeking variance for that. In addition to the overall lot size itself being less than 3 acres, track 1 and track 2 as well. And then also both lots have less than 300 foot of frontage. So as the woman stated that was speaking on behalf of the applicant, this is the need for the variance to separate the 2 parcels or create 2 parcels to separate these single family homes that can be sold. And that point be conforming with the R1 standard of having 1 single family house on 1 lot. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you. Any questions for staff on this case? Seeing none, we'll stand for a motion. Commissioner Ernst.
I move the Kansas City Board of Zoning Appeals approve appeal BOZA 2022-026, subject to staff stipulations.
Thank you. Motion made for approval by Commissioner Ernst. Is that a second, Commissioner Miller?
Yes.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion for approval? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Commissioner Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Pauly,
Aye.
Ward.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve this appeal, subject to the staff's conditions, passes 6 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. Okay, Janet, that does conclude our agenda for Board of Zoning. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, we will take a 5-minute recess and then we will convene the City Planning Commission. Thank you.
I have someone named Rick with their hand up. Is there something I can help you with?
Okay, sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. I wanted to make sure I'm still in the docket. My address is 4141 Joyce Drive, and I was late to the meeting because of technical difficulties.
What's your application number?
Well, I not positive. It
Okay,
says
what kind of application is it?
it's for rezoning. So we have a blueberry farm and my wife does herbal.
Oh, it's under Regina.
Yes.
Yes, it is. The Board of Zoning Appeals meeting ran extremely late, and I apologize that you've had to wait this long, but yes, it is on the agenda.
Okay, great.
Okay.
I'm still waiting then. Thanks.
Uh-huh. I have someone named Jerk. Do you have a question?
Good evening. I didn't see the unmute button until just now, so now I know how that works. When we get to the Davis Gardens, I wanted to speak, but I wasn't seeing how I unmuted. But as soon as I raised my hand, you provided that button, so I understand that now. Could I ask you a question, please?
Sure.
As soon as the report, staff report was online Friday, I prepared a memorandum responding to that report with some important information for the commissioners. And I emailed that first thing this morning to the staff contact asking it be provided to commissioners. Do you know if they have that?
No, they do not, because it arrived too late. Planning Commission packets are go. We do not send anything out on the day of the meeting.
Okay, well then there's no way to respond to get a response to the staff report into a meeting then.
Well, we have your information here, and you know, you're welcome to, you know, pull this off of the consent agenda and make your comments known.
Oh, great. Is the Davis Gardens on consent agenda?
Yes, it is. It's a final plat. It's recommended for approval.
All right, so I asked that it be taken off consent agenda, and
You will
then,
need to do that when I call the applications.
okay, thank you for
Okay.
that help. Thank you.
Janet, it's Jake Miller and Mr. Dirk. I'm sorry, I only see your name as Dirk. I'll pull it off, Janet, so that we can do that. So you don't have to elevate him again or anything. But I just want to let you know, I'll pull off that piece for you.
Did they deny the Woodside variances? Are you kidding me?
Oh, no, there were so many. It was just insane. There were so many people that spoke.
There's no way they can come back from it because the rear yard setback is 70 feet.
Well, and you gotta understand too, the makeup.
Hey, Janet and Gunner, you guys aren't muted.
You guys aren't muted, JP. Thanks, Jake.
Figured they didn't want that.
Thank you.
Jeff, are you here?
Okay, everyone, we're about ready to start. Aaron, can I answer a question for you?
Yeah, were you available a few moments ago when the other folks were talking and they were not on mute?
No, I'm sorry. I thought Secretary Parker was discussing with them. Is that not true?
Well, they forgot to mute and they were talking about the neighborhood opposition again. And I feel like in this case, the neighbors were allowed to present their opposition to the plan. And we were trying specifically to address the variances, which are really on the south side of our property and on the west side of our property. The concerns that were raised were really outside of that scope, and we were happy to address those. We have a full presentation. We have letters of support that we're going to read into the record.
You're broadcasting in the commissioner chambers right now.
That's fine.
That's fine.
My point, Jeff, is that I believe that, one, we're in a situation where there was a lot of content presented that was outside the scope of the variances and was allowed to be presented from the opposition. We were not allowed to necessarily or guided to present the counterpoints to those because we felt like that discussion was more appropriate for the next conversation. And then I think, again, the initial reason cited was because of the opposition. And then we had a hot mic moment where 2 minutes after the meeting's over, folks are talking about the neighborhood opposition and the fact that that's partly why this has been turned down. And so I just take I have a real concern with that in terms of the overall process, in terms of what we were allowed to present or guided to present compared to what was presented, which was clearly outside of the scope of the variances. And I'm not opposed to having a healthy debate about the project itself.
Correct, in the proper form.
In the proper context. And I frankly, I think that the way that the initial motion was made, and then we went searching for a solution to get around what was clearly a rationale that wasn't supported by the 5 reasons that are legally allowable, was not the right way to go about that. Particularly in light of the fact that we didn't have really the opportunity to talk about parking or how we've moved the garage or the fact that it's only internal to our property when you look at the south side of the deal. And most of the variance on the west side of the property is related to the vestibule, which allows for handicap access. There's all kinds of things there.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I hate to interrupt here, but we have had people waiting in the commission chamber and online for the planning commission to start, which should have started an hour and a half ago.
I understand.
This conversation that Mr. Mesner is referring to was between Director Hand and I, and he had come, he was not in the meeting. He came out and he asked what happened to it. And I was not saying that it was denied because of the opposition. So that was a staff discussion and we were not muted. And I apologize for that. And Mr. Hand just called me and everything that's being said now is being recorded and being broadcast in the commission chamber.
All right. Aaron, can you contact Director Han in the morning and we'll have some discussions and then we'll probably bring legal counsel involved into it too, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, I think there's some legitimate concerns.
I understand your concerns.
I appreciate you taking those under advisement. I think we still do plan to give our presentation for the latter half of the meeting. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, do we have everybody back on, Janet? I only see 3 people.
We still have the 2 in the commission chamber. I have you, Commissioner Miller. I have Commissioner Ernst, Commissioner Jones, Commissioner Pauly.
Who is GHH auxiliary?
That is Gunner, a second device. And Mr. Chairman, I'm going to go ahead and lower everybody's hand until we get to their application, if that's okay.
Correct. Thank you. Yes, please.
Okay.
Okay, are we ready to begin?
Yes, sir, we are.
All right, thank you. I want to welcome everybody to the May 9th meeting of the City Planning Commission. My name is Jeff Carson. I'm serving as chair of tonight's meeting. I want to welcome you all and thank you all for your patience. We got through a lengthy Board of Zoning Appeals meeting. We have the following members, following staff and members available here tonight. Karen Jones, Commissioner Karen Jones is serving as the vice chair. Got her hand. Is he with us now, Janet?
Yes, sir, he is. He will now
Right,
be
thank you.
staff.
Thank you. As the Director of Land Use and Urban Planning, Janet Parker, the Executive Assistant to the Department of Land Use and Urban Planning. We also have Byron Toy with the planning staff. Mr. James Malloy is in the Commission chambers assisting our in-person participants. Patrick Water is now online with our Unified Government Legal Counsel. And the following Board of Commissioners are present: Commissioner Dwayne Beth, Commissioner James Ernst, Commissioner Karen Jones, Commissioner Jake Miller, Commissioner Susanna Pauly, and Commissioner Aaron Ward. So with that, I'm going to turn the meeting over to Secretary Parker, who will make the opening statement.
We would like to welcome those participating to the meeting of the City Planning Commission. Members are participating either in person in the Commission chamber or by Zoom webinar. Mr. Jeff Carson is serving as chairman this evening. Please note the following instructions for this meeting. If you are joining by Zoom video, please make sure you have an appropriate background and plan to stay visible during the meeting. Planning Commission members use the raise your hand feature to speak. After Chairman Carson recognizes you, unmute your microphone and please state your name when you begin to speak. If you need to recuse or if you need a personal break, use the raise your hand feature. For those in attendance via Zoom or telephone, use the raise your hand feature when you want to speak on an issue. The chairman will recognize you when it is your time to speak. Unmute your microphone and state your name and address before giving your comments. If you are attending in person, please come to the microphone at the front of the room when the application is called, and Director Hand will inform the chairman of those persons that wish to speak either for or against. Proper meeting decorum is expected of all participating in the meeting, and anyone who fails to act properly may be removed from the meeting. The city reserves the right to discontinue a meeting if any improper behavior occurs which prevents the uninterrupted conduct of business. The Planning Commission is a voluntary body of citizens which will review each zoning proposal. For all change of zones, special use permits, vacations, and preliminary plan reviews on tonight's agenda, the Planning Commission makes recommendations to the Unified Government Board of Commissioners, who will then make the final decisions on Thursday, May 26, 2022. For final plats and final plan reviews heard tonight, the Planning Commission's decision is final and there will not be another hearing. The format for this evening's meeting is as follows. The applicant will make the opening statement explaining the proposal. Please note that the applicant will be given 15 minutes to present their case. The 15 minutes includes the applicant, consultants, and other members of the applicant's team. Members of the Planning Commission will then address any questions they may have to the applicant. Any persons wishing to speak in favor will be called upon and allowed to do so at that time. Then those persons in opposition will be called upon and allowed to make their statements and ask questions. Please note that each member of the public who wishes to speak will be given 5 minutes to express their opinions. Time may not be shared between speakers. A speaker may request to extend their time, and the Planning Commission may, by 2/3 majority vote, extend any speaker's time in 5-minute increments. The applicant will then answer questions and make a closing statement. The public hearing portion of the meeting will be closed, and the public will only be allowed to address the commission if a question is directed to them. The Planning Commission will discuss the application and make their recommendation. If persons in opposition want to formally protest a change of zone or special use permit, a means is available by a legal protest petition, which can be obtained along with the necessary instructions by emailing the Planning and Urban Design Department at planninginfo@wycokck.org tomorrow morning. Any application receiving a unanimous vote of recommendation by the Planning Commission will appear on the consent agenda of the Unified Government Board of Commissioners. Unless there is a request to remove an item from the consent agenda by the applicant, a member of the Unified Government Commission, or other interested parties, the Planning Commission's recommendation will be adopted. The consent agenda is heard at the beginning of the meeting at 7 p.m. The Planning Commission will also have a consent agenda as part of their meeting this evening. The consent agenda is the first part of the agenda. Items on the consent agenda are final plats, final plans, or special use permit renewals that have received a staff recommendation to approve. Unless there's a request to remove an item from the consent agenda by the applicant, a member of the staff, a member of the Planning Commission, or other interested parties, the staff recommendation on all of the items on the consent agenda will be adopted by the Planning Commission at one time. I will read a list of agenda items on the consent agenda, and when I have completed the list, the chairman will ask if there are any requests to remove items. This is your time to use the raise your hand feature or come to the microphone in the commission chamber, be recognized, and request that an item be removed from the consent agenda if you do not agree with the staff's recommendation. The Planning Commission is required to disclose contacts about any item on the Planning Commission agenda. Before each item, I will ask if any contacts have been made, and members of the commission will be asked to disclose those contacts. Please note that your opinions will be forwarded to the governing body for their consideration in making a final decision. In addition, those who receive notices for this hearing will again receive them for the hearing on Thursday, May 26, 2022 at 7 p.m. Mr. Chairman, I would also add that all of the testimony from the Board of Zoning Appeals meeting that also has corresponding applications on this agenda, that testimony is part of this meeting also. I will now read the items on the consent agenda. Special use permit application SP 2022-035, Brett Epp with Hickory Union Moto. Renewal of a special use permit for live entertainment at a community motorcycle garage at 10 South James Street. Special use permit application SP 2022-040, Clifford Dale Jr. with Mason Jar Incorporated. Renewal of a special use permit for live entertainment in conjunction with restaurant at 941 North 74th Drive. Subdivision application plat 2022-008, Curtis Peterson with Polsonelli. Final plat for Athletic Fields, Home Field Perfect Game at 1501 North 90th Street. Subdivision application plat 2022-009, Curtis Peterson with Polsonelli. Final plat for a training facility, Home Field Training Center at 9020 State Avenue. Subdivision application plat 2022-010, Joe McLaughlin with BHC Roads. Final plat for one single family lot, Davis Gardens at 5917 North 123rd Street. Plan review application PR 2022-016, Curtis Peterson with Polsonelli. Final plan review for athletic fields for Home Field Perfect Game at 1501 North 90th Street. Plan review application PR 2022-017, Curtis Peterson with Polsonelli. Final plan review for Home Field Training Center at 9020 State Avenue. Plan review application PR 2022-018, Curtis Peterson with Polsonelli. Final plan review for athletic fields and parking for home field baseball at 9020 State Avenue. The items I have just read are on the consent agenda. At this time, does any member of the commission wish to disclose any contact on any of these items?
No.
Commissioner Miller, do you have something?
I was gonna pull one off, but I did not have anything to disclose.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to Director Hand first.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm not finished yet.
I'm sorry, excuse me.
That's all right. Please include the following items as part of the record for all of the items on the consent agenda. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated May 9, 2022, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the publications in the Echo for the special use permits, and the notices to property owners. The commission will vote to approve in one vote these items unless someone requests that an item be removed from the consent agenda.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Director Hand first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Staff would like to remove special use permit 2022-040 from the consent agenda.
2022 dash, I'm sorry, which one?
040.
040. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Miller, did you have a removal from the consent agenda as well?
Yes, I'd like to remove plat 2022-010, Joe McLaughlin with BHC Roads, single family lot for Davis Gardens.
All right, thank you. Anything else, any other removals or anything from the commission? Thank you. We'll go to the audience. Does anyone in the audience want to have anything removed from the consent agenda for special consideration? Okay, seeing none, I will now entertain a motion on the consent agenda, on the remaining items of the consent agenda, with the exception of the two that were removed from Commissioner Miller and Director Hand. Commissioner Jones?
Motion to approve the consent agenda minus the two cases that were mentioned by Director Hand and Commissioner Miller.
Thank you. Commissioner Miller, is that a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion on the remaining items of the consent agenda? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Commissioner Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Pauly,
Aye.
Ward.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve the remaining items on the consent agenda subject to the conditions in the staff report passes 6 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can you hold on just a second? I think Director Hand, I'm not sure what you need me to do.
Can you make my other profile the ability to share screens?
Oh, yes.
I'm not on the days, I'm down on the floor. So
Okay, there we go. Thank you. Our first application that was pulled from the consent agenda is special use permit application SP 2022-040 Clifford Dale Jr. with Mason Jar Incorporated. Renewal of a special use permit for live entertainment in conjunction with existing restaurant at 941 North 74th Drive.
Okay, Commissioner, or I'm sorry, Director Hand, did you want to make a comment about this case before we bring up the applicant?
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. Staff pulled this from the consent agenda in order to add an additional condition of approval. Again, this is a live entertainment special use permit. It's the applicant's second renewal located in the citywide master plan in the Midtown area. We received no letters in support, opposition. There are a few old notice of violations on the property unrelated to this project. Typical standard conditions for security and live entertainment apply, specifically ending at 1:30 a.m. Staff asked that we add by motion of the commission a condition to address the building permit for the original restaurant has yet to be closed. We'd like to add the condition that they close that TCO as a part of this special use permit application.
All right, thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Director Ham before we go to the applicant? Okay, thank you. Gunnar, do we need to go ahead and hear the case and call up the applicant?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Okay, Mr. Dale, are you in the audience? Please raise your hand. Okay, sir, I've got you queued up ready to speak. Go ahead and give us your name and address, please, and tell us about this project.
Hi, my name is Adriana Dale. I'm here on behalf of Clifford Dale for 941 North 74th Drive in Kansas City, Kansas.
Thank you. Can you go ahead and tell us what you're wanting to do here tonight so we can move this along?
So what we're looking to do is continue our live entertainment. So typically we do that on our property, both inside and outside on our patio. Typically our live music runs from 5 to 7 or 6 to 8 p.m. We typically do some country music artists. We've hosted the Kansas City, Kansas Community Jazz Band multiple times, local jazz artists. Typically we have 75 to 100 people in attendance. And the max seating we do have is 204 inside and then 34 outside. And our goal is just to provide some lighthearted music for people to enjoy while they're eating and drinking at our establishment.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commission? Seeing none, anyone in the audience want to speak in favor of or opposition to this request? Raise your hand. Seeing none, we'll go to Director Hand for his final comment.
This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design, with the additional condition to close out their open building permit for the original construction. Staff recommends approval.
Any questions for Director Hand? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion. Commissioner Miller.
Move to approve subject to staff stipulations and comments, including the additional staff stipulation for closing out the existing building permit.
Thank you. Is that a second, Commissioner Jones?
Yes, it is.
All right, thank you. It's been moved and seconded for approval with the additional stipulation added by Director Hand about the building permit being closed out. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Commissioner Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Hawley,
Aye.
Ward.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this special use permit subject to the revised conditions passes 6 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. Janet, what's the date of the Board of Commissioners meeting?
It is May the 26th at 7 p.m.
Thank you. So this will be heard again, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, so this will be heard once again, May 26th, before the Board of Commissioners at 7 p.m.
The second application that was removed from the consent agenda is subdivision application plat 2022-010 Joe McLaughlin with BHC Roads. Final plat for one single family lot, Davis Gardens at 5917 North 123rd Street. Mr. Chairman, we did receive today, after the packets had gone out last week, a letter in opposition to this case from Dirk and Karen Hansen.
Okay, thank you. Mr. McLaughlin, if you would please go ahead and give us your name and address and tell us about your project here.
Yes, Joe McLaughlin, 712 State Avenue, Kansas City, Kansas, 66101. I'm with BHC. So this subdivision was to create a final plat for residential lot. I believe that Brent Thompson is here and he can speak a little bit more to the project. I believe he's had some correspondence with the opposition here.
Okay, would you like Mr. Thompson to take over?
Yes, please.
Okay, Mr. Thompson, I've got you queued up ready to speak. If you would please give us your name and address.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Brent Thompson, acting county surveyor for the Unified Government, 701 North 7th Street, Kansas City, Kansas 66101. The Davises had asked that I be here tonight to address any questions that maybe arise from this. They were unable to be here tonight. They had a death in the family on Thursday, so I'm here to address these any of these questions. The Davises moved into their current lot 11, I believe it is, in the Hanson Hills subdivision in 2001. The owner at the time told them there was an easement south of them, and they just assumed that that easement went all the way to the south line or to the north line of Mr. Matthews' property. As you can see right there, there is the what's considered the current right-of-way running east and west, and the 2340 parcel number there is the reserve parcel that was pretty much a remainder left in the subdivision. Again, unbeknownst to them, they did not know that any of that land was there. Around 2019 or so, they were on the UG mapping, looking for something, and then came across this parcel, not really knowing what it was and so forth. By the time they did decide, to look into it, it had gone into the land bank. So they started having correspondence with land bank in September of 2021 to find out what it would take to get this parcel of land to buy it or to get it in their name, if you will. So after meeting with Judd Knapp and Land Bank, they found out, if you do get a parcel from Land Bank, that you're required to build a structure on it and a certain size of structure within a year. And they knew that if they were going to do that, to acquire that property, that they would also need to do something with that existing right-of-way. And so they went through the process of putting information together for the land bank and putting a plan together, and then taking that plan to the standing committee, to where the standing committee approved it on 10/11/21, and then took it to the full commission, where the commission approved on 10/28 that the Davises could have the right to purchase that portion of the property and then go through a vacation process and then go through the platting process as well to create a bigger lot to build the minimum size structure that the land bank required. About in 2021, Mr. Hanson had reached out to them via email regarding the existing right-of-way that runs through there. I think he had some conversations with someone in the right-of-way department in Public Works, Andy Roddy, about using that right-of-way. Mr. Hanson owns 90 acres to the east of the Davises in that Hanson Hills, and he's building a home, I believe, back there, but he's also wanting to build a few more homes. I think it was his daughter and sister and some family members and so forth. And he was wanting to access that right away to get back to that property. Now there is access off of Markson Road to the north for that 90 acres that can be used. Typically, the UG does not allow for a driveway to go through right away. They will allow for a construction entrance to be used while, like I say, the construction is being done. But once that is, happens, then, the full standard UG road, typical road would be built for that. And so he had, again, reached out to the Davises and started having the conversation, and Davises, they were okay with the thought of doing what we have presented, that's been presented tonight. And that is basically just flipping the right of way and putting the right of way down on the south portion, and then acquiring the land, the remaining of the land. So in February, I had been talking to Mr. Hansen. My first contact with Mr. Hansen was on January 25th. He sent an email to me, and then we had phone conversations. And I told him that, the Davises would be willing to work with him and, be able to see what can be done. So at that time, I set up a meeting with UG staff, and being the county engineer, the director, Mr. Hand, Andy Roddy, Judd, and two of the lawyers from the ninth floor in the UG. And we had a conversation about where this could go, because the commission already had granted the property, the moving forward of the land bank property to the Davises. And so at that time, UG Legal agreed that if the Davises wanted to go through the process of flipping that and keeping the right of way in place, that they would sign over the right to the property, and that they would not have to build a structure. So that's where we kind of led to with this. And I passed that information on to Mr. Hansen, passed it on to the Davises. And I've had, a few conversations with Mr. Hansen, and I don't know if it wasn't that he was not trusting me, or because Kaylee McLaughlin with the planning department had called me a couple different times about this. And, I had talked to the county engineer, and he was willing to do an agreement to give Mr. Hansen the access through the right of way, again, typically not done within the UG, and give him access so he would be able to put a driveway and utilities needed back through there. I explained that to Mr. Hansen. I believe that at the time, the public or the planning department wanted to kind of see what his end goal was with that piece of property. Were we talking 1 houses? Were we talking 5 houses? And, the thought of being able to put 5 houses back there is great. I mean, that, it puts more homes on the tax roll. So again, I explained all this to Mr. Hansen, and, again, working with the county engineer to get that agreement, and along with the UG legal team, is still a viable option once this goes through. And that's why we presented this now, because of my conversation with Mr. Hansen, was that we'll get this started. We'll get the right of way where it needs to be, so you can start your portion of it with conversations with the right people to get that agreement and to get his, development, if you will, approved. So that's kind of where we're at with this right now.
All right, thank you. Anything else that you all want to add before we move forward? Questions from the commission for the applicant and the applicant's representative? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to the audience. Anyone in the audience want to speak in favor of or in opposition to? I have Dirk. Dirk, I need you to give us your full name, please, and your address.
Thank you. My name is Dirk Hansen. My address is 11901 Markson Road, which is the acreage that lies along the east boundary of the Hansen Hills subdivision. I thank you for this opportunity to address you. I have provided a 4-page memorandum dated May 9th to the Planning Commission. I would have submitted this sooner, but it isn't until late Friday that the staff report is made available. So as quick as I had access to that, I prepared this report, and would greatly appreciate if this memorandum could be considered as part of this proceeding, because it addresses many of the things that we have concerns and questions about, and responds well, I think, to Mr. Thompson's comments. And I appreciate the chance to work with Mr. Thompson, the Davises, and I've had a great experience working with Unified Government Planning Commission, Callie, and Roddy at Public Works. And thank you and commend their service to you on that. But the staff report, I think if you look closely, does not expressly state some of the things that Mr. Thompson verbally told me about in the phone call. And because this is a very important matter to my wife and I, we would appreciate if you could look at that memorandum before you take action on this motion. We do believe that while we're trying to work with the Davises and work with the county, we would appreciate not being harmed or caused undue hardship. Bottom line, we do feel strongly that this proposal adversely affects the rights of us as the adjoining landowners. We believe that if you would give us the opportunity to work with the county and to work with the staff to get into the reports, those things that would expressly state what Mr. Thompson has referred to, I think we could come to a solution, and would love to come to that agreeable solution. We want to be good citizens of the community and be welcome newcomers to the neighborhood. We just don't feel it exists there as is written in the staff report. A couple of examples, and I know my time is limited. I would like as much time as others have been provided, but to stay within the limits, and because you're behind, let me say that there are a couple of issues that have not been addressed by Mr. Thompson. The infrastructure that is needed for the 4 or 5 lots home sites that we would have in the south portion of our acreage can only happen if there's proper road easement and reserved portions for public utilities. When we purchased the acreage, we referred and relied on the Hanson Hills subdivision plat. If you would please look at that plat, you will clearly see that it dedicates the 50-foot road easement and the reserved portion for public utilities for public use, and I quote, for public use forever. And we relied on that, knowing that the only way we can get the utilities and access to the home sites that we want to build for family members is if it comes off of 123rd. While there's a 6-inch water main along 123rd, what's not been stated to you is Markson Road only has a 3/4 inch water line, and it's being restricted on who already gets access to that, as evidenced by the acreage to the east of us, which was sold and then unsold because water access was denied. We don't want to experience that ourselves. I would ask that you help us come up with a solution that helps the Davises. It's an unfortunate error made by the land bank, but hopefully it can be addressed in a way that is not at the expense, hardship, and harm and harmful, adversely affecting us as the adjoining landowners. I think in the memorandum, if you look at it, I offer 5 what I think are important clarifications to be considered in the staff report. I would greatly appreciate if you would either table this action for that opportunity for further review, or to deny this action on the basis that it is not in compliance with criteria 2, that it not adversely affect the rights of the adjoining landowners. Thank you for this opportunity to address you. I had a procedure today and was not able to be there personally, but I would welcome the opportunity to meet you sometime and have an opportunity to work on this further. I'd be happy to stand for any questions you would have of me.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hanson. We will see if we can get some clarification from staff and from the applicants as well before we decide if we're going to move forward on this case or not. So thank you again for your testimony. Okay, anyone else in the audience want to speak in favor of or in opposition before we go back to the applicant? I'm seeing none, so we're going to go back to Mr. Thompson. Do you have some comment with regard to Mr. Hanson's testimony?
I do. I just want to touch base on the utilities comment and the right of way. Understand, yes. I mean, I get that right of way may have been put there for future use that was going back to that property, if you will. We're not doing anything any different than what that's already been allowed. There's a 50-foot right of way. We're just moving the 50-foot right of way. You're still allowed to put utilities within that right of way. All your subdivisions and so forth have 50-foot right of way, and you have public utilities in there. 50-foot is plenty enough room to put the utilities that they need, and again, the access that they're asking for is not something that is typically done. Usually you're required to build a 24-foot, 28-foot back-to-back road per standard of the UG standards. So we're just trying to help the Hansons still be able to have that access if the UG is going to be willing to work with them, and again, still be able to put the utilities that they need to in there and put their driveway back through there to get to where they want to go. There's still a lot of stuff that they have to do back there to get approval from planning and even the county engineer to let them use this. So it's not a guarantee, even if you deny or hold it over, that he's going to get the access to that without building the road, again, per UG standards. And just like to point out, the commission has already passed the fact and given the Davises the right to that property and to build on it. I feel that the Davises, by working with the Hansons and trying to help them out, I mean, I think that's some good faith. And I think that by pushing this through and moving that right away to allow Mr. Hanson just to continue on with his development and to start to get that going for him. And that's all I have.
All right, thank you. Any other clarifications that you wanted to make?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, we're going to close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to Director Han and get his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Before I begin, Ms. Parker, can you hear me better now?
Not really.
Not really. It's a little better, but it's still muffled.
Seems pretty clear in the chamber, right? Okay, it must be the microphone on the floor. I don't know what else to say. Okay, let me switch to the other one. Is this any better?
Yeah, it is better. The one that Commissioner Ward and Commissioner Beth are using are fine.
Hold on, let me become immediately left-handed. Okay, this is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, this is a replat of a residential lot, has been described multiple times. We're essentially flipping the two parcels, although these two parcels are not necessarily the same width or about the same. But if you can imagine, this becomes the applicant's property. This becomes the public right-of-way. So we are not removing access to the parcel. We're simply shifting it to the south. And by shifting it to the south, we do not lose any access in the width of the parcel to the adjacent property to the rear, Mr. Hanson's property. This is in the Prairie Delaware Piper Master Plan. We've received no letters of support until early this morning. We received no letters in opposition. There are no notices of violation on the property. Again, staff believes that we can maintain access by making this adjustment. Recommends approval.
All right, thank you. Any questions for the staff? Commissioner Miller, you pulled this from the consent agenda. Do you have any questions or clarifications that are needed for you?
No, so when we were on our break, I happened to remain on and Dirk Hansen came on and asked if we could get it pulled. And I just said that for ease of process, I would do it for him.
All right, thank you. Any questions for staff? Okay, seeing none, I'll stand for a motion. Commissioner Ernst.
I move the Kansas City Planning Commission approve petition plat 2022-010, subject to staff stipulations and the continued cooperation of UG with Mr. Hanson as possible.
All right. Thank you. Motion for approval made by Commissioner Ernst. Is there a second? Mr. Jones, is that a second?
That's a second, yes.
Thank you. So moved and seconded for approval. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Commissioner Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Polly,
Aye.
Ward.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to approve this plat, subject to the conditions outlined by the maker of the motion, passes 6 in favor, none opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard once again on May
Nope.
20. No, it will not.
This is the
Excuse me.
final plat.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes the consent agenda, and we are now going to move on to the non-consent agenda. The first item is change of zone application, COZ 2021-048, Blair Tanner. Change of zone from C1 limited business and R1 single family districts to RP6 planned high-rise apartment district for a multifamily residential apartment complex and parking garage at 4601 Rainbow Boulevard. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated May 9, 2022, the application, other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners, and the testimony that was given at the Board of Zoning Appeals meeting is also part of this record. At this time, does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
No.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Grant. Or Mr. Johnson, I've got you queued up and ready to speak.
We need the ability to present if we can have that, please.
Yes, go ahead, please, Janet. We'll get you moved over.
Yeah, I'll get them moved over.
Thank you.
Okay, and now I need to let Amy, do you want to share your screen? Okay, you've got it.
Looks like we've got it. Go ahead, Ms. Grant or Mr. Johnson. Aaron, are you going to be presenting, or is?
I believe that Bob, Blair, Matthew Huft, and I will all have a part of the presentation.
Can you hear us here?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Bob Johnson on behalf of the Polsinelli Law Firm, representing the joint venture of the developer entities, Blair Tanner of Tanner and White Properties and Aaron Mesmer of Block Real Estate Services. You will hear from both of them tonight, as well as Matthew Huft of Huft Architects. Each of them will take a component of the presentation. We appreciate the opportunity to be heard here and present our case, address some of the substantive issues that were raised earlier. Our presentation will walk through a number of those issues, including the master plan and the project as it relates to the same. With that, Amy, if we could scroll down. At this point, I think Aaron wants to speak about his entity.
Thank you, Bob, and thank you, members of the commission. Many of you are familiar with Block Real Estate Services. We are based here in Kansas City, located on the Country Club Plaza at 4622 Pennsylvania. We're right down the road from the subject property. In our portfolio, we have about 45 million square feet including commercial properties, as well as about 10,000 apartment units. For those of you who have seen our multifamily projects, here's a couple of examples in the Kansas City Metro. One that I'll highlight that we actually met with Commissioner Ramirez at on Friday is 44 Washington. This project is just down the street from the plaza, and it's also directly east of the proposed project there. What I think you'll see in our experience and the projects that we have created throughout the Kansas City Metro is a focus on first-class, fully amenitized, top of the market properties. And that really speaks to the fact that we're a long-term holder. We have a 75-year history in the community, and we have never yet sold a single multifamily property that we built. And that informs how you develop both inside a community and in terms of the quality and how you maintain those properties over time. And so I just wanted to highlight that reputation, and we would bring the same class of property, and we would be the same focus of quality of operation to a project here at the subject site. With that, I'll turn it over to Matthew Huff.
Go ahead, Mr. Huff. We've got you ready to speak.
Thank you. Good evening. Matthew Huft here. I am an owner and co-founder of a firm called Huft, located here in Kansas City with another office down in Arkansas. We do work all across the country, specifically focused on high-end meaningful developments. You can go to the next slide, Amy. We've been working with Tanner and White for over a decade now, Woodside Village North and many of the projects at the Woodside Fitness Club. We've been the designer on. Go to the next slide, including many other projects. This is one off of Martin Luther King Boulevard, which will be finishing up in June, and another one in Bentonville, Arkansas. So we have a lot of experience doing this sort of kind of key urban infill multifamily development in and around the region.
Thank you. I don't know if Blair is available to introduce himself. If not, let's just move in here to the location of the project. The project is located at the northeast corner of 47th and Rainbow. Next slide. You can see that that's at the southern doorstep of Rosedale. We would be there, as you can see, adjacent to the east directly of Rainbow, at the node of 47th and Rainbow, identified for redevelopment of the Rosedale Master Plan. We'll speak more specifically to that in a minute. Here's an existing aerial of the site. You can see the site conditions today. We have a vacant building on the western half of the site. Has been vacant for some time. There's also parking, surface parking associated with the site, all sort of part of the same property, being utilized today for overflow KU med parking. The site, as you can see, these are ground level conditions. The vacant building I referenced, you can see Woodside Village North to the south of that project. And you can also see then the parking lot adjacent to the vacant building and the vacant building from Rainbow in the bottom left. And then the first picture we have of 46th, that's okay, move the next slide here. Existing conditions on 46th, you can see the cars parked parallel on 46th. We understand there has been no parking signs put there, but have observed recently the cars have continued to park along 46th in a parallel fashion, which does create some bottleneck issues along the street. And then we can see then to the up the hill there, if you will, slight grade increase up to the existing parking lot, which is covered with fencing today. This version of the site plan, and we'll draw it in a second, shows the integration of the project with Woodside Village North. You can see that they share a common access drive on 47th Street. We'll walk through the specifics of that and how the flow of that works in a minute. You can also see the project as it's aligned on 46th Street, the angled in parking that was addressed earlier, which we will address in more specificity, the pocket park there that was just scrolled upon, and the interior garage, which is entirely enclosed with units and is accessed only through the 47th Street ingress egress, and then last thing I'll point out here would be the courtyard open space there that is highlighted in green. Let's stay on this slide for a minute. I want to speak to the master plan that was brought up several times earlier in the Board of Zoning Appeals discussion. We'll speak to the three specific deviations we need here in a second. But with regard to the spirit and intent, I think that phrase was used at least once in the earlier discussion. And we went back through the master plan and identified a number of comments throughout that I think speak to the spirit and intent of this project at this site. First of all, as Byron said, it is identified as an urban mixed-use site. And a multifamily building of over 3 stories is allowable within that designation. With regard to the spirit and intent, this is a node identified for redevelopment. It's a node identified for reactivation of the Rainbow Street corridor. And it's identified for, again, as we said, urban redevelopment, and meets those criteria, barring 3 deviations specific to the multifamily use guidelines that we'll speak to momentarily. The master plan also speaks to the strong desire, I believe it was the second listed goal, second most important to the folks that designed it. And we very much respect those who designed it. We very much respect that process. We know it was very thoroughly designed. And indeed, we started with the design of this project with the master plan in mind. That is because the master plan states the goal of the Rosedale neighborhood is to increase diverse housing options for all different types of occupants at all different types of price points and all different types of housing. Place high quality, dense residential development along arterial roadway corridors. Add population, increase economic activity by redeveloping low density sites and obsolete buildings into higher density projects. Overcome main constraint on increasing demand in Rosedale, which would be land availability, by focusing on infill redevelopment and protecting the existing single family stock within Rosedale, of which 90% of the existing stock of housing within Rosedale is single family, by creating a variety of housing types and repopulating single family housing with owners and shifting renters to the multifamily buildings. Again, I'm speaking to direct points from the master plan. With those goals in mind, we designed this project. In order to achieve those goals at any site, but also in particular on this site, which has been identified for this type of development, you need density. You can't produce a high quality project. You can't meet those goals if you don't have density. So with that, if you go to the specific deviations from the master plan we're requesting. The first deviation you see on the north facade speaks to 40% or more masonry. That deviation, in extensive discussion with staff, is satisfied by the use of material called Nichiha, which certainly Matthew Huff can speak to with more eloquence than I can, but it is a grade A durable material that would be in all respects comparable to masonry. And in that respect, staff, and I won't put words in their mouth, they can speak to this themselves, view that Nichiha as satisfactory with regard to this deviation request. The deviation that you can see on the northeast corner relates to that box that you can see around the portion of our building in the northeast. This deviation is only needed with that shaded in portion of our building, not the height of the building overall, not the height of the building at any other point on the building, but on that corner. That's because the building is within 25 feet of the house directly east of this building. We have tried for years to contact the owner by email, calls, have their information. We have also tried to personally contact the renter that is at that house. We have not received engagement with that party. Just want to make sure that you know that we have made all attempts to be in contact with that person and discuss our project with them. Again, that has not led to engagement with regard to that house. With regard to that house, again, only need for that deviation. If we took a chunk of our building out just to satisfy the deviation and no longer had it, we wouldn't have to ask for it. We would have, I think somebody said a Tetris piece earlier, that may have been my phrasing at the neighborhood meeting. That's what it would look like. There would be a corner chunk missing out of the northeast corner of our building. We don't believe that that would lead to the best aesthetics of the project for the remainder of the neighborhood, the remainder of the people that can see the building. To have an odd missing corner of a building just so we don't have a deviation request. We believe it's appropriate. We believe it leads to the best aesthetic building. As Matthew will have to walk through the aesthetics of the building, the design specifics in a minute. And we think that the economics of the building and losing several units would not be justified in that case. The last deviation is the length of the building deviation. It exceeds 200 feet. There are many buildings, I'm sure commissioners, you're all familiar with throughout the region, multifamily buildings that exceed 200 feet. It is the modern design standard, especially with infill projects, to have buildings in extent at 200 feet. Again, this goes back to the base issue. If those goals of the master plan, which are rife throughout the plan, are to be met, if those are the true goals, which they are clearly sufficiently and robustly described throughout the master plan. The only way to achieve those goals is through density. With a high quality project, you need to have a building that has density components to it, of course, mindfully designed with the impacts of the neighborhood addressed, which we will further address here, the impacts of the neighborhood with regard to all of those issues, height, massing, traffic, parking, all the above. Those are front of mind for us. But again, to achieve that goal, you need to have a building that will produce the desired effect. And in this case, that requires a deviation of length with regard to the master plan multifamily use design guidelines. Matthew, would you please walk through the design?
Yeah, thanks, Bob. So I'm going to start with the site plan here, and then we're going to kind of roll into a 3D image, and then we have a walkthrough with 3D renderings to walk you through to kind of give you the public pedestrian experience as you interact with the building. This site plan, shows a lot of green, and that is because there is a lot of green that we have worked really hard to kind of pack into this project. The landscaping is a key component to that pedestrian experience at the sidewalk, and I'll talk about that as we kind of walk around. But first and foremost, the basic shape and the site planning of the project is holding an urban edge. On the west, it is aligning with Woodside to its south. And then you can see there's a sidewalk that wraps around to the neighborhood, and that pedestrian connection was a key part of the design and the urban design here. You'll see a crosswalk in a second as I walk through the renderings. The access to the public access to the development happens on the northwest corner of Rainbow and 46th, but all the vehicular access is on the south, going through the current commercial development of Woodside, and the parking garages connect there. So what we've done here is we've tried to do the best of what this development will bring to the neighborhood in regards to vibrancy and kind of revitalization of this site. We have that kind of around the perimeter, the kind of public facade, if you would, but then suppress all that traffic to the south into the parking garage. And the parking garage being adjacent to the Woodside development also allows the pedestrians, the tenants of this development, to kind of cross access through the garage into the Woodside Health Club. One more thing to point out here before we move to the next slide would be there's a pocket park that's been mentioned. That is a key part of kind of how we've changed things to really kind of give an amenity to the neighborhood to the north. And you'll also see in a second that we've removed the garage access that goes on to 46 that was previously there. Maybe you can go to the next. Yeah, thanks. So this is really kind of the best way to kind of look at the building in 3D and take it all in. The apartments wrap from the west down 46 and across the east of the parking garage. There is no parking garage visible from Wyandotte County. It is all completely screened by living units. The tall portion of the building is on 46th Street, and then it steps down as it goes into the single family zone. And, in regards to materials, Bob talked a little bit about this. We're using kind of all high quality grade A materials. It's a combination of stucco, nichiha, brick, glass with some wood accents. You can see in this depiction, this axon, that we've got really kind of the idea is that we've broken down that facade. Yes, we are asking for a deviation, but
The articulation is breaking it down into what we really kind of think of as kind of three different buildings. You can see the two different white masses and then the black mass on Rainbow Boulevard. The base of the building is all brick, so the eye level is all a very durable material. And then we'll talk about some screening that we've done that kind of wraps around that corner to give really a kind of a majestic kind of portal or gateway to this part of the community. The next slide shows some changes. So when we first met with the community, there were some really major things that were discussed, and I think we've done our best to solve for those with some of the changes. So starting on the left or the east side of this project, first and foremost, we've wrapped apartments around the parking garage, so there is no screening needed there, no parking garage visible from the neighborhood. Then moving down, again, one of the big changes here is we had two ingress egress points from the parking garage. We no longer have that one on 46th Street that was mentioned as a big issue and concern. And so there is no longer tenant traffic coming in and out of 46th Street. Along with that, we also have the trash, which is no longer, that was a concern. That trash is no longer coming in and out of there. There was a complaint earlier about, those trash trucks. I think, in fact, this design would actually alleviate that concern because the trash will all now be happening on the south of this development. And what you can see in here today, it would be completely blocked and screened by this building. Continuing down the building to moving west, the pocket park you can see there, that aligns with Francis Street. I think would make a pretty awesome termination of Francis Street and a great amenity for the neighborhood. I could visualize some public art there and some other neat things that could be a great amenity. Another thing we've done.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just wanted to let the team know that they have 5 minutes left.
Thank you. I will speed up. If we might, we may take a little longer than that, Chairman, if you would give us the opportunity to go through our full presentation. We believe it's important that you have all the information at your disposal.
Okay, let's get to the end of your time. We'll see about extending it. Thank you. Go ahead.
I'll try to speed up a little, but
I
think I can, most of the renderings will go pretty fast. So again, the massing's broken down. That's a change from the last presentation. Another big change is we stepped the top level in 5 feet. That was due to a sun study and also, again, just kind of helping to articulate this building and break down the massing. And then we removed a portion of the taller wing, if you would, pushed it to the west. So now that tall height volume aligns with the commercial zone to the north. I think you can go to the next slide. Okay, so now this is an overall view. This is what you would see as you're southbound on Rainbow. Quite an improvement to what's there now, which is, as we all know, an empty office building. The big thing here is, again, the really lush green landscape of the perimeter. We've really tried to soften that edge, that urban edge of kind of building to sidewalk. You can see we've done a lot of work to kind of make sure there's green zones in all those areas. What you're looking at here is the Nichiha material that Bob referred to as kind of the main material that wraps around the tall volume. There's brick around the base. We've got an architectural screen that kind of forms that corner and delineates the entry. You can go to the next rendering. So again, the edge, the pedestrian experience is very, very important to us. That experience as you walk from Woodside Village south into the neighborhood or north from the neighborhood into Woodside Village becomes almost like a walk through the park. Again, very, very lush landscape. We've detailed the building to accentuate that with a wooden screen, so that natural material of the building accentuates the natural material of the vegetation at the base. And then there's a metal screen that wraps around kind of the edge and creates these balustrades for the balconies. And you can imagine at night, the kind of light coming through that would create almost like a jewelry effect of the building. You can go to the next image. The rest of these images, I think, are mostly at eye level. So this is northbound on Rainbow, quite an improvement to what there's now. Nice wide sidewalks, an engaging building.
Right now, the sidewalk is up on Rainbow Boulevard. From a pedestrian experience standpoint, this is much safer.
Yeah, thanks, Aaron. You can go to the next. And then again, trying to engage the community as much as possible. Bike parking here on the corner. You can see that metal lattice wrapping around. And again, at night, that would really glow.
and create a really nice kind of beacon, if you will, as part of the community. Steps up into the lobby on the corner. The site falls as you move east, and you can start to see how we're creating planters that address that fall with different steps, if you will. Go to the next slide. This is looking eastbound down 46, and just to address a couple of things here. Currently, there is a road that I think someone mentioned is around 20 feet. We are taking that parking that currently people park on that road, and so it really is, and it's a hazard in regards to emergency vehicular access, pulling the parking off. So now it does operate as a road. And we have angled parking, which is actually a traffic calming measure in urban design. Those cars actually pulling in and out keep the traffic slow and calm in that area. And then you can see a vehicular bump that would connect to the pocket park. So really creating a very, very safe and pedestrian friendly street front here. You go to the next image. This is the pocket park. We want people to, it's designed in a way that people would be very comfortable hanging out and enjoying this park, but not designed in a way that would become an issue for loitering. Lighting has become something very important to us, as well as art. And you can see both instances are kind of, for the moment, entouraged into here. We can go to the next facade.
Mr. Chairman, that is the completion of their 15 minutes.
Okay, how much more time do you need, gentlemen?
I need 1 more minute.
All right.
5 total, please.
All right. Commission, can we take a quick vote? Is it okay to give the applicant another 5 minutes? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? All right, thank you. Go ahead, gentlemen. 5 more minutes.
I think the last points here are, you can see there's a walk-up. There's walk-up units as you move your way into the neighborhood here. That's very intentional to kind of bring that pedestrian scale to the street. The next image will start to show how we're integrating lots of planters and patios. Again, this is the nice thing about this design is we're taking some of the benefits of a development, i.e. adding energy and people and vibrancy to the neighborhood, and we're putting here, but now all these residents actually park on the other side and would have a back door. So these people are not parking in these spots. They're going to be out on their porches and hopefully a nice addition to your neighborhood, but the vehicular traffic is not an issue. Again, you can see balustrades and more parking and patios here. Thank you.
And I think it's important to note too, if we go back to this slide, the sidewalk doesn't exist today. If you live on Eden or Francis Street, you are walking down 46th on the street or in the grass to get up to Rainbow Boulevard. And so the pedestrian connectivity here is really enhanced by this whole streetscape that you see along 46th. And as Matthew mentioned, the overall look and feel of the street and the park and the connection over on Francis with striping in the street encourages vehicles to slow down. And that was a big part of our design here. We did hear the concerns about traffic from the neighborhood. That's why we eliminated the entrance where this unit is right here that we're looking at was an entrance to the garage. That's gone away. And so we really feel like we've made some big movements here, both to accommodate traffic, but also to really set the scene along 46th and make it a very dramatic improvement from what it is today.
Thanks, Aaron. So that's a good transition here, just to say that we have engaged in substantial community engagement here. We've had 2 neighborhood meetings. Matthew walked very specifically through some substantial changes that were made over the past 5 months. We studied many iterations to come to the new plan that we believe directly addressed many concerns. We've heard that there are still some current concerns, obviously, but I think that there are many also in the community that have seen that we've made major movement here. In fact, just to clarify one point, we do have 14 supporter letters. I don't believe they were included in your packet, largely because of the cyber attack issues. Understandable, but wanted to make sure that you're aware of that. We can certainly read any of those into the record to the extent that they would be helpful. But it is clear that we do have folks in the community who might not like it, folks that might like it, and many of these changes have been made directly in response to that. To close, I want to speak to the stipulations. We agree with all of them, but 3 need revisions. Stipulation or condition number 10 Really, this is just a revision that would be a clarification. The way that it is written is factually true, but it doesn't say that we would need the deviation. It just says we need to ask for it. So the point would be, we would delete those two sentences with a request for the deviation that I spoke to with regard to the northeast corner of the building. Next one too, please. With regard to the trash enclosure, Matthew spoke to this. It is enclosed within the building. As he mentioned, not within the garage portion of the building, but internal to the building, so that only at trash time, the trash would be moved up to the area on the directly adjacent to the commercial property on the northwest portion of the site to be picked up. But otherwise, all of the trash enclosures are otherwise within the building the rest of the day. If you go to the next one, please. And this one, it just wasn't within the conditions, but we wanted to point it out with regard to the Nichiha material in relation to the masonry. We were asking for that just because it technically says masonry, the deviation from the master plan for the Nichiha in substitute for the masonry material. And with that, we'll stand for any questions.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. Questions for the applicant from the commission? I guess I have one. Can you go back to the road that we were talking, that was brought up earlier, as far as the narrow road and the angle parking? I heard the presentation about the angle parking. Do you know the definitions of the road? I mean, is it still going to be wide enough for emergency vehicles, things like that, to pass when you built the mini parks and the angle parking, when those have been taken into consideration?
Absolutely, Chair. We will not be narrowing the road any narrower than it is today. So it remains sufficient for emergency ingress egress.
So with the angle parking, it still is sufficient and still the same size as it was previously?
Yes.
Matthew, you may be able to comment, but the actual roadway, if they went and measured it today at 20 feet, it may be wider than that. And then the other thing is those parking spaces, Chair, are brought into this property. They're not on the public right of way. So we're very intentional about doing that on our side of the boundary line there.
That's actually the point of my question. So the parking that you've created is parking you've created on your property and not in the city right of way.
That's correct. Today, those parallel cars are parking on the city right of way. We are removing all of that parking off the street and putting it on our property. Correct.
Yeah, you can see the original boundary. It's the dash right away there that it's labeled on the left side. It says original curb line dashed.
Yes.
No, it's actually right above your mouse there. There you go. That's where it is today. So the cars are actually parallel on the north side of that line today. Whereas in our scenario, all of those will be off the street.
Okay, great. Thank you for that clarification.
The other thing too.
Go ahead, Commissioner Ernst, did you have a question?
Two quick ones. At the beginning, we saw a number of very beautiful buildings, and I wondered how many were 7 stories and this size, this scope, in similar neighborhoods. That's the second question. Next, adjacent to residential properties.
Sure. So we took Commissioner Ramirez over to 44 Washington on Friday. That's a building that is 5 stories on top of a podium garage. So that podium garage is actually taller than typically what would be a traditional apartment floor. It is partially buried in the site on part of it, and then it's partially emerged on the other part of it. So the majority of this building is 5 stories as you go east and west on 46th, particularly east of the, if you look on the top end of the page here, we've actually put the commercial zone in blue. And so as you go, the delineation from our 7-story project to the 5-story actually happens west of that line, kind of where the driveway is into the dental office there. So we've got 5 stories there, really headed east along 46th Street. And I'll tell you that 44 Washington at the northern edge of the property is 5 stories. We do step the project as it goes. But again, that's all on top of a podium garage. And then in this case, again, keep in mind that the 5th story on the north side of this project is actually stepped back. So from the street level, it's actually very difficult to see what that top level looks like. Unless you're hundreds of feet away looking at it straight on, if you're on the sidewalk, you're not gonna be able to see that 5th story. We do have Apex, which is 5 stories on top of a 2-story garage. That's at College and 69, which is immediately across the street of College from single family. As I said, 44 Washington is a single family neighborhood. The Royale is next to Apex. It abuts single family and duplexes on the south side there in Overland Park. So this is not a product type that we're doing just in this location, but it's one that has been successful and is immediately across the street from single family residences in many other parts of the community. And frankly, all of those projects are really, really well leased, and the home values that are adjacent to those have gone up, including at Watercrest and Edgewater, which is in suburban Lenexa. This is at 86th and Renner Road, and we are immediately across the street from a single family neighborhood where we have 5 stories facing Renner with tuck under garages. And again, those home values continue to climb there as well. So we've seen it be a big benefit in Lenexa. We actually made a trail connection to the trail system that leads into Shawnee Mission Park. We're trying to be intentional about these things. At the corner here of Rainbow and 46th, we've talked to the rideshare KC folks. We're going to put a station there to make sure that people can use that type of transportation as well. And like I said, we're adding pedestrian connections here on 46th and on Rainbow that are much improved to their current conditions. I think it's a big asset for the neighborhood.
Mr. Ernst, do you have a follow-up question?
They were 2 together, similar neighborhoods and size and scope. I don't know how many units are in 44 Washington, but I'd guess it might be a comparable number.
It's 196, sir.
Yep.
All right, thank you. Gentlemen, I want to go back to the parking situation. It was mentioned earlier about a dentist office. You mentioned that dentist office is in the blue area, the blue shaded area. Is that correct?
Correct. So
again, in talking about parking situation, you have not removed any parking from the dental office in the plan that you're submitting. If anything, have you created any additional parking?
The 16 spaces along 46 that are on our property. Well, I guess first we'd say that there are no spaces on the street today, right? But we have not restricted those spaces that we are adding on our property. They will not be restricted to the dental office. They won't be restricted to our guests. They won't be restricted. They can be used by people in the community. They are spaces that can be used by anyone. So I would answer that no, we have not taken any parking.
All right, thank you. Any other questions, Commissioner Miller?
I have just a couple, so bear with me if you may. So one, I do want to talk about traffic. I recently moved, but I used to live in the neighborhood, Frank Rushton, which is directly across the street from this neighborhood. I don't see how you guys are going to be able to keep traffic moving at 46. So there's a stoplight with where it dead ends now on 47th, but how can I feel like it's unsafe, especially if you were to drive by Saturday morning and Rainbow Car Wash has rows of cars all the way down to 44th Street. How are we going to control this? I mean, I think that's a major issue that no one's talking about.
I think one of the things that,
as you mentioned, Commissioner, the intersection is signalized today, of course, and that will regulate the traffic. With regard to traffic in the city's road network, I would defer to staff with regard to their analysis of the city's road network. To date, we have received the recommendation here of approval by staff, and that the road network is sufficient to handle the traffic. So if Gunnar or Byron want to address that, I think it'd be appropriate for them to speak to the city's road network as opposed to us, but we've designed the project so that our traffic does ingress, egress all to that signalized intersection that would be regulated by the signal that exists today.
I'm sorry, who is that speaking? Because we're on Zoom.
Bob Johnson.
All right, thank you. We just need to identify the speakers, please.
Thank you. Yep.
Commissioner Miller, follow up.
Yeah, I'll let Gunnar answer that question, but I mean, there's no stoplight on 46 and we see parking on 46. So I will disagree with your point on that, but that leads to another follow-up question of, I know we shouldn't look at what's happening on the Johnson County side, but this abuts to the other Woodside project as we discussed, and that other Woodside project got shut down halfway through development due to asbestos and various construction issues that I don't know the exact pieces of it, but it was strongly delayed, and Sheridan's is still not in, and a lot of those spots had to be redone. I mean, what are you guys doing to make sure that doesn't happen on this side of the project?
Yeah, I think that the first point to address here, this is Aaron Mesmer.
Thank you.
There's no asbestos, and that's a product that hasn't been used in a long time. So I think that that's an environmentally sensitive word, and that's something that I want to just make sure is addressed immediately. And I don't know of any new construction in the last 40 years that's had asbestos in it.
And I'm sorry, I said asbestos, but I believe it was mold. And I could be wrong on mold, but I know that.
I'm happy to, this is Blair Tanner. I'm happy to answer that question. Can you guys hear me?
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, so, we built Woodside Village North, finished that project and leased it up. And we found out that there was a systemic construction defect on that project. So as such, we had to resolve it. So we took the exterior of the building off and put it back on and resolved that issue a couple of years ago. We've been fully leased up since then. And by the way, Unforked just opened up yesterday. So you can go ahead and enjoy some tacos over there if you feel like going now, finally.
Any follow-up questions, Commissioner Miller?
I'll hold for there for now.
All right, thank you. Other questions from the commission?
Commissioner Ward.
Commissioner Ward, go ahead.
Yeah, I knew some of the people that brought up some shadowing, the shadows, casting shadows on their houses over several months. Is that, some clarification on that? I mean, was that study done? Is it happening? To try and verify what the one of the petitioners said?
Yes, Commissioner, we did produce a very large comprehensive data set that is available and can be produced to anybody that requested it. As we mentioned at our neighborhood meeting, 2 neighbors did request information. Dr. Cooper and Ms. Bergman, I believe, both spoke during the BZA portion. The conclusion is that 3/4 of the year there will be no difference from existing conditions to post-development conditions. With regard to the quarter of the year and the winter months, those houses just across 46 will receive some additional shade in combination with the shadows that are cast. Again, the study includes existing conditions, so there are existing shadows from the developed community and trees in the area today. There will be an additive effect to those 2 houses, but beyond that, there's no impact. So we do have that raw data. It's very voluminous and cannot be shared in a very condensed format, but yes, we do have it. We've provided it to the 2 folks that have requested it.
Okay, and then the second one is in listening to everybody speak, especially the people that were opposed, was I think a lot of them are for a project, from what I can tell. It just seems like the enormous building structure up front seems to be the big issue to most of them. So I'm trying to, the question is, I guess, would then be, if the rest of the project is 5 stories or 4 stories, why the need to put this large and in charge building out front that kind of doesn't go with the rest of the buildings?
Yeah, the reason that the mass is pushed out to Rainbow is twofold. One, that is in direct response to neighbor feedback at our first meeting back in November, that they would like to see less massing across from the single family homes. And that leads to the second reason. So in order to achieve the density that produces this high quality of a project that is sustainable and that could economically survive on this site, we moved that density to the west portion of the building, all of it at the 7-story level adjacent to the commercial property, none of it adjacent to the single family property.
So in relation to the rest of the buildings in the area, how much taller would you say it is?
Well, I would say that it's very comparable to the building that exists directly to the south. That's already there. The other Woodside Village North project, it's 5 feet taller than that.
Okay, and then listen to you talk here, then your contention is that you gotta have, your contention is in order to make this sustainable, you have to have that 7-story up front with the 2 added levels to make this sustainable. Is that your contention?
Correct. In order to have the density needed to produce it as an economically sustainable project, we need to have that density. Instead of having the density spread throughout the rest of the project eastward along 46th, adjacent to single family, we moved it to west towards Rainbow across from the commercial property. To answer your question, yes, we need that density to produce this project.
And Bob, I want to expand on what economically sustainable means, because it really does go to the quality of the project that we want to do and the reputation. Nichiha is expensive. You don't have to put Nichiha on buildings. You can put some other type of material that is less expensive. You can staff the property for fewer hours. You can reduce the amount of amenities or not provide 1 parking space per bedroom and still meet the code. So there are a lot of enhancements here that we're making that are significant investments in the project. And that's really part of what we mean by economically viable. We want an economically viable Class A+ deal, not a Class A- or B+ deal the day that it's built. And so we're taking that as a way to say, hey, we want to do something that is really special. But in order to do that, we need enough scale to justify the staffing on an ongoing basis and to justify the upfront costs of some of these upgrades to make that happen.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the commission? Okay, we're going to go Commissioner Jones.
I'm just curious, when you had the neighborhood meetings and the scope and the size of the project came up, was that explanation that you just gave presented to the neighbors at the meeting?
Yes, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the commission? Okay, Commissioner Miller.
Sorry, I have one last one that I should have thought of earlier when I was asking. I know that, at least it's been done in years past. I'm assuming it's going to continue on, but I know that Woodside does, due to the development and everything, does a pool pass program with the city of Westwood. Is that going to be extended into Kansas City, Kansas, or at least Rosedale, at least to Spring Valley or any of those areas?
No, and Blair can add to this if you'd like. The reason that benefit exists is because that club sits on land owned by the city of Westwood. That lease has been in place for many decades, and that is a requirement of the city of Westwood that be provided to its residents as a condition to the lease of the property in order to operate the club on the property.
Yeah, Woodside, the property, not only is the property owned by the city of Westwood, but the club and the facilities are owned by the city of Westwood as well. So they established those rules at the club's inception.
Commissioner Miller, you okay? Thank you. Secretary Parker.
Mr. Chairman, I failed to, when I called this application, and both sides are correct, we have received numerous letters in support and in opposition, and not all of them got in the packet, but today we received letter from Mike King, who's the president and CEO of Youth Front, in support of this application. And we received a letter from Topher Bill Green, president and owner of Topher Enterprises at 4512 Rainbow Boulevard, in support. And also an email from Jason Grill in support of this project.
Thank you. Any other questions from the commission before we go to public? Okay, I want to go to the public. Anyone want to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? Please raise your hand. Please keep in mind, we've already heard your testimony from the Board of Zoning Appeals. So unless you have something different to add, then we we're not going to be rehearing what we heard an hour and a half ago. So if you have something new to add that was not brought up in the earlier testimony, we'll be happy to hear that testimony. So we've heard about traffic, we've heard about height, we've heard about shade, we've heard about dumpsters, we've heard about master plan. So just want to set some ground rules. So I'm going to go with Rainbow Boulevard first.
Yes, sir. Again, David from the 4400 block of Rainbow there. I wonder if we could get back to that northern elevation picture that they were presenting a minute ago. It just showed the northern face of the building. I wonder if we could see one of those again, because I was in the middle of, we can go, well, there's one right there. You can stop right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I see 6 floors there, and I'm confused as to, I understood that northern side of the building was only going to have 5 floors, but as I count them, I see 6 basically all the way, the ground floor, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 balconies, and then another level up on top that has been, as they point out repeatedly, moved, set back from the edge. But that seems to be 6 floors rather than 5, which 5 already seems a lot, but I'm curious if that could be explained, please.
All right, we'll get you an answer to that question. Anything else, sir?
No, thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go to Dr. Shelley Cooper.
Oh, thank you. First of all, I'd like to appreciate the opportunity to view the shade study. So thank you for that, Amy. I did want to actually mention that it was mentioned that we would be in shade along with the trees. There's already shade there. Just wanted to make it known that there's no trees in our neighborhood 7 stories high. Also, 3 months without any type of sunshine is kind of a downer. I realize it's wintertime, but three months in the shade would be kind of difficult to handle. I realize that you need to have an ROI on the project and put as many people in as possible to get your return on your investment for your investors. I appreciate that, but just want to make that known that we don't have any 7-story trees in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cooper. Valerie Wells Fenton.
There I am.
Yes.
I have 3 specific questions, if I might ask.
Okay.
I don't remember, I think it was Mr. Mesmer speaking and said diagonal parking is a traffic calming technique. Can you clarify if 46th Avenue is already slated as no parking on either side? And if diagonal parking is a traffic calming, why at the neighborhood meeting we just had, was it suggested by the developer that the residents of Spring Valley contact the UG and ask for a speed table? If traffic is not a problem, why do we need a speed table?
Okay, we'll get you an answer to that question.
That's number 1 question. Number 2 question, 44th and Washington, I believe, is across the street from the St. Luke's, one of the St. Luke's medical buildings, which is a multi-story, large building. And I believe there's another high-rise apartment. So I'm curious how many sides, I guess, are in a single family neighborhood as quoted, and what is the size of the side that faces the single family residences? How high is it? How long is it? That's question number 2. And I promise my last question is actually a comment or a question. Would it be possible to make this ROI more reasonable by moving this lovely building to phase 3 of Woodside over on 47th Avenue when Mr. Tanner is finished rearranging the tennis courts and so on he spoke of, and instead put a shorter building here? If that's not appropriate for Tanner and White, perhaps then the commission would say we need to disapprove this plan and look for a developer who is willing to have a more mixed price apartment building that could be shorter and more in keeping with the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly White.
Yes, Kelly White, 4410 Francis. I don't know if you need that information again. I actually work right next to, I work in that medical building that Valerie was just referencing. And there are a lot of apartment complexes around there. I maybe don't remember to the west side, but I feel like all around there's a lot of apartment complexes. I would like to speak to, again, him mentioning him being Aaron, how prices go up everywhere they are. And I just feel like prices go up everywhere, and that's not anything new that no one really, I mean, everyone really knows housing pricing is an issue, and that leads back to the affordability of a complex in our neighborhood to have that affordability. I also want to speak to, I know a lot of was talked about traffic on 46th. Jake Miller has mentioned traffic on 47th, and I don't know how much that was talked about in the previous meeting, but there is no turning lane there. And the traffic study that I finally received from the developer was from 2011, which I probably need to ask staff why a traffic study that old would be allowed for them to make their projections, because their study is projections, they're being the developer, from going from an office building to multi-family. They can only make projections to determine what traffic is going to be. So I don't know that those two analyses together are going to be accurate as to what really happens at 47th and Rainbow. And to somewhat piggyback onto what Valerie is saying, I can tell you in the November 2016 or November 2021 meeting with the developer, I asked why they didn't just build next to the club. Blair mentioned something about the club project, and that project is built in together. But they intend to ask for incentives to build over on this side that can then indirectly send business over there to the club and to the retail center, and they can then build over there because they'll have more business. I noticed those were not in the minutes, but I can tell you that that was said. So again, obviously I oppose this project.
Thank you. Becky Paulson.
Hi, this is Becky Paulson. I live at 4418 Francis. And I just wanted to share a comment reflecting on something that was shared during the presentation about large developments like this that are of high scale or high quality in increasing property values. And of course, we wouldn't want a project to decrease our property values. But when we are, one of our concerns in Rosedale and our goals is to have a community that promotes the ability of a great diversity of people in all different ways to live and thrive in our community. And when we wouldn't want property values to go down, but when that is advertised in a big project like this is something that's going to, increase our property values when already they've gone up tremendously over the last few years. Mine's increased like tenfold. That becomes detrimental when you are, if you're, a developer or you're wanting to sell and flip your house, it's fantastic. But when you invest in a neighborhood for the long haul and want to raise your family here and not flee, and you want to see your other neighbors be able to hold on and things are going up too fast, that just, that doesn't mean this project's going to produce that. I just wanted that in the record as something to consider that isn't necessarily a selling point to our neighborhood. And I think that's something that we wanted conveyed in the overall, for the commission to hear as overall development continues to happen in this area.
Thank you. We'll go to, I'm sorry, Greg Kendall.
Good evening. My name is Greg Kendall, president of the Wyandotte Economic Development Council and a resident of KCK. Chairman Carson and members of the Planning Commission, I'm actually here in support of the change of zone as requested by the applicant. The proposed change of zone we think flows well from the development to the south and is in keeping with the master plan. This type of market rate apartments is in high demand throughout the region, but particularly in relation to the KU Medical Campus. Today, what we have is a vacant building and a vacant lot being used for parking. We actually appreciate the time the developer has taken to incorporate the development into an urban landscape with walkability and pedestrian interfaces in mind. We believe this type of development is what was anticipated when the master plan was adopted. We appreciate that the applicant has tied the parking structure into the interior of the development with an eye towards keeping most of the car movements away from the single-family residential homes to the north. Despite the overall depth of the project, we believe the applicant has done a good job of maximizing the site, providing articulation to break up the sight lines, and using different quality materials. And we appreciate that they've incorporated a small park, trees, sidewalks, and landscaping that we think actually add value to the larger neighborhood. We believe the proposed development provides quality housing that does not exist presently on the Kansas City, Kansas side of the county line. That said, I ask the Planning Commission to support this application. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no one else queued up to speak, I'm going to go ahead and now move over to Director Han and get his, I'm sorry, I'm going to go back to the, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chair, there's several people in the audience who'd like to speak again.
I'm sorry, go ahead, audience.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gil Pentar, 4178 Cambridge. I really want to point out a couple things that the commission should know. That folks interchange compliance with master plan, map. That's a map document. It's in the master plan. And then master plan codes and guidelines. Two different things. And so when someone says, my plan complies with the master plan, well, wait a minute, you know, the master plan is a lot of things. It's not just the colored map. And I would submit to you that if Gunnar put up a copy of the master plan on your screen, that you would show, that you would see, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the frontage along Rainbow, the existing commercial frontage, is all slated for commercial mixed-use development. And there are what's called nodes, mixed-use nodes at the major intersections, such as 43rd Street, such as 39th Street, and at 47th Street. And so that node doesn't necessarily encroach on either side of Rainbow, whether it's on the Adams side or whether it's on the east side of the roadway of Rainbow. And so make sure that we're talking about, you know, things that comply with the code, and yes, things can deviate and be flexible and so forth, but I submit to you that even in your staff report that you have, item number 2, factors to be considered, it says, you know, zoning and uses of properties nearby and the proposed uses expected compatibility with them. And it says, if you read through the paragraph, it says, but the scale and size of this project is imposing to the single family neighborhood north of West 46th Street. The removal of restrictions, guidelines, and codes that we've been talking about might detrimentally affect nearby property. Key issues in the report are massing, how big it is, and compliance, again, with what I said, the Rosedale Urban Multifamily Design Guidelines. Gunnar, could you put up the example that I sent in my packet to you today? As just, and I don't want to belabor this, okay? Because this is, you know, we want investment. The master plan that we went through really promoted development in the right spot, but also protected the neighborhoods. And if you know the development where Tanner's is at 39th and Rainbow, where Tanner's is on the corner, That's a 4-story building, okay? But its massing complies with the regulations in terms of the mass is on Rainbow, not on Adams. And in these 2 photographs, you'll see Adams, which is a one-way street, has a 2-story parking garage that's landscaped and vines and so forth. And it also has indents for parallel parking for those folks who utilize that street. This plan came in by Lane 4 several years ago now. It's been very successful, but this is just one example of how you can transition heights and densities into a commercial development. You want that development up on Rainbow, not
Mr.
on,
Pintar, excuse me, but you have 1 minute left.
not on Adams or elsewhere. So this project would set a precedent. There are no projects like this along Rainbow, none, zero. And the other issue I have to bring up is on this slide. It shows 43rd Street intersection. It shows 39th, 43rd, and 47th. And the 39th and 43rd all have dedicated turn lanes, not shared turn lane and through lanes like we have at 47th Street. But I would concur with whoever spoke about the car wash, the reality of traffic nightmares. If the car wash weren't going to be there, it'd be different, but maybe not. You know, the car wash really puts a quagmire in through traffic on Rainbow. And this will just promulgate it. It'll just make it worse. And so please deny this plan. We'd be glad to work with the applicants on revisions that
Mr.
are.
Pintar, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Next speaker, please.
My name's Rose Iltz. I live at 506 North 4th Street in Kansas City, Kansas. And again, I just wanted to reiterate that this is definitely going to be a project that will cause a hardship for the individual property owners adjacent to this, you know, blocking out the sun, increasing traffic, and of course, there's going to be a safety issue.
Excuse me, Janet, I'm going to have to step away from the call. So Vice Chairman Jones, I need you to take over the meeting for me, please.
Okay.
Wasn't something I said. Okay. So anyway, you know, maybe you could ask them to consider a change of zone to R5. That would be, you know, less high. It'll still have a lot of density. You know, they're smart folks. I'm sure they can figure out how to make plenty of money from that. Thank you.
Chris Reiniger, 4529 Francis. I also am opposed to this change of zoning. I urge you to reject it tonight. For the record, the Kansas Open Meetings Acts and Kansas Open Records Acts apply to this organization, the Board of Zoning, and also the Planning Commission. And I hereby request a transcript of the conversation that took place between Jeff Carson and the developers while we were on break. The state law clearly applies to that conversation. So I'm just putting on notice to Gunnar Hand and Janet Parker. In the morning, I'll submit a written request to Misty Brown, the city attorney, but I want a copy of that conversation, please. That took place. They thought they weren't being listened to, but obviously it pertained to what was going on before this meeting today.
I want to clarify that we absolutely knew we were being listened to. It was the staff that did not know they were being listened to prior to that. We would also like a transcript of the staff conversation.
Now, for my opposition, again, in short, the building is too many, it's too big, and there's too many new households being piled on a less than 2 acre parcel. 170, 171, something like, the number always changes a little bit, so I don't know what number to aim for, but approximately 170 additional households jammed onto a somewhat crowded street grid, not Rainbow Boulevard, but 46th Street is already overcrowded. So it's too many households in too big of a building. And I think the developers are trying to ask for as much as they can, realizing they may have to compromise down a little bit later. I give you an example. Commissioners, 2 weeks ago, I spoke in favor of the apartment building at 5th and Central. I spoke in favor before the mayor and the city commissioners and Gunnar Hand in favor of that apartment but it's only 129 units and it's dug into a hillside. It's at the bottom of a hill, not at the top of a hill. It's at the bottom of a hill. If you think about it, I think enough of us here have been through development, excavation of 500 dump truck loads of dirt to dig out a hillside so you can build your apartment. That costs a lot of money. Yet the developers at 5th and Central, I don't remember the names, they found a way to make it cash flow for them with 129 units, a smaller building, and they can make it work with higher development costs. I think these guys are asking for a lot. I think they're asking for more than they really need. It's just kind of a poker game. So I think it's okay to follow this written statement, recommend denial of this petition because it doesn't promote the public health, safety, and welfare of the city of KCK. I think the developers will come back. They do good work, and I'd like to see a nice apartment building there, but this one is too big and it's too many households and it puts too much traffic in too small of a space. So I'd urge tonight that you reject this.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers in the audience?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay,
Good
go ahead,
evening.
please.
Thank you. I'm Sherry Wilson. I'm at 4529 Francis Street, Kansas City, Kansas, and I've already spoke to many of my concerns. They've been reiterated by others, both in the previous meeting and here. I guess what I would just like to say is that this project is too big. It looms over my home. I'm not opposed to having some kind of really nice apartment complex or some kind of mixed use development in that spot. This is just too much. And I also, for all of the problems that have been relayed here this evening that our neighborhood is going to have to deal with as a result of this monolithic building being put in our neighborhood, we don't really get anything for it. We just get a lot of problems. We don't get any amenities. We get more traffic. We get to look at a giant wall. We get, just issues. And we don't get any benefits from it. And I think that as Wyandotte Countyans, we need to start standing up and say, what are we going to get when everybody else is making money? And what about those of us who have to live next to this money-making enterprise? So I would just wrap up with that. Thank you.
Madam Chair, this is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. I believe that's all the comments inside the chamber for this agenda item. I will note there are some additional hands raised online. I don't know if 656331 wants to speak.
Gunnar, I don't know that I can see those.
There's a name entitled 656331 with their hand raised. Does anybody else online would like to speak on this item? Hearing none, the floor is yours, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Gunnar. Well, with that, we will close the public portion of the meeting and we will go to you, Director Hand, for staff comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. This case was heard in conjunction with BOZA case 2022-023, which was denied earlier this evening. Again, we have a change of zone from R1B and C1 to RP6 district. It's a 7-story, 171 unit apartment complex. Again, the applicant requested multiple deviations to both the multifamily design guidelines. That's the 200 feet length limit, as well as the Rosedale Area Master Plan design guidelines. It is in the Rosedale Area Master Plan. We've received multiple letters in support, multiple letters in opposition, more in opposition than support. There are no notices of violation on this project. If the project does move forward tonight, it will need to come back for a final development plan to be heard by the Planning Commission. I would note through the design process, the applicant has worked with staff and has responded to community comments, specifically as it relates to height and massing. Whether it does enough is your decision this evening. We would also note that there are a couple conditions of approval that need to be addressed, specifically that a FEMA shelter would be required or a basement provided for this development. Again, we have a couple of questions that I'll try to answer to the best of my ability from the public this evening, starting with traffic impacts. The traffic study was reviewed by both the county engineer as well as the our third-party traffic engineering, as we haven't had a traffic analyst for quite some time. They found that there were no adverse impacts related to this project. What they did was they tiered off a former traffic analysis for this site when it was proposed to be developed for commercial. The way that it works in these models, commercial developments produce more traffic than multifamily developments. So to tier off that is a standard practice for traffic analyses. And again, it will result always when versus other uses, less traffic in some degrees. I mean, you could have a gargantuan commercial building, a small commercial building versus a large apartment building like this, and it would be a difference. But again, that project was a large commercial building proposed in the past. So again, it was reviewed. I would note that on the 47th Street intersection, again, it's basically a dead-end T intersection with this project as well as the Phase 1 Woodside project being the only traffic generators from the west side of the intersection. Again, that was all factored into the traffic analysis reviewed by the county engineer and our third party. As it relates to massing of the project, generally speaking, again, whether it's too much on 46th Avenue or not, generally speaking, adding density and height along a commercial corridor like Rainbow Boulevard is a best practice for urban design. Again, whether it does enough, as we've heard from comments to the public, is up to the Planning Commission this evening. And then one last question regarding 46th Avenue and traffic calming. Again, this does not change the width of 46th Avenue. All of the on-street parking that's added serves as a buffer to the sidewalk that will also be added as a public amenity on the south side of 46th Avenue. Again, angled parking as well as a crosswalk is recognized as a best practice. It's also technically a bump out as it was described by the applicant. They described it as sort of a pocket park, but that bump out, which again closes the gap in the walking distance across 46th Avenue on Francis Street specifically, are all recognized as traffic calming best practices moving forward. With that, I would note that this application is not seeking a master plan amendment. And for that namely reason, staff believes that it is in compliance with the Rosedale Area Master Plan, except for two issues which have been described, one of which has been described earlier, the deviations that they're requesting specifically, and the point that there is quite a bit of content in the master plan as it relates to affordability, and this is a market rate project. One means of affordability is the unit types within a project. So one could argue that that has also been addressed. Again, does it go far enough is the determination of the Planning Commission. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you, Gunnar. Are there any commissioners with any questions for staff? Hearing none, I note that well, it looks like he's gone again, so I'll continue. So Janet, while Chairman Carson is out, I just want to say before I call for a motion in a second, and he's back again, because that would take me out of the vote.
Right.
I'm sorry, I am back, and I did not hear all of staff comments, but since I don't have a vote, unless legal counsel has any problem, I'll resume the chair.
Yes, that's fine.
All right, thank you. All right, at this point, any questions for staff? And thank you, Vice Chair Jones.
You're welcome.
Seeing none, I will stand for a motion.
Can the applicant address the points that and questions that were raised in public testimony?
Legal.
Yes, that's fine.
Go ahead. And who are we hearing from?
Bob Johnson.
Go ahead, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. I will try to go quickly here. I know we are late in the night. With regard to the question about the speed table and the discussion at the neighborhood meeting regarding same, why we were talking about the diagonal parking being traffic calming and a speed table along 46th, what we said was that the neighborhood was very interested in traffic calming measures on 46th. We said we will ask staff for any particular traffic calming measures the neighborhood is interested in. We did that. We included a speed table on our plan at this point, and I won't put words in Gunner's mouth, but staff is not interested in the inclusion of a speed table at that location. And so that was the nature of that comment. Again, where the applicant sits, we would be supportive of any traffic calming measures on 46. We have no issue with that whatsoever. That was the nature of that comment. With regard to
Bob, can we talk about the proposed compromise? We had a conversation with Commissioner Ramirez when we were looking at this issue last week. And one idea was not to raise the elevation of the street necessarily, but to make that area where the speed table was identified as a different type of paving. Between that and the crosswalk, that would be another measure that we would be supportive that doesn't change the elevation, that doesn't interfere with snow plowing or things like that, that may be a good compromise in that spot. So that's something that we're open to as well.
Again, open to anything that the city would like to see there, we are open to as well with regard to traffic calming. So moving on to other issues addressed. With regard to the affordability question in our purview, affordability is a citywide issue. And the master plan speaks to the need for housing diversity, the need for housing at all price points and at all types. Putting in housing at the higher end of pricing, which this certainly would be, creates greater housing stock in the city. It creates greater opportunity for competition and pricing, driving pricing down. If you limit the housing options in the city and say, we just don't want any that are higher end pricing, well, that is actually going to drive prices up because you're going to have less stock. And you want that quality. You want that spectrum of housing, which is certainly what the master plan speaks to. If you create more high-end multifamily housing, you will have more opportunity to have housing overall and open up more housing at different price points to create more affordability within the city. It's all a spectrum. It's all related. This project would add to that housing stock and thereby creating price competition and better pricing in the city overall. With regard to the traffic study, Gunner spoke to that. And we stand on staff's position that we do not create a traffic issue here. There was a lot of contention that we do. We stand on that conclusion that was thoroughly analyzed by staff that we do not create any traffic issues and the city's network can handle the traffic. With regard to property values, they have gone up everywhere. Everybody knows that property values have increased locally, regionally, nationally, beyond many factors other than surrounding land uses. The point that Aaron was making earlier was that our project will not cause property values to go down. That has been the conclusion in all of the other projects that this team has substantial experience and practice with. What we are saying is we are not going to be a decrease to people's property values. If you're staring at a vacant building and a vacant lot today producing no economic activity, we would strongly argue that it is a community benefit in many ways beyond property values to have a entirely underutilized property, an eyesore property long before Claire Tanner acquired it, that would be redeveloped into a beautiful high-grade Class A+, as Aaron said, building. There are many other community benefits. I think somebody asked, what do we get? You get redevelopment of an eyesore vacant property that produces economic development in your city. You get additional safety and connectivity, sidewalks on 46 that doesn't exist today. a much safer sidewalk on Rainbow than exists today. You get bike share, which is noted in the master plan as a goal. You get pocket park, you get extremely enhanced landscaping. You just certainly get much more value out of this property, both with the property itself, with the taxes produced on the property, and with regard to the aesthetics of the property than exists there today. I believe that addresses all the points. If there's anything else that you have questions for us at this point, we're happy to answer those as well.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
Bob,
Was there an answer forthcoming on the height of the building, the 6 floors as it looks like in the rendering on the north side, please?
Aaron, I
And
can
go back
answer
to
that.
there's a
Yeah, if you would,
walkout.
Matthew.
Yeah, Matthew.
Yeah, where Aaron was pointing is actually 5 stories. It's the elevation. It's easier to point to an elevation on the screen, but where he was pointing is actually 5, and it does increase to 6 as you move eastbound.
So it's not just 5 floors.
I'm sorry, who is speaking?
Sorry, Matthew Huff.
Again, this is the question I asked, sir.
This is a member of the public.
Never got
I'm
an
sorry.
answer.
I'm sorry, who is speaking?
David Gomel.
All right. Close the public portion of the meeting. I'm not going to have people interrupting the meeting. I do want to address the question though.
Thank you.
All right, that's enough, sir. Sorry, I'm going to go through and mute everybody from the public that keeps jumping in. Do we have everybody muted, Janet, besides the speakers? I'm not going to have further interruptions of this meeting. It's a long night. I'm not going to have interruptions.
I've got
Okay,
everybody muted.
so can you explain the transition of the building from 5 to 6 to 7 stories briefly?
Briefly, look at the top elevation on the far right. You'll see 7
Yes.
stories.
Correct.
Where Aaron was pointing initially is 5 right there.
Yes.
And then it tapers as the street goes down to the east. It goes up to 6 stories on the far east corner.
Okay, but it doesn't change the overall elevation because it's
That's
following
right.
along with the street line.
That's right.
So the building doesn't get taller.
That's correct.
All right, thank you. All right, any further questions or clarifications needed from the applicant or the staff before we proceed to a motion? Excuse me, legal counsel, Mr. Waters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just did want to add, given the fact that the city does not have a citywide affordable housing policy, I really don't think that should be a factor to be considered in terms of the determination whether they meet that or not. That has been expressed since we don't really have an objective standard to judge them by on that. So I just wanted to add that in consideration of the factors.
I agree, thank you. Commissioner Jones.
Yes, given what's been expressed, I just feel compelled to ask this question. So related to the size and still the scope, I get that there are a lot of people that are in support of it, and that's great. I think it's a classy project, but still, is there anything else that you think you can do? You've heard all the testimony and all the concerns, and the largest thing that seems to be standing out is the size, the footprint, and that's what's in some of our report in terms of violations related to that. So is there anything else that you think you can do to help, win over, if you will, the opposition for the betterment of everybody concerned?
Appreciate the question. Can you hear me? I want to make sure I'm still unmuted. This is Bob Johnson. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. I did want to clarify one point about the violation you mentioned. It is a deviation with regard to the northeast corner of the building only. I may have gone fast on that point, but the remainder of the building, other than the northeast corner, does not need a deviation for height. And the deviation is with regard to the guidelines for the multifamily design within the master plan. So with regard to height, the answer directly is no, not to produce this level of quality of the project. The November meeting, we certainly heard the concerns, some of which have been expressed today in the general sense that you mentioned with regard to height and massing. That is why we went back for 5 months and studied countless iterations. That's mainly why it took us so long, because as soon as you start moving one thing, moving the height up to Rainbow, for example, moving the trash enclosure internally, that is a domino that makes 10 other dominoes fall. So we redesigned the site many different times. And the answer to your question, again, to produce this quality of a project with internal structured parking and the level of materials, the level of staffing, all those things Aaron spoke to, there is not a further reduction of density, meaning we can't further reduce height in order to achieve, again, this quality of a project.
I think it's important to note to Commissioner Jones, the smallest project that we've ever built on a ground up basis is 44 Washington. That's 196 units. And what Bob is saying, again, lends to the fact that we fully staff our properties. There's going to be somebody there, almost all the time. We want to make sure that the residents have that positive experience, that we're managing things like move-ins and move-outs and trash collections, not just with staff that are in the office, but with full maintenance staffs and things of that nature to make sure that the units are being maintained. The landscaping here is very extensive. That's got to be maintained. So that really is part of the conversation. And so, like I said, that's the smallest project we've ever done. I think the other thing too, and I heard a lot of comments about developers and profit and so forth, and that, we're still going to be here in the neighborhood. I want to reiterate, we've never sold a single apartment project that we've developed. We're going to be in this neighborhood for decades to come and working with this project here for a long time. So we want to do something that's the best quality, but best quality in this case means we've got to be able to support it. And that's what we're really trying to go for.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else from the commission?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
I'm sorry, who is speaking right now?
This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design.
Thank you. Sorry to see your hand. Thank you.
In addition to answer Commissioner Jones's question, considering that the variances were denied, what we're looking at is, if this were to move forward tonight, a serious redesign to meet those setbacks for a final development plan. So the project itself that you see tonight is not the project that will come before us in final development plan. What we're really talking about now is entitling the land to RP6. Specifically, what will carry over is any deviations provided tonight as well. So the material deviation, the citywide master plan developed those materials guidelines that over a decade ago. They've changed significantly. Staff doesn't believe that's an issue. The 200 feet, also part of the citywide master plans, multifamily design guidelines. We believe that the applicant has sufficiently addressed that through the articulation of the building on 46th Street. Again, it's an odd size parcel. Don't think that one's a big deal. The setback to the single family neighborhood, I think, is still an issue and could be addressed in a potential redesign. The project you see tonight with the variance still intact is not the project that will come to us in final development plan if this moves forward.
And I'm sorry, because I missed part of it, the recommendation is for approval. Is that correct from staff?
Still approval, just trying to address commissioners' comments that if they did want to take action, that would be the deviation that I would not recommend moving forward, that they could address in a redesign.
All right, thank you. Further questions for staff? Seeing none, it's time for a motion. Commissioner Miller.
I moved to deny change of zone 2021-48 based on non-compliance with the factors to consider of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 12.
Motion is made for denial from Commissioner Miller for the reasons stated by the maker. Is there a second?
Commissioner Ward, second.
It's been seconded by Commissioner Ward.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
can I just get confirmation from Commissioner Miller? Are you referring to the factors starting on page 3?
Yes. So neighborhood character, zoning uses of property of nearby and proposed uses expected compatibility with them. Do you want me to name them all, or? It was 1 through 6 and 12.
1 through 6 and 12. Okay.
Thank you. Discussion on the motion for denial. Commissioner Jones.
I just want to clarify because I believe what Director Hand was trying to tell us was that even though part one at the BOZA was denied, this part two, if it were approved, they'd have the opportunity and almost have to make some modifications. Is that correct, Director Hand?
This is Gunner Hand, Director of Planning and Design. Yes, they'd have to meet all the setbacks.
Thank you.
Further discussion on the motion for denial.
If I could chime in here, Chairman Carson. I mean, I understand the setback piece, but the setback doesn't address height, in my opinion. And so I think that's a major piece here. I think, you know, I named a lot of the issues here because I think they all come into play. In reading the staff report, you can see where they all come into play. And so I just don't think, even if they were to address the setbacks, if that changes anything amongst these other issues.
Commissioner Jones.
I definitely appreciate what you're saying, Commissioner Miller. My thought is that as I was listening to the testimony and we look at what we're dealing with, either a vacant piece of property that, you know, is causing some level of degradation to the community, not getting any taxes. And I just see this as an opportunity. And I'm thinking that's how I interpret what Director Hand said. The developer would have another opportunity to come back, especially after having heard all this testimony, to try to make it right. If they don't, then we have another opportunity to still approve or deny. But I'm thinking it's worth salvaging, because look at what, you know, again, the testimony, and think about what the alternative is. A vacant lot, no taxes, no development. We just don't want anything, but I think that's a point to be considered.
Thank you, Commissioner Jones. Sorry, let's see. We've got Commissioner Pauly.
I actually just want to second what Karen is saying. I think she's got a good point. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank
Chair,
you.
if I may, this is Gunner Hand, Director of Planning and Design.
Yes.
Hypothetically, if it were to move forward as an RP6, RP6 allows you to build lesser than zone districts to those standards. The main issue for them right now is the rear yard setback in RP6, which requires to be the same setback as the height of the building. And if the building is 7 stories tall, you know, they have a 70-foot setback from the rear yard, which is the lot line on the county line. Lot's not that deep that direction when you cut it that way. It was mentioned by a member of the public earlier. Again, they could come back, if approved tonight, as RP5 with those standards, which have different setback standards in the rear lot than RP6 does. So again, just a point of clarification.
Thank you. Commissioner Miller, you had your hand up. Was there?
Well, I was just going to respond to the vacant lot piece of, you know, in the staff report, I know we keep hearing that it's vacant, but that property is not vacant right now. It's been used as a parking lot by Woodside employees, and it says so in the staff report. And, you know, I'm not going to keep this going on all night. We can vote, and people are going to vote the way they want. I think my issue with doing a change of zone and allowing them to come back with an RP5, why wouldn't we just do a holdover at that point, as opposed to actually passing them on an RP6 and taking them at their word? I guess that's my point on it.
Okay, motion is for denial. Any further discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I'm sorry, Commissioner Jones.
Commissioner Miller's point is well taken. So, I mean, do we want to, I think I know we got a motion on the floor. So do we want to modify that perhaps in consideration of a holdover? That's also an option for the maker of the motion.
Mr. Miller, is your motion stand, or are you open to any negotiation?
Well, I mean, I'd ask Gunner his take on it, because, I mean, at this point, it doesn't sound like there's a lot that is going to come in between on. But if he believes that there can be a compromise made, then I would ask whether they need 30 or 60 days to do it.
Director Hand.
This is Gunner Hand, Director of Planning and Design. I would say two things. One, I believe it's already been asked of the applicant whether they could do anything, any compromise. They said no. Two, I think you guys should vote.
But we will take a continuance if that is what's being offered.
Mr. Chair, I think, I think we should vote. The motion's on the floor.
All right, the motion is before us. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Commissioner Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Nay.
Miller,
Aye.
Polly,
Nay.
Ward.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, we have 7 members present. So it takes 4 to pass a motion. And this motion passes 4 in favor and 2 opposed.
All right, thank you. This will be heard once again on, I'm sorry, Janet, the date again, May 28th,
May 26th.
May 26th at 7 p.m. before the Board of County Commissioners.
Again, I'm sorry, let me get to my next application, sir. Mr. Chairman, we have 2 applications we're going to hear together, and then we will vote on them separately. Change of zone application COZ 2022-006, Vernon Hopkins. Change of zone from C1 Limited Business District to CP2 Planned General Business District to operate a sports bar and grill with event space at 2724 North 13th Street. There's also a corresponding special use permit, SP 2022-018, for the same use at the same address. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated May 9, 2022, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, the notices to property owner, and the testimony from the Board of Zoning Appeals meeting earlier this evening. At this time, does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
Mr. Hopkins, are you in the audience?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry, I don't see you. Can you raise your hand for me, please?
He's in the audience, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Okay, Mr. Hopkins, go ahead and give us your name and address, please, and tell us about your project.
Vernon Hopkins, 7861 Northwest Roan Ridge Road, Kansas City, Missouri. Well, the project is pretty much a sports bar and grill. It used to be a nightclub some 8 years ago, and it was already zoned at a C2. But I guess they changed it back to a C1 or something like that. So yes, we've added a kitchen, full service kitchen, put a stage in there for, live entertainment. And we still got just about done with the renovations. We still got the outside of the building, a little bit of the outside left.
Okay, any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, we'll go to the public. Anyone in the audience want to speak to this case? Raise your hand. Seeing none, we will close the public portion of the meeting. We'll go to staff and get their comment. Director Hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. This application was heard in conjunction with BOZA case 2022-022, which was approved earlier this evening. This is in the Northeast Area Master Plan. We received no letters of support no letters in opposition. There are a couple of notices of violation related to the project. Some are old, some are being cleaned up as a process for the renovation of this property. We do specifically note a couple conditions of approval related to a trash enclosure. Right now, it's an open trash bin. It's a very restricted lot. The building is basically built out to all property lines on all sides, minus a small little sliver on the north side. It effectively already meets most of the commercial design guidelines. It's kind of a old, historic, cool little building. Staff recommends approval.
Any questions for
The
staff?
special use permit and the change of zone.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Sorry, staff recommends approval for both the change of zone and the special use permit.
Okay, any questions for staff? Seeing none, we'll need two motions, correct, Janet?
That's correct. We'll take the change of zone first, please.
Okay. I'll stand for motion on the change of zone. Commissioner Jones,
Motion to approve change of zone case 2022-006, subject to staff stipulations and comment.
thank you. Motion to approve made by Commissioner Jones. Is there a second?
This is Susanna Polly, second.
Thank you, Commissioner Pauly. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Commissioner Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Pauly,
Aye.
Ward.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of the change of zone subject to the staff's conditions passes 6 in favor, none opposed.
And now master plan, is that correct?
No special use permit
Special
number
use.
18, please.
Thank you. Commissioner Jones,
Motion to approve special use permit 2022-018, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
thank you. Motion to approve special use permit made by Commissioner Jones, seconded by Commissioner Ernst. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion for approval? Roll call, please.
Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Pauly,
Aye.
Ward.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of SP 2022-018, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 6 in favor, none opposed.
Thank you. These will both be heard again on May 26th at 7 p.m. before the Board of County Commissioners.
Mr. Chairman, I have 2 applications that we're going to hear together and vote on separately. Change of zone application COZ 2022-007, Marcela Zamora. Change of zone from C1 Limited Business District to CP3 Planned Commercial District for auto repair services at 4639 Parallel Parkway. And special use permit application SP 2022-022 for the same use at the same address. Please include the following items as part of the record for these cases: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated May 9, 2022, the application, other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. This time, does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
No.
Mr. Chairman, I should also add the testimony that was given earlier at the Board of Zoning Appeals meeting is also a part of this record.
Thank you. Mr. Pardo, are you going to present this case as well?
That is correct, yes.
All right, go ahead, please. Give us your name and address.
This is Juan Pardo, 4639 Paradale Parkway, Kansas City, Kansas, 66104. And I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. Tell us briefly about your project.
Yes, so pretty much plain and simple, we're planning to expand the building, make it a little bigger, more comfortable for the customers and ourselves. And in order to get this done, we have to rezone it from C1 to CP2. And also, we were required to apply for a special use permit. This is a new thing, I guess, going on. We've been operating the past years under C1, under the grandfather deal that was given from when the building was erected. And so that's our plan.
Okay, thank you. Questions for the applicant? Seeing none, anyone in the audience want to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request? Seeing none, we'll close the public portion. We'll go to Director Hand, get his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, this case was heard in conjunction with BOZA case 2022-007 earlier this night, which was approved. This is a change of zone and a special use permit. C1 to C3. It needs C3 again, as Mr. Pardo mentioned, because it was triggered by the expansion project itself. The applicant is seeking to do heavy automotive repairs. That's basically more than an oil change, if you will, which requires a jump to C3. It is in the citywide master plan, sort of in the Midtown area. We've received no letters of support, no opposition. There's some old notices of violation which are being addressed as a part of this redevelopment. It does need to follow both the commercial design guidelines as well as all the SUP standards specific to this use, such as enhanced landscaping, pedestrian connectivity, and screening. We are also asking them to provide ADA parking accordingly. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you. Any questions for staff? Seeing none, stand for a motion. First, we'll need two. One on the change of zone.
That's correct.
Commissioner Jones,
Motion to approve change of zone case number 2022-007, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
thank you. Motion to approve made by Commissioner Jones. Is that a second, Commissioner Miller?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion for change of zone to approve? Seeing none, roll call.
Beth,
Aye.
Conley, oh, I'm sorry, Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Hawley,
Aye.
Ward.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of COZ 2022-007, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 6 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. Now I'll take a motion on the special use permit. Commissioner Jones,
Motion to approve special use case number 2022-022, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
thank you. Motion to approve made by Commissioner Jones. Is that a second, Commissioner Miller?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion for approval? Seeing none, roll call.
Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Hawley,
Aye.
Ward.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of SP 2022-022, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 6 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard once again on May 26th at 7 p.m. before the Board of County Commissioners.
Mr. Chairman, I have 2 more applications going to be heard together, voted on separately. Change of zone application COZ 2022-014. Regina Compernoli, change of zone from R1 single family district to AG agriculture district for agricultural purposes at 4141 Joyce Drive, and special use permit application SP 2022-042, renewal of a special use permit for the temporary use of land for U-Pick berries to host classes, apprentice, and a farm stand at 4141 Joyce Drive. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated May 9, 2022, the application, other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
No.
Thank you.
I have Rick with your hand up. Are you presenting on this case?
Yes,
Okay, sir, I need you to give us your full name, please, and your address.
Rick Moreski, 4141 Joyce Drive.
Okay, go ahead and tell us about your project, please.
Basically, we have planted blueberries. We've got about an acre, well, probably about 3/4 of an acre of blueberries and some other fruit, and a high tunnel. And we grow figs and strawberries in the high tunnel. And we're planning on most of those, the fruit will be sold at markets, but the blueberries we intend to have as a U-pick. So we really, it's going to be a small U-pick operation. So I wouldn't expect any more than 10 people at a time. And they will be, you know, they'll have to reserve to come out basically. And then my wife also teaches classes. She does herbal classes and various other classes in our house. And we have parking in front of our house that can hold 10 cars. And basically, you know, she's been doing that for years, and we're just re-upping on that particular part of it. But you know, but the ag thing will actually help our operation, I think, for a number of reasons, like possibly lowering price on our insurance and various other things.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Seeing none, anyone in the audience want to speak to this case? For or against, please raise your hand. Seeing none, we'll go to Director Hannah to get his comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. Again, this change of zone is being heard in conjunction with Special Use Permit 2022-042. This will be the third renewal of that special use permit. Again, we're honoring temporary uses of land in this situation since our recent interpretation of that specific SUP, special use permit moving forward. As the applicant mentioned, this is effectively a homesteader classes, berry picking, and other agricultural uses. The change of zone will effectively legalize some additional accessory structures on the property and allow for additional agricultural expansion on the land. This is in the citywide master plan area, kind of in the north midtown, really sort of drive adjacent, if you will, area. So it is very rural and wild. Staff is asking that the driveway aprons be built to UG standards. There's also quite a few triggers, if you will, in the conditions of approval as it relates to additional agricultural uses potentially that this could grow into, and the need for a conservation plan from the conservation district if that were to happen. Again, would trigger a renewal or a need for an updated SUP. Staff recommends approval of both.
Thank you. Any questions for the staff? Seeing none, I'll stand for a motion. I'll need two. First on the change of zone. Commissioner Jones.
Motion to approve change of zone case number 2022-014, subject to staff stipulations and comment.
Thank you. Motion approved by Commissioner Jones. Is that a second, Commissioner Miller?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion? Roll call, please.
Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Polly,
Aye.
Ward.
Aye.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of COZ 2022-014, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 6 in favor, none opposed.
Thank you. I'll now entertain a motion for the special use permit. Commissioner Jones.
Motion to approve special use permit 2022-042, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
Thank you. Motion made by Commissioner Jones. Is there a second? Commissioner Ernst?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion for approval? Roll call, please.
Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Polly,
Aye.
Ward.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this special use permit, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 6 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. This will be heard once again on May 26th at 7 p.m. before the Board of County Commissioners.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we have 4 applications we're going to hear together, and then we will take them separately. Master Plan Amendment Application MPL 2022-010, Sam Loring with Gould Evans. Master Plan Amendment from nothing to regional commercial, public, semi-public, and park/open space, the Armourdale Area Master Plan at 0 Kansas Avenue, 5557 River Park Drive. Corresponding change of zone application COZ 2022-016, change of zone from no zoning to CP2 Plan General Business District to construct the Rock Island Bridge Entertainment Venue. Special use permit application SP 2022-044, special use permit for an entertainment venue for the Rock Island Bridge, and plan review application PR 2022-019, preliminary and final plan review for an entertainment venue for the Rock Island Bridge. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated May 9, 2022, the application of the documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, the notices to property owners, and the testimony at the Board of Zoning Appeals meeting earlier this evening. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Loring. I've got you queued up, ready to speak. Go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us about the project.
All right, thank you, everyone. Again, my name is Sam Loring from Gould Evans. I'm the architect on the project. We are located at 4200 Pennsylvania in Kansas City, Missouri. Kind of as I said earlier, this project is we are converting the existing Rock Island Railroad Bridge, which has been abandoned for decades. We are converting it into a public trail crossing with public restrooms, several commercial kitchens for on-site food consumption, a bar, and we are adding a second story and to have an event space on it. And this is all in conjunction with the unified government. They are actually the owners of the bridge. Our client, Flying Trust, is going to be leasing the bridge from them in a long-term lease. And this is all part of the greater riverfront development, again, in coordination with the unified government. And I can have our client, Mike Ladden, is there in the audience, and he can speak in more detail to any of the special use permit requirements for the drinking establishment. But I guess with that, I'll open it up to questions.
Great, thank you. Any questions for the applicant? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to the public. Anyone in the audience want to speak to this case for or against? Raise your hand.
We do have a member of the public.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Mike Ladden. I'm the Chief Financial Officer of Flying Trust. I live at 6513 Barton Circle in Shawnee, Kansas. We've been diligently working under the leadership of Mike Zeller and the incredible staff at the UG for the past 5 years on moving this forward. We're at the point now where we're getting very close to shovel ready. And you've got copies of the plans and the permits that we're asking for.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe some questions that I will be able to answer that Sam will not, so I'll remain here.
All right, thank you. Anyone else in the audience want to speak for or against? Seeing and hearing none, we will go to staff and get their comments. Director Hand.
Thank you, Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, as the applicants mentioned, this is a project and working in partnership with the UG for quite some time. It's located in the Armourdale Area Master Plan. There will be a plat that comes later after these applications as a part of the conditions of approval, essentially. But again, this is over the Kansas River. There is no parcel. So we have a description of it. We need to plat it a little bit later, but again, that shouldn't stop us this evening. We received no letters of support, no opposition, no notice of violation on this non-existent parcel currently. Again, this will require a final development plan for the parking that's being proposed on the west side, which is a part of technically the levee enhancement project that we're working closely in partnership with HNTB and others, all jointly and collaboratively on this project. Very similarly, the Yards 2 project included some additional parking on the east side. This case was heard in conjunction with a Board of Zoning Appeals 2022-024, which was approved earlier this evening. Things like hours of operation, having the trail crossing open to the public, again, not 24/7, but certainly every day, following the commercial design guidelines. Staff recommends approve of all of these things.
All right. Thank you. Any questions for staff? Seeing none, Janet, we want to help me with the order of the motions, please?
Absolutely. We're going to take the master plan amendment first, please.
Okay, and then change of zone and then special use and plan review?
That's correct.
Okay, great. All right. Thank you. Commissioner Pauly.
I move to approve the master plan amendment 2022-010.
Thank you. Motion to approve by Commissioner Pauly. Is that a second, Commissioner Jones?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Any discussion on the master plan amendment motion for approval? Seeing none, roll call.
Commissioner Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Pauly,
Aye.
Ward.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of master plan amendment 10, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 6 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. And now I'll need one for the change of zone. Commissioner Pauly.
I move to approve change of zone 2022-016, I believe, subject to staff stipulations.
Thank you. Motion to approve the change of zone made by Commissioner Pauly, seconded by Commissioner Jones. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion for change of zone approval? Roll call, please.
Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Pauly,
Aye.
Ward.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of change of zone COZ 16, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 6 in favor, none opposed.
Thank you. And now for the special use permit. Commissioner Pauly.
I move to approve the special use permit 2022-044, subject to staff stipulations.
Thank you. Motion to approve the special use permit made by Commissioner Pauly. Is that a second, Commissioner Jones?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion for approval? Seeing none, roll call.
Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Pauly,
Aye.
Ward.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of SP 44, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 6 in favor, none opposed.
And finally, I'll need one for the plan review. Commissioner Ernst.
Just doing my part. I move the Kansas City Planning Commission recommend approval of petition BR 2022-019, subject to staff stipulations.
Thank you. Motion to approve made by Commissioner Ernst. Is that a second, Commissioner Pauly?
It is.
Thank you. You already had the trifecta on the other three, so we'll give this one to Commissioner Ernst. Any discussion on the motion for approval for the plan review? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Jones,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Foley,
Aye.
Ward.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of PR 19, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 6 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you. These will all be heard once again on May 26th at 7 p.m. And excuse me, Janet, I'm going to have to excuse myself from the meeting. I am no longer welcome in the surgical waiting room after 11 o'clock. So I am going to have to turn the meeting over to Vice Chair Jones, and I appreciate you taking over for me after a long, stressful day here at the hospital.
No problem.
All right. Thank you very much. And thank you all. And we'll be in touch with every one of you. Thank you so much for your attention tonight.
Thank you.
And Chairman Jones, just for the record, we have 6 members that are remaining. 6 is a quorum. So we'll need to have everybody stay on here. If someone has to take a break, we'll just have to hold the meeting until we get a quorum back.
Gotcha.
Oh, all right, so we're going to move on to the special use permits. Our first one is SB 2021-069, United Truck Repair. Special use permit to operate an inspection and light maintenance facility for United Truck Repair at, sorry, I do not have the address on the agenda. I apologize.
451 South 14th Street.
Thank you, Mr. Hand. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated May 9, 2022, the application, other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
No.
Thank you.
Mr. Anderson, I see your hand up. Are you here to speak to this case?
I am.
Okay, please go ahead.
Will Anderson, 712 State Avenue, Kansas City, Kansas, representing the Singe family. We were before the Planning Commission last month where we asked for a holdover. The difficulty with this project is that the main area of cost is the surface of the lot that we're dealing with. We've worked with the client to work out costs if we were to pave the lot and then various levels of that back to work it out. The first one that we ran with would cost the client somewhere around about $250,000. They were not able to afford that. We have been looking at other ways to do it. A week or so ago, we got the client to brush clean the whole site so we could get some engineers in there to have a look at the existing pavement, which is rough concrete that's been in there. They observed traffic over that site, realizing that it may look rough, but it effectively does the support job. We've talked to Director Hand about it. It seems to be coming back into a acceptable cost for the client. What we're trying to do is work up a full case, as has been requested by Director Hand, to not only give what we can get done in this first phase to a long-term phase to bring it under code. We're asking for an additional 30 days to finish off this part of the deal and get something back to you. So the request is for a holdover for 30 days to the next Planning Commission meeting.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone in the public that wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to this case?
None in the chamber.
Okay, we're going to close the public portion of the meeting, even though I understand that Mr. Anderson is asking for a holdover. So Director Hand, if you could give us any comments you have.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, this was continued from the April meeting. This application was filed last September in 2021. If you want to hear another continuance or holdover, technically they have 90 days total. They've already used 30 since the initial public hearing was opened in April. I would ask that we ask the applicant's representative how much time they actually need. If it's 60 days, we give them 60, and then we vote regardless. We've waited a long time for this material. We have had some additional minimal contact with the applicant between now and the previous hearing in April, but have not received anything that can move this case forward due to inactivity and an incomplete staff report accordingly. So I would just ask Mr. Anderson, if he thinks he needs 60, let's give him 60, call today, and then vote in July. If he needs 30, then I say we give him 30, and then we vote regardless of what happens in June.
Thank you, Director Hands. Mr. Anderson, I would suggest that given the circumstances that you would ask for exactly what you need. If you need the 60, ask for 60 so that you have ample time.
I would ask for 60 just for the nature of it, because the goal is to get what we can put together back in front of Director Hand and the planning department to confirm that it satisfies what is considered the phase one. So we would ask for 60 days.
Okay, thank you. Do any of the commissioners have any questions at this point of either staff or Mr. Anderson? In that case, we're ready for a motion and a second. Commissioner Pauly.
Motion to hold over for 60 days.
Thank you. Commissioner Ernst, is that a second?
That's a second, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Roll call, Janet.
The motion is to hold over until the July 11th, 2022 meeting. Beth?
Aye.
Ernst?
Aye.
Miller?
Aye.
Pauly?
Aye.
Ward?
Aye.
Madam Chairman, that motion to hold over until a July 11th meeting passes 5 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you, Janet. And Mr. Anderson, we'll see you and your applicant in 60 days.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Next case, Janet.
Our next case is special use permit SP 2022-007. Dean Michael with Sharon Lee Family Healthcare Incorporated. Special use permit for health clinic serving uninsured and underinsured people at 2002 South 51st Street. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated May 9, 2022, the application, other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose concerning this case?
No.
No.
Thank you.
I'm not sure who is here to speak to this case. I see a Just S.
Madam Chair, I believe it's Dean Michael.
Madam Chairman, I do see the applicant on the call.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Great. This is Dean Michael. I am the Chief Operating Officer for Sharon Lee Family Healthcare. I also have with me tonight Lisa Harvey, our Chief Executive Officer, who will do most of the presentation, as well as Sean Mosier, our Project Manager from Kelly Construction. So let me introduce and turn this over now to Lisa Harvey. Lisa, are you there? Sounds like she's having some technical difficulties. Let me go ahead and continue. We are trying to.
Your
hand is up.
Yes.
Are you able to hear me now?
We can, Ms. Harvey. Go ahead, please.
Okay, perfect. Sorry about that. As you may know, Sharon Lee Family Healthcare is located at 340 Southwest Boulevard. We purchased the Turner site, which is 2002 South 51st Street in the beginning of 2020, right as a pandemic was hitting, with the intention of going through this process and opening a safety net clinic there for Turner patients. This is based on the Wyandotte Health Foundation needs assessment that was issued, and the fact that there's so many underserved patients in that area, both those who are underinsured and those who lack insurance. And so we applied for and received a grant for the federal government to move forward with the renovation of the basement floor of the former church. That is roughly 2,000 square feet. When we move forward with this renovation, it will include 2 dental operatories, up to 8 exam rooms. Those rooms will either be used for patients, which would be 2 providers, or we will also include 1 behavioral health therapist if we can hire for the behavioral health therapist. And as I said, this is to really to reduce the barriers to health equity for the residents of the Wyandotte County Turner area. KCATA has a program for patients who live in that area where they will pick them up once they're in the Turner area, and they will drop them off at our front door. So this will also include the services for the most needy. And we are working with Kelly Construction. We've also worked with, I believe her name is Kaylee from the UG, and I believe that we've submitted everything that's been asked for. So at this point, I think it's up to us to answer your questions or see what you need to have from us.
Do any of the commissioners have any questions? Hearing none, we're going to go to the public portion of the meeting. If there's anybody here to speak in favor of or in opposition to, and I see Tom, your hand is up. Did you want to speak in favor of or in opposition to?
No, I wanted to speak about something else. I had a quick question, that's all.
Okay, well, we'll wait till we get to the case then. Director Hand, can you tell me, is there anybody on your end that's there to speak in favor of or opposition to?
None in the chamber, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go ahead and close in the public portion of the meeting. And Director Hand, if we could have your comments, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, this is a special use permit for a healthcare clinic in an R1 zone. This is in the citywide master plan in the Turner neighborhood. Excuse me. We received no letters in opposition, no support. There are some old notices of violation on the property, but we do believe the redevelopment of the property can address all of those and more so. There are several conditions of approval related to enhanced landscaping, lighting, ADA parking, as well as a change of occupancy for the facility in the basement of the former church. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you, Director Hand. Are there any questions for staff? If not, then we're ready for a motion and a second, please. Commissioner Ernst.
I move the Kansas City Planning Commission recommend approval of petition SP 2022-007, as it is a very good thing.
Thank you, Commissioner Ernst. Commissioner Miller, is that a second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. Janet, we're ready for the vote.
Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Polly,
Aye.
Ward.
Aye.
Madam Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of SP 2022-007, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 5 in favor and none opposed.
Ms. Parker,
you,
can we get a
Janet.
5-minute? Ms. Parker, can we get a 5-minute break, or Madam Chair?
Madam Chairman, can we have a 5-minute break, please?
Yes, we can. We've gone a while. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
All right, thank you.
We apologize to those waiting. As long as we don't have to talk about that building at 46th and Rainbow anymore. Right. I like that. Having people get up and repeat the same things that they learned. We have about a minute.
Thank you for jumping in, Ms. Jones. Job well done.
Thank you, Commissioner Ernst. I appreciate your support.
Hey,
Okay,
Janet.
who do we need back?
Can I ask Janet a quick question?
Certainly.
I can't get my video to come up. Does it matter? Okay.
Yeah, we don't have TV at the chamber either because there's an ongoing board commissioner standing committee as well. Yeah, I was just up there, Judd's still doing landing right now.
And Gunnar, just so you know, too, your audio is still sketchy.
Is it better now?
That's better right there, yes.
Yeah, I apologize. We're still working through some kinks in the actual chamber.
I understand. Let's see, I don't see Commissioner Miller back.
Sorry, I'm here. I just forgot to turn my video back on.
Oh, no worries. Thank you.
And Commissioner Pauly, we can see you now.
We have the commissioners in the chamber. I think we're ready to get to reconvene. Janet, could you call the next case, please?
Yes. The next case is special use permit application SP 2022-021, Melissa Herr with Her Hut LLC, home occupation special use permit to sell novelty toy and gift items at 2618 South 48th Street. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated May 9, 2022, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this application?
No.
Thank you.
Ms. Herr, I see you're ready and to speak to the case. If you could state your name and your address, please, and tell us what you'd like to do.
Hi, my name is Melissa Herr. My address is 2741 South 53rd Terrace. The location at 26 South 48 Terrace is where I would like to keep the inventory. So it's all the items will be sold online for e-commerce, and items will be placed out for delivery and shipping. This is to help fund the proper materials needed to move forward for a virtual kitchen. Right now we're trying to find a brick and mortar. So in order to do that, we have to find the fund to do that. And so, as I say, we just want a special permit to sell the items to fund that brick and mortar.
Okay.
Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Hurd. Commissioners, do you have any questions? Hearing none, we'll go to the public for anyone that wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to.
There's nobody in the chamber, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Director Hand, and I don't see anybody's hand up. So with that, we'll close the public portion of the meeting. And we're ready for staff's report. Director Hand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. Again, we have a home occupation special use permit for internet sales. This is in the citywide master plan in the Turner neighborhood. We've received one letter of support, no opposition. There's some old notices of a violation that we're asking the applicant to rectify that, and some other code issues we noticed on our site visit. There will be no on-site sales. Again, the applicant will deliver all the goods to their customers. We've asked accordingly that they upgrade their driveway apron to UG code standards. We appreciate the industriousness of this applicant. Recommend approval.
Thank you, Director Hand. Are there any questions for staff? Hearing none, if I could have a motion to approve in a second, please. Commissioner Polly.
Motion to approve subject to staff stipulation.
Thank you. Is that a second, Commissioner Miller?
Second.
Thank you. Janet, we're ready for roll call. Are you there, Janet?
Sorry, I was muted.
That's okay.
Commissioner Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Pauly,
Aye.
Ward.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of SB 21, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 5 in favor and none opposed. And that application will go before the Board of Commissioners on May 26th at 7 p.m.
All right, Ms. Hurd, so we'll see you then, or at least the commissioners, the other commissioners will.
Thank you.
You're welcome. We're ready for the next case, Janet, please.
Our next case is special use permit SP 2022-027. Special use permit to operate used auto sales business at 5520 Inland Drive. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated May 9, 2022, the application, other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
No.
Okay, thank you.
And I cannot tell who is here to speak to this case.
Let's
Madam Chair, this
see.
is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. I do not believe they're on the call today, but if it's okay with you, I'd like to proceed. We have a recommendation for denial, and I can explain that.
Yes, please. Go ahead, Director Hand.
Again, this is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. Again, this application is continued from a previous meeting. This is for a special use permit for auto sales. The applicant had requested only online sales. This is in the citywide master plan, sort of in the, this map is incorrect, I apologize, in the Turner neighborhood. Excuse me. It's a business currently co-located with a contractor business. We've received no response from the applicant in months. They were not in attendance at the previous meeting. You all held it over for 30 days seeking additional, if we could get a hold of the applicant. We have not been able to do so. We've received no letters of support, no opposition. There's some old notices of violation on the property. Staff recommends denial due to inactivity.
Director Hand, and I don't want, there's nobody there in the chambers to speak to the case. I didn't want to miss that.
No one in the chamber, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. If I could have a motion based on Director Hand's comments in a second, please. Commissioner, did I see your hand? Commissioner Ernst?
I move the Kansas City Planning Commission recommend denial of petition SP 2022-022 due to failure to comply with staff requirements.
Thank you, Commissioner Ernst. Is that a second, Commissioner Miller?
Second.
Madam
Thank
Chair,
you.
just a point of clarification, that's special use permit 2022-027.
Thank you.
Agreed.
Got it. With that modification then, Janet, we're ready for roll call.
Okay, Commissioner Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Foley,
Aye.
Ward.
Aye.
Madam Chairman, that motion to recommend denial of SP 27 passes 5 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you, Janet.
Our
We're ready
next
for
app-
the next case.
Okay, our next application is special use permit application SP 2022-038, Tanner's Bar and Grill. Special use permit to continue live entertainment in conjunction with restaurant and drinking establishment at 3900 Rainbow Boulevard. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated May 9, 2022, the application, other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this application?
No.
Thank you.
Is there anyone here in the audience that's here to Mr. Brentano or Russo?
I see the applicant is on
Yes,
the
I'm
call.
here, Matt Brentano.
Okay, go ahead, please, Mr. Brentano.
Yeah, 3900 Rainbow Boulevard. Yeah, pretty much what we're just asking for is a special use permit, mainly for the use of, we do music bingo one night a week, just as entertainment for our customers. DJ comes in and plays clips of songs, and people cross them out on their bingo cards to win gift cards. And that's the main use of this permit.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant? If not, we'll go to the public portion of the meeting. Is there anybody here to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request?
There's nobody in the chamber, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Director Hand. Hearing none, we'll go to staff report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. Again, this is an SUP for live entertainment. This is not an SUP for a drinking establishment, as they serve a lot of food at Tanner's, if you've ever been there. This is in the Rosedale Area Master Plan. We've received no letters in support, no opposition. There have been a couple of police calls at this location. We have checked with KCKPD. They have no additional conditions of approval other than adding our security standard conditions. We are asking that any live entertainment end at 1 a.m. And again, by definition in the code, live entertainment is everything from a jukebox to a karaoke night to music bingo or even a live band. One other condition of approval of note is that we're asking that there is no outdoor amplified noise, that is no speakers outside. They can still have music and raise their garage doors if they see fit, although they do need to comply with the noise ordinance accordingly. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you, Director Hand. Are there any questions for staff? If not, we're ready for a motion. Is that a motion, Commissioner Ernst?
Actually, it was a question.
Oh, a question, sorry.
This
For
is
staff.
technically a new special use permit, right, Gunnar?
That is correct. There was a year-long lapse between the last SUP, so we're treating this as a first up, not a renewal of.
That's why I asked.
Thank you, Commissioner Ernst. Are there any more questions for staff? If not, we're ready for a motion and a second, please. Commissioner Polly.
Motion to approve, subject to staff stipulations.
Thank you. Is that a second, Commissioner Miller?
Second.
Janet, we're ready for the roll call.
Okay, Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Polly,
Aye.
Ward.
Aye.
Madam Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of SP 38, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 5 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you, Janet. And Mr. Brentano, this will be heard again on May 26th at 7:00 p.m. Thank you.
Our next
Thank you.
application is special use permit SP 2022-039, Mo 2, special use permit to keep 40 chickens at 13024 Leavenworth Road. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated May 9, 2022, the application, other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Mr. Tu is in the chamber and at the podium.
Wonderful. If you could state your name and your address and please tell us what you'd like to do.
Yeah, so hi, I'm Amanda Lindahl, and I live at 3425 Forest Avenue, KCK. I'm here with Mothu. I work with Cultivate Kansas City and have supported Mothu as a farmer in our New Roots for Refugees program over the past 4 years, and am speaking on his behalf as Mothu speaks some English, but is not comfortable speaking in this manner with you all. So just wanted to share a little bit about Mothu recently purchased this property that's a little over an acre, closer to an acre and a half out in Western Wyandotte, and has definitely shown the great success in being an urban farmer in Kansas City and being able to supply a great source of local food for the community. And so he is interested in having more than the currently allowed 6 chickens on his property to be able to provide for his family and his Chin community, as well as potentially being able to continue to support his vegetable farm business, where he does sell vegetables at a farmer's market in the city. So just wants to be able to have more than 6 chickens to support that farm business and income source for his family.
We understand. Are there any questions of the applicant or his representative? Hearing none, we'll go to the public portion of the meeting. Is there anyone that's here who's wants to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request?
There's nobody else in the chamber, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Director Hand. If not, we'll go to you for staff report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, this is a special use permit for 40 fowl. Mr. Thu is a graduate, as the applicant's representative mentioned, of New Roots for Refugees. This is in the Prairie, Delaware, Piper Master Plan area. Mr. Thu has had no letters of support, no opposition. There is a notice of violation for parking in the lawn, but we've been working through that with the applicant accordingly and our codes department. Some noted conditions of approval relate to the fowl coop, chicken coop, if you will, does need to meet all setback requirements from the property line and adjacent buildings. in any adjacent buildings, as well as match the material of the primary structure. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you, Director Hand. Are there any questions of staff? If not, we're ready for a motion and a second, please. Commissioner Miller,
Move to approve, subject to staff stipulations and comments.
thank you. Commissioner Polly, is that a second?
It's a second.
Thank you. Janet, we're ready for the vote.
Okay, Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Polly,
Aye.
Ward.
Aye.
Madam Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of SB 39, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 5 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you, Janet. And this case will be heard again on May 26th at 7:00 p.m. Thank you.
Our next application is special use permit application SP 2022-043. Lisa K. Patterson, special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 422 Sandusky Avenue. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case: the city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated May 9, 2022, the application, other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
Thank you.
Is Ms. Lisa Patterson or her representative present to speak to this case? Director Hand, is there anyone there on your end? Oh, I see her. I see your hand up. Go ahead, Ms. Patterson. Give us your name, your address, and tell us what you'd like to do.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Lisa Patterson, I own the property at 422 Sandusky. Thank you for your attention so late into the evening. I'm here tonight to request approval of a special use permit for a short-term rental at 422 Sandusky. I'll just speak a little bit to the application and then reference a couple of points that are in the staff report as well. First, 422 Sandusky is a corner lot on the corner of Thompson and Sandusky. It's 45 foot wide, 88.5 feet deep. I purchased that in very late in July. It was uninhabitable. It had been vacant since 2013. When I say uninhabitable, all the way down to the mechanicals were all gone, likely had been scrapped for money, the metal. We are close to finishing all of the rehabilitation on that property, working with staff to complete the SUP application. You know, the big theme is definitely safe housing, safe buildings, healthy buildings, and that comes through all the way down to the third-party inspection that I was required to complete. I think the second thing that comes through is parking. You recognize the neighborhood. We do have parking. Actually, we're able to stack inside a garage because the garage runs the length of the property, or I'm sorry, the length of the house. But we also have now a permit to put a driveway in off of Thompson. So we'll be able to accommodate on-site parking inside the property, on the property. I think the other thing I would just want to highlight, a couple more things here. The staff report talks about the neighborhood, and I described the location and the lot. I think it's important to recognize there's a duplex on Sandusky. Within those 200 feet, there's 2 commercially zoned properties, has residential on the second level. And just over 200 feet away, there's warehouse and commercial zoning. So it's already a very mixed use, what you would expect to find in an urban setting. Couple of other things I'll just speak to. Let's apologize, I am feeling a bit, feeling the hour here. So just, I'll speak a little bit to short-term rental uses. Life has changed in the last few years. There's been a number of things change from the pandemic to some other external forces. And I'll just list for you a couple of the faces that you see in short-term rentals these days. You know, the rising cost of medical care, specifically hospitalization, means that providers are doing very large medical procedures and discharging clients and saying you have to stay within 30 minutes of a large major trauma center or very similar. So someone can have a bone marrow transplant, and my friend had to stay in a hotel so that she was close enough, and it was just not a comfortable environment to visit her. If you think about what a short-term rental does with the Kansas City proximity to the number of major medical units, it's important to have some accommodations that aren't traditional hotels. It's also important to think about how families travel and how they are also not accommodated by hotels. You know, when you travel with small children, you want to be able to lay them down for a nap to enjoy part of your day. And you can't do that necessarily in a hotel. There's also companies that are allowing remote work as a permanent setup, and those people are choosing to travel. They're booking a week or two at a time so they can be near their family or return to a hometown and have that workspace, quiet area, but still be in a community that they're familiar with. And maybe the most important thing about a short-term rental is it allows a property owner to still access and use that property when their schedule allows. So again, I just wanted to speak to you about some of the ways short-term rentals are being used today. I'll conclude by saying the staff report goes into a number of details. I'll just lift out one part, and it really speaks about how short-term rentals fit into this neighborhood when they are properly managed properties. I think the special use permit puts it together. The code is in place to manage that. It's my application is compatible with the current regulations, and so I would just ask for your approval tonight on the special use permit.
Thank you for that information, Ms. Patterson. So let me ask a question real quick before I turn it over to the other commissioners. So do you live near the property, this property?
I do. I live about 20 miles, 25 miles away. I do have family that is less than a mile from the property all day long, and most weekends.
Is that family helping you manage the property?
They will do that, yes.
Okay, just wanted to know, just in case there's an issue, whether or not somebody was in close proximity to take care of things that might need to be taken care of on site. So
yeah,
I appreciate knowing that. Commissioners, do you have any questions for Ms. Patterson? If not, we'll go to the public portion of the meeting. Is there anybody here that's wanting to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request?
Madam Chair, there are also people in the chamber if you want to take those on the call first.
Yes. Just as is what I see. If you could state your name and your address. Go ahead with your comment. I see your hand up, but I can't hear you yet.
Okay, are you able to hear me now?
I can now. Go ahead, please, with your name and your address.
Yes,
and
my
then
name is
comments.
Just Sturgis. I'm at 411 Sandusky Avenue, so the opposite end of the street from 422. I'll start out by saying that while we appreciate that this property has been rehabbed, it was under a multiple bid situation from the get-go. So there were many people that were interested, myself included, in purchasing this property to rehab it into a single family home. Also, from my interviews of the people both on Thompson and Sandusky, as well as some on Ann, I haven't come across anybody who's in support of this short-term rental. Our issues are variant, so other people that will come after me will have other points to contribute, but I'll start by saying that for us, my wife, myself, and my immediate neighbors that I've been in contact with through this process are one of our biggest concerns is that this is starting to erode the fabric of the neighborhood. There are too many rentals and short-term rentals within a small proximity. So while Ms. Patterson points out that this is already a mixed-use neighborhood and has been historically, this is not contributing to going the other direction from that. So we're losing the opportunity to have single-family homes. We're losing the opportunity to have families move into the neighborhood. All of those things contribute to the demise of the community. So if we don't have new families with children moving into these neighborhoods, the schools will never improve. There are many issues such as that. Additionally, agreed, she has now received permission to have off-street parking, but there have been times with some of the other Airbnbs here where we've had 6, 7 cars for a single stay. I know that even in her property, I think we had a couple big groups early on when there wasn't a permit even for her to be operating as an Airbnb. And then the final point that I'll make is that there is a way, I'm a Airbnb owner as well in another state, in a home that I lived in. There is a way to come into the neighborhood and ingratiate yourself with the neighbors to make people feel comfortable about what you're planning to do. Ms. Patterson didn't do that. In fact, I can verify that before she made purchase of the property, she was told that the neighborhood was opposed to any short-term rentals. She went ahead with that investment and went ahead with the rehab with the intention of doing it as a short-term rental. So again, not really a great way to come into the neighborhood. And I'll let the next person share their points. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't see anybody else online. Are there people at the podium in the chambers?
We have a Nick Tomasic III who's raising their hand.
Go ahead, Mr. Tomasic. Please state your name and your address.
My
Give
name
us
is
your
Nick
comments.
Thomas. My name is Nick Thompson III. I live at 518 North Thompson, which is directly to the west of this property. I mowed this property for about 5 years when Greg Vogan got sick and passed away, and then his wife was sick and the house was vacant. So, you know, this was the Markovich house for many years before that. And when I saw people coming to look at it, I was excited, looking forward to new neighbors. I introduced myself and they said they were going to turn it into an Airbnb. And I said, I respectfully, I'm not trying to be rude, but no one in this block is in favor of those because of all the problems we've had, like 4th of July fireworks parties after Chiefs games at 10 o'clock at night. Who do we call to pass along? And Ms. Patterson mentioned that, you know, there's someone local during the day that could take care of that. But what about 10 o'clock at night if we have problems? And in the staff report, it talks about the parking is able under the garage. I encourage any of the commissioners to look at the front of this garage. I don't think a Chevette or a Yugo could fit in this garage, maybe a smart car. So the fact that there's the two off-street parking is just simply not true. And also the properties around here are renting for this size property are renting for $2,000 a month or more. I don't feel the Pattersons will have any hardship with turning it into a long-term rental. They've been operating it illegally after they were notified that, you know, made aware that they needed to get a permit. And we've had large dogs running around the property and the yard is not fenced in. And it's just, I have 2 young daughters. I'm concerned about my family's safety. And not even to mention what Mr. Sturgis mentioned about the fabric of the community. Thank you all very much.
You're welcome. Thank you for your comments. I don't see anybody else online. Go ahead with those that want to speak in the chamber.
Madam Chair, I believe Lindsay had her hand up briefly. I wasn't sure if she.
I see Lindsay. Lindsay?
Yes,
Yes,
yes.
please.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes. State your name and your address, please.
Great. This is Lindsay Malling at 419 Sandusky. Just wanted to reiterate that I'm opposed to this for the reasons already mentioned due to parking, limited review in Wyandotte County in general of these short-term rentals with regards to what gets approved and what doesn't get approved and what are the stipulations around it. As mentioned, she's already been operating this Airbnb for some time without regard to the neighbors, and we're concerned that this will not be addressed going forward.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Raise your hand.
Sorry, there are a couple of people in the chamber who'd like to speak.
Go ahead,
Hi.
please.
My name's Rose Iltz. I live at 506 North 4th Street. I actually own and live in one of the mixed-use buildings that she referred to. We've owned that building for over 15 years and have put a lot of money and sweat equity into it, and we plan on staying. I just wanted to say that owner-occupied homes add to the stability of our neighborhood. It's great to be able to get to know your neighbors, and we've all gotten together quite a few times just to discuss this deal. I did have a couple of conversations with Ms. Patterson and a gentleman, I don't know if he was her husband, that when they were working on the property, and they intentionally lied to me when I asked them if they were gonna live in it, rent it, Airbnb it. You know, she said they were considering moving into it. They live in Tonganoxie, or maybe their son was going to live in it, but never the straight answer. And, you know, having lived in several different neighborhoods in Kansas City, Kansas, and Kansas City, Missouri, I know, actually, I own a rental property in KCMO, and there's an Airbnb next door, and I constantly have problems with them vandalizing my property and the other surrounding properties. They don't have any skin in the game. They're careless and unconcerned when it comes to the life, safety, and general welfare of the neighbors. I've personally been attacked by an unrestrained dog by a guy that was staying in the Airbnb next door, and he promptly picked up his dog, threw it in the car, drove away, never to be seen again. So there I was, stuck with the bills. So that's it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We have one more person in the audience, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, please. State your name and your address and give your comments, please.
My name is Artie Scholes. My address is 525 North Thompson. It's just 2 doors south of the property. I agree with everything everybody else has said in opposition as well. I was lied to, not by Ms. Patterson. I've never met her, but her husband, or who I believe to be her husband, told me that he wasn't going to make it an Airbnb. They were rehabbing it for their son, who worked at Butler Transport, just down the hill from where we live. I also agree that, you know, Airbnbs are going to ruin the fabric of a lot of our neighborhoods. We have zero regulations to keep these people accountable. You know, they've been operating this Airbnb and with no penalty whatsoever. And that's concerning. I think we need to put a moratorium on all Airbnbs until we can get some guidelines and policies in place to keep these people accountable for, you know, not only keeping up their property, but Airbnb, yes, they vet the one person who has the app on their phone that can rent the place, but they can invite 20 people over to party, and there's nothing that the owner can do about it necessarily. And that in turn makes our street not as desirable. I just bought my house 2 years ago. I had rented it for 3 years and just bought it 2 years ago. And if I would have known that an Airbnb was 2 doors down, I wouldn't have bought it. So that's all I got. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
There's nobody else in the chamber, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. With that, then we're going to close the public portion of the meeting, but I'm going to go back to Ms. Patterson. Ms. Patterson, you heard the testimony, and there's a myriad of concerns, including the thought that you've been operating illegally. So if you could address that, if you could address the carelessness issues, safety issues, parking issues.
Sure. Thank you for the opportunity to address those. Let me go back through a couple of these. I think first we'll just start parking. We have a permit to put a driveway and parking pad in the side yard. So entering off Thompson in the backyard of the property. So that's been approved by the right of way. We're just waiting for the weather to clear. In terms of safety, I think what I heard one person say is that they had been attacked by a dog in a different area. In terms of safety, I'm not connecting how different from a long-term rental. I'm not connecting the safety issue. I understand that people have had an experience with somebody who was a Airbnb user, but they could have reached out to Airbnb and that person is trackable. You could have found that for the dog situation. In terms of carelessness, we have cameras on property. We can see the exterior at all times, so we're able to identify what is going on. I'm hesitant, but I'll go ahead and address, people are saying that they were lied to. And I just want to give some context to that. I hope that none of those people ever have to experience anything in their life that is unplanned. I hope they never experience a job loss. I hope they never experience medical scares or an education change of plans or a project that goes over budget. And if they do have that, I hope that they're not the target in a public meeting where people come after them for things that were said. I would counter to a couple of those folks. The only person, I won't go into those details, but I just want to say, if someone feels they had a commitment from me about how that renovation was going to go, and they've lived my life since July, and they now want to judge about how things have gone, I'm going to allow them to do that. And I'm going to ask you to lean on the existing criteria that's in place for a special use permit and recognize that we have brought the house into a safe standard. We have parking covered with the permit driveway. We are accessible just as any other person would be. We have cameras on site. We can see what's going on at all times externally. So again, I apologize for going on there, but what I think I was asked to address is that people want to go after what they feel was a commitment. And I think that's an issue in life.
Let me ask you this, because the issue came up a few times about you operating illegally. How long have you been renting the property?
Yeah, so let me just speak to that. And I will say, there is a very big disconnect between what the IRS tax code, what the rules allow for short-term rentals, and then what the UG's process is for short-term rentals. And I will say, in looking at the UG's website, there's an old letter from 4 years ago. It links to a dead site. Anyway, so there was a period of time where we hadn't quite completed, but we knew that we were close. We needed a number of personal life decisions to line up. In that time frame, I'm very well aware, any one of us listening tonight has the opportunity to rent your home for 14 days without the IRS requiring you to report that revenue. That basically identifies what your operating opportunity is. On March 5th, when we realized that there was this weird timing that we weren't sure what was going to happen, but we knew that we had an opportunity for 2 weeks of rental, we listed and rented. Once we got some very unfortunate news about our lives, we then pulled down, filed a permit, and realized that for us and for our family, for whatever the time frame may be, we aren't able to be in that house full time. We're not able to put our family in that house full time. So we need to make it a rental. Now, I hear people saying long-term, those types of rental. Not everybody's life situation means that you can commit to a long-term rental. Does that answer you, Commissioner Jones?
It does. And so let me ask you this too. So what would you do? I know you said you had family in proximity to help you manage it, but if something were to happen, because I heard somebody mention something about basically late night parties. So if something came up and it's 10 p.m. at night or later, how would you address that?
So if they were to call or email me, because the entire neighborhood has my contact information, I'm able to contact the person. I can contact the guest immediately. I can call them, text them, message them. If they don't respond, if we're talking about true noise complaints, then obviously that's a police report, but it's also easy for us to make a 20-minute drive and be there.
Got it.
I think you also, I would want you to recognize this as well. I think it was Mr. Sturgeon who commented on the investment. I think that's really important to recognize. When there is a home that is uninhabitable, there are very few financial tools to make that rehab. It requires a huge personal commitment. I have a huge interest in maintaining this house in great shape so that my family can use it in the future. I don't have an interest in making it a party house. So just as the neighbors have said they don't want parties, they would be concerned, I have even a larger interest in that. I'm sorry, I did not mean to cut you off.
That's okay. I want to give the commissioners another opportunity to ask you any questions they have based on the testimony and your responses. Any questions? Okay, with that, we're going to go to Director Hand for a staff report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. I would start by noting that this property last year also applied for a certificate of appropriateness. Before we changed the ordinance, it was in the environs of a historic landmark. And as they proposed to demolish sort of the back added on room of this property as a part of the remodel, they did have to apply for and received a certificate of appropriateness. Again, this is a special use permit for a short-term rental. Excuse me. It's in the central area master plan in the Strawberry Hill neighborhood. We have received, in addition to the comments tonight, multiple letters in opposition. We've received no letters in support. They have rectified multiple notices of violation on the property as a part of this project. The conditions relate to a maximum of 5 people and a maximum of 2 cars to be parked off street. It was addressed earlier by the applicant that they've received a right-of-way permit from the Public Works Department for a second driveway off Thompson for a 3rd plus off-street parking. Staff would ask if the commission does want to move forward with a motion for approval that they would add that, although it's already been approved, but for the record, add that condition of approval again for a UG standard driveway off of Thompson for additional off-street parking. We also have some conditions of approval related to the concrete steps to the front door off Sandusky Avenue, and apply all of the standard short-term rental conditions. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you, Director Hand. Are there any questions for staff? Hearing none, if we could have a motion and a second. Oh, Commissioner Pauly, did you have a question? Oh, we can't hear you.
Sorry, I have a question for Gunnar. If she was operating this Airbnb without a permit, doesn't that sort of maybe ping her ability to come before us now? Isn't that a self-created hardship situation, or?
I think as soon as we found out that the applicant was operating a short-term rental without a special use permit, mainly due to the community at large, we did notify them. They stopped immediately and applied for a special use permit. It happens on a regular basis.
Okay, thank you.
So I would also note that we have a serious enforcement issue of all short-term rentals and all zoning violations in this county.
And even though I see Mr. Just Us, your hand up, we've already closed the public portion of the meeting, and so I'm not going to be able to address your question. Do any of the other commissioners have any questions for staff?
Yeah, Commissioner Beth, you stated that we already have a problem with enforcement with short-term rentals. Do we know?
I'm sorry, who is that speaking?
It's Commissioner Beth in the chamber.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Do we know how many short-term rentals we have in that area?
Yes, Commissioner, this is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. We pay for a third-party platform that tracks Airbnb, Vrbo, other platforms. I'm blanking on the third one that's common right now. Across Wyandotte County, on average, we have about 100 short-term rentals that do not have SUPs in the county.
Thank you.
So once that's noted, then Gunnar, though, provisions are made to correct that. So I just want to make sure we're not treating this case and Ms. Patterson any different than what we've treated others similarly situated, so to speak.
This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. Quite the opposite. Those who come through the process come into greater compliance. We don't have enough manpower to track down those other 75 to 100 a month that don't have special use permits, even to seek them out and tell them they need one.
The quandary is understood. Any final questions for staff? If not, if we could have a motion and a second, please.
Commissioner Beth, I would make a motion to deny it.
Thank you, Commissioner Beth. Do we have a second?
We need a reasoning for the motion.
Oh, yes, I apologize for the denial. Yes, we do.
For
The denial. We have to say why we're
No,
denying it.
we didn't write reasons for denial. Again, you cannot base it off just plain opposition. So it would be related to one of the reasons that potentially the opposition gave.
the impact on the neighborhood, effect of the neighborhood.
Legal.
I don't have the.
Are we good with that, Patrick?
Could you clarify the impact on the neighborhood? Is that what I heard?
Yes.
Could you, I'm sorry, Commissioner, could you clarify what the negative impact is?
The negative impact on the neighborhood with the amount of people that would be coming through there.
Okay, thank you.
So we can proceed with the second.
Second.
Commissioner Ernst.
Commissioner Miller.
Oh,
I didn't-
Miller, I'm sorry. And we're ready for the vote, please.
Okay. Give me just 1 second here. I was typing in the reason.
Okay.
Okay, Commissioner Beth,
No. Or, aye.
Ernst,
All night.
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Polly,
Aye.
Ward.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, or Madam Chairman, I'm sorry, that motion to recommend denial of special use permit 43 due to the negative impact of the amount of people that would come through the neighborhood passes 5 in favor and none opposed.
Okay. Ms. Patterson, this case will be heard again on May 26th at 7:00 p.m.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Our next application is special use permit SP 2022-046, Blake Lostel. Special use permit for live entertainment in conjunction with an existing drinking establishment at 322 North 6th Street. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated May 9, 2022, the application, other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. At this time, does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this application?
No.
Thank you.
Mr. Lostel, I see you're here and ready to speak. If you could go ahead and state your name, your address, and tell us what you'd like to do, please.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Blake Lostel. I am at 1919 Federal Avenue, KCK 66103. This Sunday, though, I'll be at 444 Orville, moving to the Hill finally. I own a couple properties over on the Hill, and I just had another one of these done, so I feel like I'm getting to know you guys. And I operated the Colonial Club Easy Inn without knowledge that I needed one of these, but I was told so, and we stopped all activity until these hearings. We've been in business over 3 years, zero violations, no police reports. We keep a very clean place. And a lot of people enjoy it that are on the hill. And that's basically it. I'm just trying to make it so that everything's on the up and up.
Thank you for the information, Mr. Lostel. Do any of the commissioners have any questions for the applicant? If not, we're ready to go to the public portion of the meeting. Is anybody here to speak in favor of the request or in opposition to it?
There's nobody in the chamber, Madam Chair.
Oh, and Mr. Tomasic, your hand is up. Go ahead with your name and address and your comments, please.
My name is Nick Tomasic. I live at 518 North Thompson Street. I grew up just directly to the south at 601 Split Log. For the last 50 years, this tiny tavern was almost unnoticeable to the neighborhood. You wouldn't even know it was a bar. For the last 3+ years, everyone's known at a bar because of the loud music, karaoke and DJs until after 2 a.m. without a permit. I find it amazing, or I don't know the right word, but just that it was unknown that you needed a permit for that. When some of the other bars in the neighborhood, this body has required them to stop at 10 p.m. For instance, the 403 Club with Artie Scholes as the owner, and the new nonprofit record store on 6th Street. There's illegal parking almost every night where it makes it very difficult to pull off of onto 6th Street, motorcycles on the sidewalk, late night burnouts, excessive noise and trash. And there's other people that wanted to speak tonight, but I think it was because of how late it is. For instance, Steve Pierce at Skratsky Funeral Home next door that I've spoken with. And, if you look at any bus stop on 6th Street, you'll see dozens of children every morning and every afternoon. This is a neighborhood. And there's a lot of elderly and immigrants that are scared to say anything or speak up for fear of retribution. And I can say that personally. I know elderly people that are fearful of speaking tonight. And so I ask that you deny this application, or at the very least, just commissioners think about live music until 1 a.m. from Sunday to Thursday night. That seems absurd. At the very least, please limit it to 10 p.m. And I'm a fan of live music. One of the bands that's scheduled to perform at the end of May, Drugs and Addicts. I know Willie, the lead singer, very well, and I love that band. It's not the right place for loud rock and roll music until 1 o'clock in the morning, as the staff report recommended. So thank you all very much.
You're welcome. Mr. Lostel, you want to speak to those comments about the loud music, excessive noise, trash, and the lateness of the hour? Mr. Lostel, are you still there? You're
Hello,
muted.
you there? Sorry,
Yes,
I'm
we are.
muted. So as far as that goes, the only person that's ever really tried to come against us is Nick Tomasic. I understand that his dad lives behind us, and we have made special deals without even looking for their approval, by putting up a fence, by not having outdoor speakers. We keep the doors shut. Our music does not run late. There's never been a complaint from police. There's never been anybody called about us. We provide food and a meeting area for people. We're very beloved in the neighborhood, actually. So this comes as a shock. I took 2 days to get people's signatures that actually lived on the hill and submitted them with this report, and I could get 30 within 2 days. If I really tried, I could probably get 100. So it's just disappointing that, and I understand, but we always are trying to take care of, make sure that Mr. Tomasic's father and mother behind us are not impeded by our business. And that's all.
Thank you for that response. Thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions? If not, we'll close the public portion of the meeting and we're going to go to staff comments. Director Hand.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. Again, we have a SUP for live entertainment, commonly referred to as the Easy Inn. It's important to note that this is a continuation of a historical use. So the SUP is not for the bar itself. It's only for the live entertainment on top of it. Again, live entertainment is anything from a karaoke machine to a jukebox to live bands. This is in the Central Area Master Plan in Strawberry Hill. We have received multiple letters of support. We received one letter in opposition in addition to the comments this evening. There are some old notices of violation on the property. All have been rectified by the property owner. Condition of approval related are to have music, live entertainment, cease by 1 a.m. All the standard conditions about closing doors, security standard conditions. The one added condition of approval was we asked that no amplified music be outside in the rear patio or outside in general ever. So that would be a change in the use, the current use of the property. Again, that doesn't mean that if there's a live band that goes till 1 a.m. that people won't be outside talking, smoking cigarettes, so on and so forth. That happens at a bar. Just that there'd be no amplified noise in that outdoor space, as well as some other standard conditions about signage and other things that we saw on the property. Staff is willing to work with the applicant if we feel like hours of operations are inappropriate, but we stand by our conditions of approval, recommend approval for 2 years.
Thank you, Director Hand. And I'd say that I know you're working to be consistent because we had a case earlier that you addressed the amplification of loud music not being outside. So that's appreciated. Commissioners, do you have any questions for staff?
And Madam Chair, I would just note that Mary Beth Schwartz just raised her hand. I know you just closed the public comment, but I just wanted to note that.
Okay. Was it up? Was it up before I closed it?
I just noticed it. I don't know.
Okay, so let me do this then, and erring to the side of caution because the technology is a little bit wonky. I'm going to go ahead and reopen it so that she can speak.
Hi, my name is Mary Beth Schwartz. I did actually raise it right at the beginning. I just don't know what happened with it.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Mary Beth Schwartz. I live at 604 North Thompson, and I have been to the Easy Inn numerous times back when it's Colonial Club, when it's Easy Inn. I've been there when there's been live music. I've never seen them play any live music outside whatsoever. There's no amplification outside at all. I frequent numerous businesses around Strawberry Hill. Easy Inn has been somewhere I've frequented for a long time. I've never seen any issues. It's a very calm, nice bar. I actually own the building that Sammy's is in, so I've seen some things that have happened at other places. Easy Inn is not a place of concern for me. And I think they're a great addition to the neighborhood. And I love and appreciate the fact that they have food. And I think it's a calm establishment. And I fully support their ability to have live music inside because I think they handle themselves very professionally and are a good addition to the neighborhood.
Thank you for your comments. And I'm sorry I missed you the first go round. With that, I'm going to reclose the public portion of the meeting and ask the commissioners one last time on this. Do you have any questions? If not, we're ready for a motion in a second. I need a
Commissioner
motion
Ward.
in a second. I heard.
Commissioner Ward, a motion to approve based upon staff stipulations.
Thank you, Commissioner Ward. Commissioner Polly, is that a second? Thank you. Janet, we're ready for the vote.
Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Miller,
No.
Pauly,
Aye.
Ward.
Aye.
Madam Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of this application, subject to the conditions and the staff report, passes 4 in favor and 1 opposed.
Thank you, Janet. Mr. Lostel, this case will be heard again May 26th at 7:00 p.m. Good luck.
Thank you. Good night.
You're welcome. Good night.
That takes us to our vacation application, VAC 2022-002, Joe McLaughlin with BHC Roads, vacation of right-of-way at 205 North Orchard Street. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated May 9, 2022, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
Thank you.
I see Mr. McLaughlin, you're here. If you could state your name again, your address, and tell us what you want to do.
Yes. Can you hear me?
We can.
All right. My name is Joe McLaughlin. I'm with BHC. Address is 712 State Avenue, Kansas City, Kansas, 66101. What we're seeking approval for is the vacation of some alley right-of-way that lies east and south of 205 Orchard Street. This lot was originally platted in the late 1800s, and it's a 25-foot lot, and vacating the alleys will increase the buildable area, so that the property owner and it's actually for a group of students and instructors in the KU architecture program. They're going to build a house there. And so the 25 feet was just a little too narrow for them. They're looking to vacate the alley and get some additional room.
Thank you for that information, Mr. McLaughlin. Do any of the commissioners have any questions for the applicant? If not, we're ready to go to the public portion of the meeting. Is there anybody here that's wanting to speak in favor of or in opposition to the applicant's request?
There's no one left in the chamber, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Director Hand. And I don't think I'm missing anybody here online. So with that, we will close the public portion of the meeting. And Director Hand, if we could get your report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Resign. Again, we have a vacation for a right-of-way in order to make a larger lot. I don't believe this is the infamous Studio 806 at KU Architecture Program, but we have been in contact with KU Architecture students regarding the development of this site. Again, it's in the Central Area Master Plan, Strawberry Hill neighborhood. We received no letters of support, no opposition. There are no notices of violation on the property. Again, you can see from this location when the Kansas Department of Transportation built the freeway, they took quite a bit of right-of-way. They're asking for just a little bit more here to build their property, single-family home infill development. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you, Director Hand. Commissioners, do you have any questions for staff?
Oh, Madam Chair, I forgot to mention, we did contact KDOT. They have no issues with the vacation.
Perfect. Great. Thank you. Well, seeing no questions from commissioners, we're ready for a motion and a second, please.
Commissioner Ward,
Commissioner Ward, go ahead.
move to approve VAC 2022-002 based upon staff stipulations.
Thank you. Commissioner Miller, is that a second?
Second.
Thank you. We're ready for the vote, Janet.
Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Pauly,
Aye.
Ward.
Aye.
Madam Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of the vacation application 2 passes 5 in favor and none opposed, subject to the staff's conditions.
Thank you, Janet. Mr. McLaughlin, this case will be heard again on May 26th at 7:00 p.m.
Our next application is Plan Review, PR 2022-015, William Harkins. Preliminary Plan Review for construction of a new entrance, truck scale, and stormwater facilities at 2140 South 88th Street. Please include the following items as part of the record for this case. The city's currently adopted zoning and subdivision regulations, the official zoning map for the area in question, the city's currently adopted master plan for the area in question, the staff report and attachments dated May 9, 2022, the application and other documents, plans, pictures, and maps submitted by the applicant in furtherance of the case and contained in the official file, the notice in the Wyandotte Echo, and the notices to property owners. Does any member of the commission have any contact to disclose with regard to this case?
No.
Thank you.
I see Mr. Harkins, you're here and ready to speak. If you could give us your name, state your address, and then tell us what you'd like to do, please.
Sure. My name is Wendell Harkins. It's not William or Weldell. It's Wendell Harkins, and I live at 2124 Hayter Avenue in Naperville, Illinois. I represent and work for Fuchs Lubricants. We're an independent lubricants manufacturer in the United States, and our corporate headquarters in Harvey, Illinois. We have a grease manufacturing plant located at 2140 South 88th Street, and we'd like to do some improvements at the facility. The first improvement is we want to construct a private truck scale for weighing inbound and outbound trucks. It'll be located at the back of our property, and it would not be available for public use. The second improvement is we'd like to widen our truck entrance and exit into the plant. Currently, the road is about 22 feet in width, and we'd like to take it up to 35 feet to allow a truck to come in and out at the same time. It'll keep trucks from blocking the entrance. When we were doing the site development, we ran across an issue with our storm drain for the property. Basically, we had over the past, I don't know how many years, used grassy areas for parking spaces and added gravel and stuff, and that became impermeable. So when we did a survey, we went ahead and updated the the stormwater permit, and we've added drainage to the natural outfall that runs the length of the plant. You can see it there in the drawing. The water goes into the drainage ditch and down into the natural outfall. So that's basically what we're trying to do, is put in a truck scale, widen the entrance for trucks, and then address stormwater issues.
Thank you for that information, Mr. Harkins. Commissioners, do you have any questions for the applicant? If not, we'll go to the public portion of the meeting. Is there anybody here that is wanting to speak in favor of or in opposition to this request?
There's nobody in the chamber, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Director Hand. With that, we'll close the public portion of the meeting and go to Director Hand for staff report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, we have a plan review ahead of us for some site improvements at this location. I'll note that a plan review and a final plan review are required for, this is not an MP district, but there is this section in the code ordinance that requires it for facilities with hazardous materials. So we went ahead and did a plan review accordingly. Again, this is in the citywide master plan area in the Riverview neighborhood, if you will. We've received no letters in support, no letters in opposition. There are no notices of violations on this property. Again, a final development plan are required. Staff has essentially asked for things like enhanced landscaping and fencing upgrades, which the applicant was already planning on doing. There's no expansion of any of the buildings. As such, staff recommends approval.
Thank you, Director Hand. Are there any questions for staff? Hearing and seeing none, if I could get a motion and a second, please.
Commissioner Ward, I move to approve PR 2022-015 based upon staff stipulations.
Thank you, Commissioner Ward. Commissioner Miller, is that a second?
Second.
Thank you. Janet, we're ready for the vote, please.
Commissioner Beth,
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Pauly,
Aye.
Ward.
Aye.
Madam Chairman, that motion to recommend approval of PR 15, subject to the conditions in the staff report, passes 5 in favor and none opposed.
Thank you, Janet. Mr. Harkins, this case will be heard again May 26th at 7:00 p.m.
What does that mean?
You will go before the Board of Commissioners and the case will be heard again.
So I have to appear again?
Yes, you do. You need to appear, yes.
All right,
Mr.
very good.
Morgan.
Thank you.
Because
You're welcome.
Mr. Morgan, because it was unanimous, you will be on the consent agenda unless somebody pulls it off.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chairman, that takes us to our last item on the agenda. It's a resolution to support the Mark Casey Regional Climate Action Plan. Consideration of a resolution to support the Mid-America Regional Council's Casey Regional Climate Action Plan and for UG staff to conduct a citywide risk and vulnerability assessment in order to encourage greater community resiliency.
And is Director Hand or somebody else going to speak to this case?
Madam Chair, I'm going to give a quick presentation and I'll go super fast as it's midnight.
Okay, yeah, because the hour is late.
All right, this is a follow-up to the presentation that we did at a special session where the Mid-America Regional Council came in and gave their spiel last month. At the end of that meeting, we had a brief conversation. Staff asked me to read the plan, which I did, come back with any action items, which I have before you, and I'm going to give you this quick presentation accordingly. So again, this is in regards to the Kansas City Regional defined and developed climate action plan. They did this in collaboration with multiple communities and stakeholders across the Mark area, as well as with the non-private climate action KC. They essentially have 5 big principles that they talk about as they're doing, that guide the planning process. Again, most of the stuff that you're going to see tonight are things that we're already doing, that we've proven that we can do. They do note that we need to match the scale of the challenge. So there is a pretty aggressive target, which is net zero by 2050. It will require leadership, and of particular point, if we do nothing, it will only get worse. I think the real point here is that regardless of where you are politically on the causes of climate change and climate chaos is happening. Of particular note, I would point out that we are projecting by 2100 to have longer, hotter summers. We're going to be over 105 degrees, 21, almost 22 days of the year, where we're basically averaging about 1 per year. There will be longer periods of drought, more intense storm events, and greater annual precipitation. So this has a direct corollary effect to our stormwater management. If you've been listening to what we've been talking about across this community in the last 5 to 10 years, we have a consent decree to separate our soil and assume water. So stormwater is a huge issue in Wyandotte County. The EPA is making us spend hundreds of millions of dollars in the next 25 years to replace a lot of this activity. And again, I think it's important to note that this will have real impacts on our people. We're talking about decreased air and water quality, increased respiratory diseases, even things of when it gets hotter, yes, there is more crime. And again, all kinds of waterborne and airborne diseases spread in hotter, wetter climates. This started with a greenhouse gas inventory. People talk a lot about what is greenhouse gas. It's simple, it's pollution. And most of that pollution comes from our transportation sector. We're addressing these very issues in the ongoing countywide mobility strategy that we're talking about with GODOT, followed up by building residential buildings. Again, we're looking at updating the county's building code. I believe it was heard at the Neighborhood and Community Development Standing Committee earlier this evening. Talks about reducing waste. We just adopted, the UG just adopted our municipal waste plan, talking about these very issues. And again, in just industry and manufacturing, We talked a lot about the pollution from industrial districts and their proximity to residential neighborhoods when we just wrapped up the Armadale Area Master Plan. Again, these are things that we're already talking about, whether it's about greenhouse gas emissions or not. Specifically, there's one thing that the Climate Action Plan asks municipalities to do in addition to doubling down on the resolution that was before you tonight. They did a large, broad regional climate risk and vulnerability assessment. Again, I would think about this as existing conditions analysis is to an area plan. This risk and vulnerability assessment helps us think about and move forward with planning resiliency in our community. And as you can see from this regional map, again, it shouldn't be too much of a stretch for you all based on previous conversations and presentations. It's us and it's Kansas City, Missouri that are the most at risk and vulnerable. Again, because we are more diverse and because we are more disadvantaged in Wyandotte County, we're more likely to be exposed to the impacts of climate change, i.e. all these weather events. We're more susceptible to damage because we're not prepared for them. We haven't had the money to invest in adaptation. And again, we're less able to cope. We are less resilient than the rest of the community because we don't have the resources to bounce back. Again, path to net zero. These are everything that they sort of seek and target. I would note on this slide that they've asked that this plan doesn't hold us to anything. There is no requirements. There's just goals, and there's just focus on collaboration and leadership moving forward. There's going to be a lot of work at the Mid-America Regional Council around this issue. We believe that this is an opportunity for Wyandotte County to lead by example in that work across the region. Again, we're doing a lot of these things. We can obviously do them a lot better, but we are doing a lot of these things. These are the 9 identified action areas specifically pointed out. Each one of these had several sort of goals, strategies, and then action items. Again, a lot of this stuff that are things that we're already talking about. None of this in this plan commits us to them. So I would point out, oh man, it came through. So don't mind the option 1 stuff, but what is this plan basically ask us to do? And what is it about? It's about cleaner air. I think everybody can agree that we should have cleaner air. It's about complete streets. We have an ordinance adopted in 2021 for complete streets. It is the foundation by which we are doing our countywide mobility strategy. It's about greater mobility options, be there micro mobility like this, bike ped, changing over from single occupancy vehicles, excuse me. It's about waste reduction. Again, our municipal solid waste management plan seeks to do just that by targeting 2 specific things. 1, which is doing more composting, pulling food out of the waste stream, and 2, pulling landscape materials out of the waste stream. It's about more efficient buildings, again, building codes, potentially setting standards. Most municipalities in the country now have some level of standard, at least for government buildings, in terms of some sort of sustainability. The most typical standard is called LEED, Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design. It's about urban farming. We got a lot of that going on in Wyandotte County. It's about infill development. We heard several infill development projects this evening. And it's about historic preservation. The most sustainable buildings are the ones that are already built. They have a lot of embodied energy within them. It's also about open space conservation. And at the end of the day, it's about saving money. We've had a conversation with the chief financial officer about this very issue. Again, if we do nothing, it will cost us more in the future to adapt. And my favorite slide and my favorite reasoning, it can be as simple as planting a tree. It does a lot. In conclusion, again, I'd caution us to focus on the fact that all of these things are simply good planning practice. We are a constrained community with limited resources. We need to figure out how to do more with less. If you think about it, I would think about it this. Yes, it's a climate action plan, but this is just a integrated systems-based approach to all the things. We need to start working holistically. We need to break down our silos within the unified government. We need to realize the multiple benefits. We talk about this all the time in GODOT. It's not one solution. It's not a traffic problem and a single traffic solution. It's a multi-benefit to turn our public right-of-ways into our most valuable open spaces. Again, we got to do this together. And I would make the point that Federal dollars are increasingly tied to this very issue: equity, sustainability, greenhouse gas emission reduction. And finally, as members of MARC, the MARC board already approved this plan. It's already part of what we should be doing. It's already been approved. We just start coming back and doubling down on a relatively symbolic resolution, except for one small thing. We decided to add the language in there specifically in this resolution to do the work of creating a localized climate risk and vulnerability assessment. We believe this has begun in GODOT. We believe it can continue as a conversation in the citywide master plan update, which we're releasing the request for proposals for later this month. And we do believe that we can become leaders in our region around this issue. With that, staff recommends approval. We have two, there were emails this morning, but we have two letters of support from both from the Mid-America Regional Council and Climate Action KC, again, the nonprofit developed by MARC and other cities to help organize these events. If you heard about the Climate Action Summit that happened a couple of weeks ago, that's the collaboration, the summit put on by Climate Action KC. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you, Director Hand. I'm going to say we appreciate that information, and we appreciate even more your ability to speed share, because it is now, we started this meeting and it was May 9th and it is now May 10th. So with that, if we could have, well, let me ask you, do any of the commissioners have any questions? And Commissioner Miller, I see your hand up, or is that for a motion?
I have one very, very quick question.
Go ahead, please.
So Gunnar, in my review of the resolution, it looks like whatever comes about of this is going to go to the commission. Is it going to come back before us for the plan you develop, or is it going straight to the commission? That's kind of my only question.
Thank you, Mr. Miller, Commissioner Miller, Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. What we're thinking is, because this is a resolution and because this is a relatively big deal, a large conversation, depending on how the commission votes today, if they were to hypothetically move this resolution forward, we would hold it over to the June meeting so that we could run it through standing committee and then the Board of Commissioners in June, just so we're covering all of our bases so that it won't skip straight to P&Z later tonight, or excuse me, later this month. With that said, the resolution sets in motion a sort of interdepartmental process where we will work on that assessment. When we're done, we will absolutely come back with that assessment to the Planning Commission.
Right. Does that answer your question, Commissioner Miller?
Yes, it does.
Wonderful. Any other questions for Director Hand? Okay. If there are no further questions, and if somebody, I need a motion and a second, please. Tom?
Yes. Hello, I've got a quick question for you guys.
Okay, is it about the presentation?
It's about, I thought tonight was that you guys were going to talk about the new properties over the new development, I should say, over by Village West, the multifamily development.
That wasn't on our docket for today. So I don't know if you have a case number. You can feel free to call staff tomorrow and find out about that.
Yeah.
Okay.
I apologize for that. That case, if you're talking about the one off Georgia and between Georgia and Parallel, that was continued to the next agenda. Again, because of the cyber attack, we haven't been able to send out the usual courtesy holdover notices. We did issue and speak with the neighborhood leaders in Piper Delaware Prairie master plan area, and they were trying their best to reach out to everybody. So I apologize that you were here for the entire meeting.
Okay, guys. Thank you very much, though. That was a good meeting anyway.
We're glad you think so.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Okay, so now we're ready for a motion and a second. Commissioner Pauly.
I'd like to make a motion to approve this subject to staff comment and stipulations.
Thank you, Commissioner Pauly. Commissioner Ernst, is that a second?
That is a second.
Thank you very much. Janet, roll call, please.
Beth?
Aye.
Ernst,
Aye.
Miller,
Aye.
Pauly,
Aye.
Ward.
Aye.
Madam Chairman, that motion passes 5 in favor and none opposed.
And it sounds like we'll be hearing more about this in the future. Thank you, Janet. With that, the hour is extremely late. Oh, Commissioner Polly, was your hand just still up or did you have, okay.
Put your hand down.
Nobody wants to do anything else. We're ready to like go to bed, really. So I just want to say thank you for your participation and your service, and we will see you all next month. Take care.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Thank you all.
You're welcome.